And so this is not, and to me, it's surprising as a Westerner.
You sure one more smoke?
NATO country,
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
NATO 1999.
Right there. Fuck yeah.
Basically say
Oh.
Ukraine has been sold out to these NGOs. I find this stunning. How's it playing in Poland?
Yeah, well, it's like native on the reserve, the smoke shops, and a white person buys 49% of the company, and the other 51% can be native.
Making a couple of surprising statements that would sort of lead into what he said, I think, 2 days ago on Lithuanian radio, because in February he made a statement that really triggered a lot of people in Poland, a very sensible statement where he was interviewed by 2 interviewers on this new sort of dissident podcast, sort of the Polish Joe Rogan type of podcast, where he said that, yeah, at the end, mostly Russian. And just for saying that, everybody went after him. And let's not forget that President Andrzej Duda is one of the most fervent, or at least was until recently.
So Ukrainians are like Quebecois.
Of Crimea being
They're trying to say that they're nationalist and they are their own country. No, they're Russian.
In Poland, it's called, I think, the Crimean format, where everybody who is in favor of the return of Crimea to Ukraine.
Well, that's why they all came here.
Same with Taiwan. Taiwan's the Quebec of China.
Right?
But they actually separated.
So his words on Lithuanian radio about who actually owned Ukrainian agriculture.
I love for most like people our age in Taiwan.
Because he came
No, I'm
out
thinking
of
Hong Kong.
their own, basically, by Western oligarchs, by Western capital, and we can't allow such unfair competition to enter into the Polish market because we would basically have,
all the smart days in Taiwan.
Total destruction of any
That's where
industry in a
superconductors
country
and
that is
chips, microchips
relying
come
on
from.
agriculture
Oh, really?
Taiwan.
for so much of its food, and not only in exports and so on. So
The
I would
United
guess
States teach
that
Taiwan on the
in a
microchip.
moment of
They
truth,
do
I
it
think
and we
what
buy it
President
back.
Duda was trying to do,
It's kind of weird, but China doesn't want that to happen because it's the technology that they want to have, because they have better microchip, but Taiwan is producing
I
more.
think the problem with Ron Justice is right now
Can you
is
turn
that
my heater?
because they signed off on all the crazy ideas of the European Union, including Fit for 55, the Green New Deal, and so on, they are trying now to distance themselves from all this because they have on the right in Poland, on the right side of Polish politics, in the form of the Confederation Party, which, despite many of its imperfections, has a fairly solid track record in criticizing and being properly Eurosceptic in this regard. So I think this might have been a signal from Andrzej Duda to sort of strengthen his old friends from Law and Justice to show that,
Why not, right?
The farmers, and we're with you. But at the same time, one can say that, he's not up for re-election anymore. This is his second term, so maybe he really doesn't care what happens anymore, and he just out the truth just like that. Or maybe it could have been also a ploy.
If you're up, you
ahead
can
of
make
his
me a
meeting with
sandwich
Donald
for
Trump,
tomorrow.
Because we know that, to say the least, Donald Trump's outlook on Ukraine from the leaks that we're getting so far, including that report from the Washington Post from about 2 weeks ago, I think, about Trump's secret plan regarding Ukraine. Trump is not going to repeat.
What is this fucking mask? What are you? Fucking Task 141?
Maybe
Task Force 141 is the ghost unit in Call of Duty. They all have masks like that, and like they're super stealth.
Because, as you pointed out, he's been very
Like the ninja of the.
very anti-Russian, and for him to come out and call
Look at
attention to
those
something
unit.
that has sort of been swept away as maybe a conspiracy theory, I guess, really, I think, brings a new light to this in a really in a big way, because now we know, we saw Zelensky shaking hands with BlackRock in Kiev, basically turning over their land to these Western investors who are going to come in and take over all of this land. And this is, I think, a big moment. Do you think, is he going to get any bigger pushback inside of Poland on these comments, do you think?
That's so
I don't
many
think
parties.
so. I think even the left and the liberals in Poland
Maybe.
recognize that there's a problem. I mean, the current government, especially the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, one Michał Kołodziejczak, he's actually been pretty firm and one could say even radical, positively speaking, on this issue, addressing the case that, we've been flooded with Ukrainian cheap grain, and a lot of Polish companies that claim to be Polish were actually using Ukrainian grain in their products instead of Polish grain, which is cheaper. He's actually talked about that and pushed that issue to the fore in his dealings with his Ukrainian counterparts. However, the question is, I think it'll all come out in June because it'll show whether Law and Justice is still a viable conservative Polish farmers. That seems to be changing.
It's so weird when I came here this morning. It was like
going, I would say,
a giant fucking chat box of people talking and then they're sleeping. Like you're literally there sleeping and people talk to you. Like, can't you see?
For example, media such as yourself.
That's so weird.
For example,
People are fucking weird.
They might tend to vote for a different party. So I don't think he really didn't say anything new.
You okay there?
Audience. We all knew this. However, the timing is very interesting.
What?
And the fact that, as you said, Andrzej Duda was at the front, basically spearheading the most radical, delusional, Russophobic, neo-Conish, globalist approaches towards Russia.
I think he's choking.
For every smart thing that Andrzej Duda says,
Her
there's at least
finger.
3 or 4 other insane things, actually, because after that famous meeting in Paris with Emmanuel Macron, where they discussed the potential of sending French troops to Ukraine, he came out of that meeting, and the journalist asked him, so what happened? And Duda, really shaken, a little bit frustrated, said, the best thing for us would be if Russia didn't exist. So, that's not the word of a mature statement. I can't imagine, anybody.
Back on your phone.
I can't even imagine Joe Biden saying
What
that, as a
did
matter
you
of
do?
fact. That says a lot, I think.
Yeah, there's not at the time.
It's like a corner, a second grader whining that somebody stole his candy on the playground. Oh, it would be better if Russia wasn't here. We don't want Russia to be there. So that's Andrzej Duda for you, unfortunately. But kudos to him for having the guts, the cojones, to say at least a bit of truth 2 days ago.
He said
We'll be
balls.
watching very closely. We'll be
Yeah.
watching what the
He said
farmers do, what
cojones.
sort of movement happens. along the
Balls.
border. Way to go for
Testicles.
Polish farmers.
Testicles.
Standing up for their way of life to all of this cheap grain that's being flooding into their country.
Cojones.
Mike, great to see you. Dr. Mike Krupa, always great to have you here on the show. Thank you so much for your insights, as always.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a good day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mike. Always
Jack, you okay?
very, very smart. So we'll watch very closely what happens with these Polish farmers blocking these roads and see what sort of a message this sends to other NATO countries.
All right, well, a new holiday we are proposing because one city gets it, Free Speech Day or First Amendment Day. We're going to tell you about that in a second. But first, maybe you want to jolt yourself awake with some 1775 Coffee. They are our show sponsor. You can find them at 1775coffee.com/redacted, and you'll get 10% off because, of course, you don't want no wimpy coffee, right? Wimpy coffee is not for you. You've come here to be somebody who is exposed to uncomfortable things. You got to be wide awake for that, you guys. Well, 1775, that was a new era, and now 1775 Coffee is bringing you coffee that embodies that revolutionary spirit. It's crafted with passion and precision. Their beans are ethically and finest coffee farms of Bolivia. 1775 Coffee's farm-to-cup journey ensures the highest quality, authenticity, and sustainability from start to finish. I swear, just looking at it, you guys, I have a jolt.
It looks
I'm
brown.
gonna start sneezing with my
It looks
eyes.
brown like shit.
So, revolt
No,
this
thank you.
Bradley coffee and have that.
It looks brown like
experience.
shit.
Again, you get 10%
Looks like
off at
decaf.
checkout of your first order.
Huh?
Head on over
Looks like
to
decaf.
Yeah.
75coffee.com/redacted. Make
Your
sure
coffee
you
pot
use our
looks like
code
shit.
redacted for 10% off at checkout.
Okay, yeah.
Once again, that's 1775coffee.com/redacted. All right. Well, September 6th, mark your calendar. That is now First Amendment Day in East Point, Michigan. Not because city officials love the First Amendment so much, but because they had to settle a lawsuit for taking First Amendment rights from their citizens. And now, as part of that lawsuit,
What's the
they've
First
been
Amendment?
forced to
Freedom of
declare
speech.
September 6th First Amendment Day. This became a thing after former mayor Monique Owens shut down what should have been healthy debate by her own citizens.
The hearing of the public is now open. You're not going to sit here and assault me, lady I never met. Don't call my name because I don't know what book you're reading and I don't care. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna stop you right there, or we're gonna stop the council meeting. This is a personal matter. It's not about criticizing. You can criticize my policy. You stop it.
Let the people.
You stop it. You are out of line. You are out of line. You're out of line. You're out of line. Now, do you want to stand there and talk about your cats and your dogs in the community, but you won't talk about me?
didn't get reelected.
That's shocking. Also, I love her comeback. That it sounds like something my 11-year-old daughter would say. The woman's like trying to speak. She's like, "I'm here. It's an open debate. This is a council meeting. I'm giving you my point. And Mrs. Mayor, you're out of line. No, you're out of line. No, you're out of line."
She really told that
Good,
lady.
yeah, good comeback.
That's the classic.
She already told that lady.
Yeah.
Right. You're out of
It
line.
can't fail. It cannot fail.
Right.
You're a
Well,
towel.
it turns out it is your
You're just like the hype man, fuck. Like every time she makes like a good dish, she's like, yeah. It's like, fuck, shut up, Clayton. Like, you're like the ugly friend.
They were represented by FIRE, which is the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. They are a free speech legal foundation. So anytime somebody has their First Amendment rights taken from them, which is very often these days, FIRE is the place to go to find yourself a lawyer. They say they are busier than ever. But as a result of this litigation, here's what this city in Michigan agreed to. First of all, they had a consent decree prohibiting the city from enforcing unconstitutional limitation on public comments such as saw. They passed a resolution to apologize to these plaintiffs. They established September 6th as an annual First Amendment Day in East Point. I would love to see
Love you,
them,
baby.
the local
I love
schools,
them.
getting a visitor from FIRE to talk about First Amendment rights. That would be amazing in the year 2024. Also, each plaintiff gets $17,910, a sum representing the year of the First Amendment's ratification. $17.91 plus they get their attorney's fees paid by the city, and a total of $83,000. That's how much that lady cost the city for treating her constituents like that. I am loving this outcome. I would love to propose that September 6th becomes a federal holiday, First Amendment Day, but we're not there yet because we got done. Here are some of the other things FIRE says we're busier than ever with. Here's one that's just maybe kind of fun. We'll see what you think of this. College boys were punished for sending a Snapchat of a penis drawing on a pizza box. The university called the drawing a symbol of white male power and domination. Now, I looked for this Snapchat. I didn't find it. I'm very curious how they know that it was a white penis, if it was just a drawing, unless they used markers or crayons. Why is the penis in general a symbol of white?
What?
And it's
Just the outline?
through the outline, it's
Yeah.
automatically assumed as white.
Yeah, like David, when you draw
Color
them up,
box.
It was red.
right? It was drawn on a Papa John's box.
Right. Is the penis by default white? Isn't that a racist thing to say? Don't you think?
I'm not going to touch that one.
We'll leave it there. Let me know what you think about that in the
Just for the
comments.
record, Clayton, not touching the penis.
That's right. I'm not
Got
touching
it.
that one.
Okay. Well, here's what FIRE says. He says it is the
Fucking
boys'
stupid.
right, even though it may be slightly distasteful, to dick pic a pizza box. Can I not say that? I already
We'll
did.
find out.
Okay. You are supposed to be able to do that. Says student free speech rights do not end at the sensibilities of university officials. In fact, the Supreme Court established that the mere dissemination of ideas, no matter how offensive to good taste, on a state university campus may not be shut off in the name of conventions of decency. I encourage you to pause this screen and read the rest of this because of what Lenny Bruce comments below. He does use the F word, right? Because we are speaking even for speech we don't like, and for the ability to criticize our government, which is being taken from us. Now, here's one that's a little bit more serious. Well, kind of more serious.
Yeah.
Something that FIRE is also watching. The University of Southern California, my alma mater, canceled a valedictorian speech because they are afraid that the girl who earned this spot will criticize Israel. FIRE does not represent soon. This is Asna Tabassum. She has made social media posts against Israel, says that Israel is occupying Palestinian lands. So the school will not let her speak at graduation, as is tradition, because she earned the valedictorian academic award. The school provost said that this tradition must give way to safety. The girl said that when she asked the school, well, do you have any security that can deal with this and give me my right to speak? the university said this is not what they want to present as an image. And so she will not be given this award. There are calls for her to be allowed to speak, but so far the university is standing strong that they won't. Will they see a lawsuit?
So what image are they wanting to project then? Like they don't want the image of free speech and that the valedictorian gets to give their speech. They want the image of what? Control.
Absence? Yeah, I mean, well, I suppose.
Are they suggesting that if she speaks about a ceasefire, that they are taking that's going to be the perceived position of their school?
Yes.
Is that what they're saying?
Yes, that they cannot allow her to speak for a ceasefire or speak out on behalf of the people of Gaza. It's not her right to do that, even though it is tradition that she would be able to speak as school valedictorian. So where was I? These days that free speech does not extend to criticism of Israel at all. Google fired 28 people for participation in a 10-hour sit-in to ties with Israel, which is interesting because Google responded when they had protests from employees about Black Lives Matter and the company's maybe tackling of racism. Google actually made changes to their business model and listened to protesters around Black Lives Matter. But when it comes to Israel, nope, can't hear it.
You cannot criticize.
No.
You cannot do it.
Cannot even be seen doing it, supporting it, can't hear that. So why some groups and not others get to protest? This is what you get when you allow woke capitalism inside your business. You have to choose the winners and the losers. And guess what? Everybody loses when ideology is the politics of your company. The only way to do this is to do what Coinbase did in 2021, saying that they would be a crypto company and nothing else. They would not tolerate demands for social change or politics inside their company. No gender ideology, no representation, nothing. No campaigning with the company. That doesn't mean you can't talk about it on your own. That means you cannot demand it of the company. So they offered resignation packages to anyone who just couldn't deal with that, and about 60 people took it, and the rest of them just happily went about their business. Go ahead.
And then a week later, they were investigated by the SEC.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? They're doing okay since, but the fire CEO Greg Lukianoff talks about, or not fire representative Greg Lukianoff talks about how really this made for such a happier workforce, and it lowers their exposure to litigation, and it allows for free speech to actually happen, but not as a mandate of the company. So that's interesting. Let me know what you think of that in the chat below. Do you think those things are related? That no politics and the SEC?
I mean, I don't know, but it's just convenient that suddenly, the government wants to look into these companies, these crypto companies. Wants to look into Coinbase when they take a stand against DEI and this kind of garbage.
Right.
It's refreshing. It's certainly, if you read Vivek Ramaswamy's book, Woke Incorporated, it's a great read because he talks about why companies should be doing this, which is to remove woke politics from their business, right? They should be focusing on their business.
Right.
If they're a medicine company, they're a medicine company. And the way that Apple, every month, Apple has some Apple.com, their front page is like this, now we're honoring they do the whole, the Black History Month, and it's Asian Heritage, then it's all their virtue signaling on a regular basis, and all of these companies do it. Google does it on a regular basis, and all of these big tech companies, Facebook does it on a regular basis, which is, so it's refreshing to have some that don't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this weekend in the Morris House, it's sports tournament week. Is that woke in any way? I'm
It'd only be
sports tournament, pick up your kids weekend, and I will be doing busing of children all weekend. Maybe that needs to be home.
If it's be woke if my son decided to join the women's team.
Yes, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. So that's not a thing. I'm
so
not
it's not.
virtue
No, we're not
signaling in
virtue signaling.
that response. But anyway,
you could wear. Are you done?
I think I am.
Okay. I didn't want to step on any toes. What I wanted to tell people is if you're going out for your sports weekend, though, we've got our store and we've got a whole bunch of new designs that our great team has just rolled out. You can go to redactedstore.com and grab your I Will Not Comply hoodies, your Redacted Rebel flag if you'd like, your mugs and stickers, and our Friends Don't Let Friends Watch the Mainstream Media mug. That's a great way to start your morning. And David, you're wearing the
and support the Polish farmers with the farmer shirt. But yes, I'm in my
non-pacifist peace extremist. I love it.
There you go.
Non-pacifist
That's
peace
my
extremist
favorite.
shirt. Do we have the photos, Philip, by any chance of? I guess we could stick them in here of our brand new oil shirt, Scott Oil, the Canadian ones and our American ones, which is if you want to support fossil fuels, you want to show the world that hey, this is what got us to this point is using using these types of fuels. And you can wear one of our shirts there.
It's the opposite of virtue signaling, right? It's like what would we call that? We need a name for it because
Pandering.
It's not coming to me right now.
Middle finger signaling. I don't know what.
revolution.
And antagonizing.
Antagonizing. Yes, it's definitely antagonizing and it's passive aggressive, which are my two favorite things.
Yes.
Go to redactedstore.com and check it out. Redactedstore.com. So that's going to do it for us this week. For our live streams, we will have content for you this weekend. Here's an interview. If you happen to miss it, it's gone viral, and I think it's a really, really good interview. Really excellent subject matter, which is on the disappearance of the Malaysian airline flight 370. We have it right here on our channel under our Redacted Conversations playlist. Go check it out. It's a deep dive conversation with Ashton Forbes. That interview has now gone viral. It's certainly in the community that's been wondering what happened to this plane that disappeared 10 years ago. It's an eye-opening interview, so go check it out. And then we'll see you back here on Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, everyone. Have a great weekend. Bye now.
The problem with modern civilization in many ways is that we are so obsessed with predicting everything and making everything straight line and dependable and not being irritated by anything. Our mind sort of falls asleep in a sense, and everything is like the prediction we come with. And we need somehow to sort of refresh
Oh.
A political earthquake just rocked the nation's capital. In an explosive turn of events, the RCMP staged a dramatic midnight raid on the Ottawa offices of GC Strategies, the shady contractor at the center of the Arrive Kidnap scandal. This stunning crackdown marks a watershed moment in the investigation into misconduct and bloated taxpayer spending surrounding the controversial mandatory travel app. It sends an unmistakable signal that law enforcement is now taking the escalating scandal seriously. The raid comes hot on the heels of GC Strategies partner Christian Firth being hauled before Parliament and grilled for contempt and evasion of questioning. As Firth squirmed under the glare of accountability, the RCMP strike landed a devastating 1-2 punch. The Arrive-Kin debacle has now exploded into a full-blown political crisis as officials demand answers on how taxpayers ended up footing the bill for over $60 million lining the pockets of well-connected liberal insiders. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Before we jump into today's video, take a second to sign up for our exclusive uncensored newsletter. The mainstream media will report Trudeau's scandals and corruption, but our newsletter delivers the raw truth to your inbox daily. We'll leave you the link in the description box. Now let's dive into today's crazy developments. In a stunning turn of events that sent shockwaves through Ottawa, the RCMP executed a dramatic raid on the offices of GC Strategies, the controversial contractor embroiled in the Arrive-Kin scandal. As reported by the RCMP, this raid was related to allegations of fraudulent billing and resumed fraud by GC Strategies uncovered by its firm Bottler AI. These allegations suggest potential ghost contracting by GC Strategies, a scheme involving billing the government for work that was never actually completed by subcontractors. The raid represents a significant escalation in the investigation into GC Strategies' controversial involvement in the development of the Arrive-Kin app. It underscores the gravity of allegations of unscrupulous practices used to secure lucrative government contracts. As GC Strategies partner Christian Firth stated, the search warrant itself noted the RCMP is looking into fraudulent billing and resumed fraud. This stunning raid comes on the heels of Firth being summoned to appear before the bar of the House of Commons, marking only the second instance in Canada's 111-year parliamentary history that a private citizen has faced such intense scrutiny.
This is a once-in-a-century scene.
Mr. Christian Firth, please remain standing until I invite you to be seated.
A central figure in the Arrive-Kin controversy hauled in front of Parliament, questioned and condemned.
On behalf of the House of Commons, I admonish you.
This was Christian Firth's punishment after refusing to answer questions from a parliamentary committee about whether his company, GC Strategies, helped set the terms for the $25 million Arrive-Kin contract it ultimately won, a charge Firth denies.
To most Canadians, this would look like, and I won't exaggerate, it would look like a rigged system.
Mr. Speaker, the RFP, the contract that's in question, had over 220 requirements involved in there. We offered up 3 suggestions.
His appearance one day after RCMP searched his home.
That's correct. There was a search warrant, an arrest warrant for my property.
Firth standing all by himself in front of Parliament, getting scolded and grilled by MPs, shows how serious this situation is. He already got in trouble for not answering questions about Arrive-Kin, and now he's in even deeper trouble. Disturbingly enough, the Liberals didn't want him to appear before the committee, claiming he has mental health issues and making absurd excuses, because they know full well that if he was forced to answer more questions, the rotten scandals and contracts with him would come to light.
Fergus also ordered Firth to stay and answer questions from MPs, but the governing Liberals tried to delay the session by raising concerns about Firth's mental health and his ability to handle the stress.
On this side of the House, we do not believe that it is appropriate to question Mr. Firth if he is not medically able to participate. We want this to be done in a way that respects the dignity of Parliament. Enforcing someone against medical advice to do something that a doctor believes could harm their treatment and recovery is indeed beneath the dignity of this place.
Now, that attempt ultimately failed, and Firth remained in the chamber, with the Liberals refusing to question him.
During his testimony in the House of Commons, Christian Firth got hit with a bunch of tough questions about his company's behavior, especially about messing with resumes to snag government contracts. Conservative MP Larry Brock fired off a bunch of questions at Firth, honing in on his earlier admission of messing with resumes. Firth owned up to pumping up 2 months of internship experience to a whopping 51 months of professional experience, and stretching 7 years of experience to 12. When asked if he got permission to tweak the resumes, Firth dodged the question. He didn't seem sorry about these shady moves, just saying he's all for the RCMP checking it out because he thinks it'll clear GC Strategies.
Mr. Firth admitted that he altered 2 resumes, replacing a 2-month internship with 51 months of professional experience. On another occasion, he inflated 7 years of experience to 12. He claimed that this was a mistake. He didn't have consent to manipulate the resumes. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we've mentioned this previously in previous testimonies, but we encourage the RCMP to do investigation into the Butler allegations, whether it's fraud over 5,000, because we believe it's going to exonerate us.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
He clearly didn't answer the question. I'll move on. How many other times has Mr. Firth altered materials and resumes to the government since 2015?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, it's a common practice to engage with a resource, understand, because not everybody's CV or resume completely aligns with requirements that are coming out. They may have the experience, but we just have to speak with them to qualify that.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
I'm asking for the number, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have a number.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Firth's actions amounted to forgery under the criminal code. He altered resumes to secure government contracts, thereby fleecing the Canadian taxpayer. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, the allegations regarding the Butler resumes were on a contract that had already been awarded. So these were task authorizations. No contract would have been decided either way by these resumes. It was one business.
Brock jumped on Firth's vague answers, pushing for more info on how much he's been changing resumes and what it all means. Even after being asked a bunch of times, Firth couldn't give a clear answer and avoided admitting he did anything wrong. As tensions escalated, questions shifted to accountability, with Brock questioning whether Firth should bear sole responsibility for the scandal or if higher-ranking officials, including the Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet ministers, should face consequences. However, Firth remained non-committal and evasive, prompting frustration among parliamentarians seeking accountability for the taxpayer-funded debacle. As things heated up, the focus turned to who should take the blame, with Brock asking if Firth should be only one in the hot seat for the mess, or if the big shots like the Prime Minister and Liberal cabinet ministers should face consequences too, since they are directly responsible for enabling this mess. But Firth didn't commit to anything and kept dodging, which really annoyed the MP who wanted someone to answer for the taxpayer-funded disaster.
Mr. Firth's actions further constituted a fraud in the government of Canada. Section 380 of the code stipulates that everyone who by deceit, falsehood, or other fraudulent means defrauds the public of any property, money, or valuable security. Both offenses are punishable by indictment, and upon conviction, he could face a maximum prison sentence of 10 to 14 years. Is he aware of that?
Mr. Firth.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to the investigation by the RCMP because we believe it'll exonerate us.
I'd like to let the honourable member from Brantford Brant know that he has 25 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Firth's actions were not accidental but intentional. This was not a mistake. He knew his resource would not qualify for taxpayer monies without manipulating their experience. Does Mr. Firth think that the Prime Minister or the Liberal cabinet minister should be at the bar answering questions today instead of himself, or is he willing to go to jail for them?
The honourable, Mr. Firth, please.
Mr. Speaker, can I speak to my counsel, please?
Mr. Firth?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure what the question is there.
Yeah, neither of me. Mr. Firth think that he should be solely responsible for this scam, or should the Prime Minister, the Liberal cabinet ministers, and certain members of the Liberal backbench should be at this bar facing consequences, illegal consequences?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't want to be elusive. I can't comment on this. That's kind of speculative, and I'm not sure what I can do here.
Firth's blatant evasive response that he could not comment on such speculation, and that he did not understand the question, speaks volumes about his refusal to implicate Liberal government officials who are directly complicit or negligent in enabling GC Strategies' misconduct. Firth's defiant, arrogant demeanor was on full display when asked directly if he felt any shame over his actions. He bluntly responded, "No, I am not ashamed." Firth's dodgy answers and lies in Parliament just make us wonder more about what really went down with the way too expensive Arrive can act. It's crazy that a small company like his got almost $60 million from taxpayers, and he doesn't even seem sorry about it. His time in front of the House didn't really make him answer for much, and it just made us even more suspicious of GC Strategies' excuses for their part in this whole mess. This whole mess with GC Strategies and their fat contract for the Arrive Can app is making Canadians seriously question what's going on with the Liberals. So here's the deal. PM Justin Trudeau is getting called out for basically letting his buddies run wild, scoring a crazy $60 million from taxpayers for an app that was supposed to be a measly $80,000. Instead of keeping things transparent and above board, Trudeau's playing favorites, handing out contracts to his pals and dodging any real oversight. It's a major betrayal of the people who put their faith in him. But seriously, should we be surprised? Trudeau's like a pro in avoiding any real questions or taking responsibility. As details emerge from the RCMP investigation, it's obvious that the Arrive Can mess is just the tip of the iceberg for the Liberals. The raid uncovered allegations of not only resumed fraud on the part of GC Strategies, but also potential ghost contracting, in which the company billed the government for work that was never actually completed. And yet GC Strategies has continued to deny any wrongdoing, with Firth brazenly stating, "I am not ashamed."
Mr. Firth, given the experience here and knowing that you have health challenges, all I can say is, aren't you ashamed?
Mr. Firth. Mr. Speaker, do I have to answer that? Yes, you do. No, I am not ashamed. I think
the arrogance on display is appalling but not surprising. Trudeau's government has continually evaded accountability and transparency, obstructing access to information at every turn. The botched rollout of Arrive Can is merely one example in a lengthy pattern of mismanagement and cronyism enabled by the Liberals. While Trudeau maintains that he had no knowledge of corrupt dealings behind the scenes, this strains credulity. He appointed the very officials who awarded the Arrive Can contract to GC Strategies, turning a blind eye as costs ballooned and his close associates reaped the rewards. Either Trudeau was in on it, or he's just plain terrible at running the show. And honestly, I can't decide which is worse. As this Arrive Can mess keeps unraveling, it's clear as day that Ottawa needs a serious shakeup. The Liberals have totally lost the trust of the people, thanks to their constant screw-ups driven by cronyism and a lack of morals. Trudeau totally steered his party in the wrong direction, and now trust in him to govern with honesty, handle money responsibly, and own up to mistakes is shot. With all these scandals piling up on Trudeau's plate, it's crystal clear we need some fresh faces at the helm, leaders who actually care about doing right by the people and not just lining their own pockets. This whole Arrive Can mess might just be the straw that finally breaks Trudeau's government's back. Canadians deserve way better than sketchy backroom deals and cash being thrown around like it grows on trees for the buddies of those in power. After putting up with 8 years of Trudeau's mess-ups, it's high time for a change in Canada. Well, that's all for now. What do you think should be the greatest consequence Trudeau and Christian Firth should face for their wrongdoings? Let us know what you think in the comments below. And if you haven't, please subscribe and leave a like for this video. Your support helps us continue our work. You can also follow us on Twitter, where we post stuff we can't post on YouTube. You can find the link in the description below. Thanks again for your support, and I will see you in the next one.
Inside Air Canada to facilitate this theft. New video of how thieves pulled it all off. The suspects now facing charges, and how a listen night traffic stop south of the border turned out to be a break-in. Banned for life from the NBA, a Toronto Raptor punished for breaking the rules on sports betting. I don't think anybody saw anything like that coming. And law and order training mission to see what fight wildfires from above. Yeah, pretty clear stuff. Exclusive access in the air and on site. What happens here is a less well-known story.
From CBC News, this is the National. Vivian Henneman.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to David Camp. Thank you for being here today. I'll be digging into, revealing, getting into, reporting on all of those things I will be doing about Netanyahu's revelations, what exactly their plans are as they continue their special ethnic cleansing campaign. I will also be getting into so many other stories, such as what is happening at the UN right now about Palestinian statehood and the U.S. efforts to stop that, of course. I will be getting into so many other stories that I can't even list them all. It's just too many. That's all that coming up. Scott Ritter should be joining me in a bit. He's scheduled to be on today, the former UN weapons inspector. If for some reason he gets pulled away, called away, dragged away, then I will have him back soon. But as of right now, I still think we should see Scott Ritter in a bit. So hopefully that will be happening. But let me just make sure everything's going here. Please put thumbs up, please put share, all those good things. And let's start with what's going on at the UN today. We've been hearing open debate over whether Palestine should receive statehood, at least according to the UN. And because right now it is a, what's the sort of stupid terminology they use for it? An unrecognized, unaccountable state? No, something unrecognized state. But anyway, it's observer state. That's what they call it, observer state. They need to come up with some sort of euphemism for the fact that they won't allow the Palestinian people to have a state. But anyway, Indonesia and China make a joint call for permanent ceasefire. However, I think they kind of buried the lead on this one because they are also calling for the implementation of a two-state solution and not in the way the U.S. called for it, where we secretly undermine it while we call for it. We call for the two-state solution. Behind closed doors, we're like, yeah, we're not letting any of that happen. But China actually supports the UN Security Council in promptly accepting Palestine as a full member of the UN. The council is due to vote tomorrow on that. So that's China, obviously one of the most powerful countries in the world, is calling for the Palestinian state. But here is the U.S. The U.S. will oppose Palestinian bid for full UN membership, and they would veto it if it comes down to that. They would veto the possibility for Palestine to be a state. And many people go, well, what's the point? You know, Israel, whether the UN calls it a state or not, Israel would continue to commit genocide, continue to obliterate those people. That may be true, but it does change the equation around the globe because under UN law, under international law, if you are a state, you have certain rights. You have the right to a military. You have the right to come and go from your state as you see fit. Now, of course, you could have a leader in your state that stops you from coming and going as you see fit. But in terms of other states, they are supposedly not allowed to stop you from leaving your state, which is exactly what Israel does in Gaza, right? Israel has created an open-air prison, has put up borders around Gaza and keeps them there and decides whether they get to leave, come and go, etc. So there are several, and there's many more, rights that would come along with Palestine being an actual state. But we now know that the U.S. would oppose Palestine's admission into the UN as a full state. And there is a leak that the U.S. did not want getting out from The Intercept. Leaked cables show, not leaked cables, that's different. If you have leaky cables, you might need to work That's bit. No, Kegels. Anyway, so these not leaked Kegels, these are leaked cables. They show the White House opposes Palestinian statehood, but more so than that, that the White House was working behind closed doors to try and stop other countries from approving Palestinian statehood. Head of the UN Security Council action to consider Palestinian Authority's application to become a full member of the international body. The United States is lobbying nations to reject such membership, hoping to avoid a veto by Washington. Basically, Washington wants another country to do its dirty good, to take its dirty laundry and oppose Palestinian statehood, so that the U.S. could then, abstain or something and not be the veto of the vote. The lobbying effort revealed in copies of unclassified State Department cables obtained by The Intercept is at odds with Biden administration's pledge to fully support a two-state solution. So, in front of your face, which is common for our garbage politicians, in front of your face they come up and they say they endorse the two-state solution, but then behind closed doors at the UN, they're doing everything they can to stop that from happening, to stop Palestinians from having a state. The diplomatic cables detail pressure being applied to members of the Security Council, including Malta, the rotating member. Ecuador, in particular, is being asked to lobby Malta and other nations, including France, to oppose UN recognition. A diplomatic cable dated April 12th details U.S. talking points. Here's one of them. It remains the U.S. view that the most expeditious path towards political horizon for the Palestinian people is the context of a normalization agreement between Israel and its neighbors. We believe this approach can tangibly advance Palestinian goals in a meaningful and enduring way. Basically, the only way to help Palestinians is to make sure they don't have a state. That's where the U.S. stands, which is, of course, preposterous and ironic at the same time. Thank you, Dan, for supporting this show. Absolutely. Solidarity, Dan. All right, I want to get to our special guest. Just thought I'd bring you that story as we get into this. I'm excited to have back on the show former UN weapons inspector and incredibly informed individual, Scott Ritter. Oh, hold on there. There we go. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Lee, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this. I really appreciate it. We've been seeing so much going on. Oh, actually, before I get into that, I have to say I saw one of your articles in your live streams where you were in many ways rightfully yelling, "Where are the Jews, American Jews, against genocide? Why are we leaving it to you?" And I've been out here every day. I'm here every day. I'm doing the best I can. So yes, there are some of us Jewish Voice for Peace obviously doing amazing work as well. But I got your point though. There should be many more Jews across America standing up against this genocide. But I wanted to get into what just happened a few days ago. Iran strikes back against Israel after Israel blows up their consulate, killing many of their people. And if you listen to the American take on this and the Western take on this, it is, oh wow, Iran lost. They couldn't get through the weapons shield for the most part, 99% shot down. And so, wow, what a big win for Israel. And in many ways, it's exactly the opposite. Can you explain why?
Certainly. First of all, we need to understand that Israel and the United States have for some time now been collaborating on building a ballistic missile defense system for Israel, not just to withstand the short-range rockets from Hamas and to a lesser extent Hezbollah. It was basically because of what happened in 2006 when Hezbollah, during that short August war with Israel, pounded Israel nonstop with rockets, and Israel had no defense. Since that time, Hezbollah's upgraded its arsenal with the assistance of Iran and its own indigenous capabilities, so that they now possess longer range missiles with very accurate warheads. And so Israel and the United States have been building this ballistic missile defense structure. But it's not even geared to Hamas and Hezbollah. It's specifically for Iran. It's specifically to counter the Iranian medium-range ballistic missile threat. The United States has deployed some of its most advanced technology, both in terms of an X-band radar they have stationed in the airfield in southern Negev Desert in Latvia, one of the targets, by the way, of the Iranian attack. But also we plug it into our National Ballistic Missile Defense Organization architecture, satellites that are overhead, other resources in the region, all plug in to provide this surveillance capability so we can detect the launch immediately and then track the launch as it moves towards Israel, and then transfer that data to missile defense interceptors who then can intercept with great accuracy whatever threat comes in. We tie it also in with our ships. The Aegis capable destroyers and cruisers we have are part of our national ballistic missile defense architecture. And even during this crisis, we brought two of them in and plugged them into this architecture to add their considerable capabilities. And on top of this, we layer Israeli Arrow 2, Arrow 3, Sling, improved Patriot. Literally, the two airfields in the southern Negev, Nevatim and Ramona, are some of the most heavily protected spots on the planet when it comes to ballistic missile defense. I want to say that one more time. The most heavily protected spots on the planet when it comes to ballistic missile defense. Long story short, Iran reached out and touched each one of them at least 5 times, maybe 7 times, maybe more. These places that shouldn't be hit, couldn't be hit, can't be hit, were hit. Repeatedly by Iran. If Israel and the United States want to call that a win, I don't know how. They spent literally hundreds of billions of dollars building an impenetrable ballistic missile shield. In Iran, not using its best technology, in many cases using older technology, penetrated it. How Iran did this is really up to the Iranians to say. A lot of speculation goes into the role played by the drones that were sent in to start triggering a reaction, and they followed up with cruise missiles. They got more of a reaction. Then they fired a bunch of older ballistic missiles again to fine tune. And then in the end, they came in with a handful, a couple dozen of their newer model missiles with maneuvering warheads and warhead built-in decoys. And these warheads cut through the missile defense shield like a hot knife through butter. This is a game-changing event, not only for Israel, because it proves to Israel that Iran can destroy any place in Israel anytime it wants to. There's no place safe in Israel. The most heavily protected bases in Israel in the world were hit by Iran. And if Iran wanted to pummel them with more missiles, they couldn't. Iran was simply sending a message. It's like Mike Tyson meeting me in the boxing ring and just taking his glove and lightly tapping my nose to remind me that anytime he wanted to, he could pummel me into the dirt. That's what Iran did. They just reached out and they just lightly tapped Israel's nose and said, "Got you." This changes the deterrence posture in the Middle East. Prior to this, Israel was operating under the assumption that it could get away with a little murder. They could do anything it wanted, anytime it wanted, and everybody was afraid to strike Israel because A, Israel had this impenetrable defense shield. They could shoot down any missiles sent that. And B, Israel would pound you, would be Mike Tyson, plummeting you into the map. That's over now. Iran has changed. Flipped the script. It's Iran now who has deterrent superiority. They're the ones who told the Israelis, if you dare touch us again in any way, nationally, regionally, we now prove that we can come in and we can hit you. But the thing as an American we have to realize is the same technology that failed the Israelis is at the heart of our own ballistic missile defense shields that we have deployed to Europe and to Asia. We've told our European allies that we can protect you from ballistic missile threats. We've told Japan and South Korea that we can protect you from North Korean missile threats. We've told Taiwan that we can protect you from Chinese missile threats. And Iran just proved that all to be a lie. Nobody's safe in the world anymore, especially if you're relying on American ballistic missile defense, because as we learned in the 1960s and 70s, there is no defense to ballistic missiles. This is why we signed the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in 1972, because back then we came to the realization that all you're doing is wasting money and making the world a more dangerous place. If you simply acknowledge that everybody's going to be equally vulnerable to these ballistic missiles, so why build a missile defense place? Everybody knows if we use promoting peace and arms control. That used to be a thing. Now we operate as if we lie to ourselves and say we're protected by ballistic missiles as defenses, and therefore we can be more aggressive with other nations who don't have this level of protection. Iran just showed to the world, not just Israel, to the world, that entire posture is a lie.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you talk a little more about why the U.S. is so opposed to war with Iran? There are some bloodthirsty right-wingers who, say, oh, just bomb Iran, we could defeat them easily. But I've heard you make some great points about the Strait of Hormuz, et cetera. Can you talk about that?
Well, there's a number of reasons why we don't want to go. First of all, let's put ourselves in the shoes of those right-wing neocons for a second. Those people who fantasize about war, most of whom probably have never been to war. I have been to war. The war I was in was Operation Desert Storm. I want to remind people that we deployed 750,000 American troops from around the world and projected that power into the Persian Gulf, where we were able to defeat the Iraqi army, the world's fourth largest army, combat-hardened army. We defeated them in short order. From a military perspective, it's undeniable. America showed that it had unmatchable military power. But I want to remind people that those 750,000 troops just didn't get there by magic. They were sent there by ships. And those ships often loaded in ports that provided a permissive environment, meaning that they wanted us to be there. They had stevedores and other port workers, longshoremen helping us get our stuff offloading the ships. Nobody was bombing us while we were coming in. Nobody was attacking us on our way to that port. We landed in airports, in friendly airports where we were received. Troops calmly got off the airplanes to assembly areas, etc. If we tried that today against Iran, first of all, every ship that would be sent in would be attacked as it approached the Persian Gulf by missiles, which Iran has now shown can defeat our ballistic missile defense system. So any ship that tried to make it to Iran would have to run the gauntlet of fire and probably be sunk. But even if they got to a port, that port facility wouldn't be functioning because Iranian missiles would have destroyed that port. If we tried to land at an airport, that airport wouldn't be functioning because the Iranian missiles would have destroyed that airport. So now we have to turn our attention to landing directly in Iran. That means we have to seize a port, seize an airport. That's a frontal assault. That requires a lot of troops. And we don't have any. And even then, as we move them in, they'll be shot down, they'll be sunk. We can't get that power projected. So anybody who thinks that America is entering this as if we were back in 1990, 1991, you're wrong. We don't have that capability anymore. So now what we do have is we have limited power projected for the number of bases in the region. These bases are not well protected. They don't have anywhere near the sophistication of air defense or ballistic missile defense that Israel had. These are sitting ducks for Iranian ballistic missiles. Now, we always viewed the Iranian threat as theoretical. But after the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the Iranians launched an attack against Al Asad Air Base in Iraq, where the drones that killed Qasem Soleimani came from. They struck it with at least 10, maybe more, ballistic missiles. And when we did the battle damage assessment afterwards, what we realized is, A, we couldn't shoot them down. B, they hit everything they were aiming at with great accuracy. And C, they packed a hell of a punch, meaning that if the Iranians had wanted to, they could have put these missiles on places that had people in them and killed a lot of Americans. But they purposely avoided that. But they sent the signal that if you do this again, we will take out every base in the region. And we have the resources to do it. In the United States, when they do actually, there's nothing we can do about it. To give you an example of how that played out, Iran shot down a Global Hawk drone afterwards and shot it down over the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump, who's the president, said, I want to retaliate by bombing the missile sites that shot the Global Hawk down. And the Pentagon was preparing plans, but as they were briefing the president, someone said, well, the consequences for this are going to be very dire. And he said, well, what do you mean? They said, well, we're going to bomb these sites. And then Iran's going to retaliate by taking out all of our airfields. Can't we stop that? No, Mr. President, we can't stop that. But then we'll hit Iran with cruise missiles. Yes, Mr. President, we'll do that. But then they're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Well, what does that mean? That means that no oil flows out of there. And with no oil flows, the global economy goes crazy, oil prices go up. Not a good look. Okay, but we can force the strait open. The Navy tells me we can keep it open. No, we can't. Not without major effort, major projection of force. In order to get that force in there, it would take many months to assemble it. And we're talking about fighting a war that's going to last a year or more, and we may not win. There's no guaranteed outcome. Furthermore, we'll hit their oil field facilities, and we'll sanction them, we'll blow up their oil fields. Yes, Mr. President, and they're going to blow up Saudi oil fields going across China. All the oil fields will be blown up. And then we have a global energy crisis from which there is no recovery. And the American people will forever hate you because oil prices will go through the roof, gas prices will. There will be no diesel in America. Trucks won't run. You remember that longshore crisis we had out of Long Beach, California, where all the containers were stacked up because we didn't get enough trucks to move them out, and so Walmart shelves were empty across the country. That will be America forever. We all live in these little suburbs where we all go to the same, Hannaford's or Price Choppers or Safeways, and we expect the same thing. Meat shelves full of meat, vegetables, everything there. It's America. Well, that only happens because people who drive trucks deliver this stuff to those stores on a regular basis. But if the price of diesel goes through the roof, or we don't have diesel, the trucks can't run, we don't have goods, and America dies. So fortunately, somebody was able to tell the president that that's what would happen if he bombed the Iranian air defense site, and he backed out. He came up with a story about, I didn't want to kill lots of Iranians, I'm a humanitarian and all that.
Yeah, right.
But the reality was is he probably had to change his underwear after receiving the briefing because the reality is quite harsh. Joe Biden doesn't need that. He knows the truth. That's why he's saying we're not going to participate in any action against Iran. Because the moment we do that, every single base in the region will be saturated with Iranian missiles, and they're going to kill a lot of Americans, destroy a lot of equipment. And there's nothing we can do to defend ourselves. Our air defense systems simply don't work. So this is why the United States has been holding back on that. And I do think we need to emphasize that point, that it's not just a military equation right now. It's an economic equation that's based on energy security. And I will remind Americans at this point in time that Joe Biden, in a political move to make you happy last year, dumped oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's supposed to be for emergency use only, but he released it for political purposes to keep prices down so people would be happy. We're down to less than 17 days worth of oil reserves right now. So if we did get in a war in the Middle East, you don't have the petroleum reserve to save you. 17 days later, we run out of petroleum, and there's no recovery for them. It just is. And if they start blowing up oil fields in the Middle East, there literally is no recovery, because even if peace breaks out all over, you're not going to get that oil production back up anytime, if ever. I don't want to get into the technicalities of maintaining, but if you don't maintain the pressure in the oil fields, if you allow water to seep in, etc., you ruin the whole thing. And that's what's going to happen. And there will be no oil, and we'll all live very miserable lives.
And it'd be a big boon to Russian oil, probably.
Yeah, well, the Russians, the Russians aren't going to suffer. Let me just put it that way. The Russians won't suffer, and the people they sell oil to won't suffer. But Russia can't save the world. I mean, even if Russia wanted to, even if Russia said, okay, we're here to help you, we don't like seeing people suffer. I've been to Russia many times. I'm going to tell you right now, the Russians do not get any glee out of watching people suffer. They would ask, what can we do to help? How can we help? But you can't help. You can't help when there's something. If you have 1,000 people who drink a liter of water a day, all you have is 500 liters. The best you can say is that we're going to cut it down to a half a liter. But if that's not sustainable in life, you give a liter to the people you're closest to, and the rest of the people can't stand. And that's the reality. So we need to think a whole lot about what we're trying to accomplish in the Middle East. Are we doing it the wisest way possible?
So speaking of Russia, you've been one of the most important voices on the ongoing situation in Ukraine. And, we hear from the U.S. propaganda machine that Ukraine was doing so great for the past year and a half, 2 years. And now even Washington Post is talking about Russian troops advancing to Kiev and that Ukraine is running low. Can you say what you're seeing there and what you think could happen in the next few months?
Sure. Well, this is the culmination of what I've been saying for a long time now. That we talk basic military math correlation of forces. The Ukrainians, just to keep it simple, they burn through resources. When I say resources, I'm talking about dead. That means dead, so you know, equipment, destroyed equipment. They're burning through resources quicker than these resources can be replenished. And so every day that goes by, Ukraine gets weaker. Russia, on the other hand, is accumulating resources quicker than Ukraine can burn them through. So every day that goes by, Russia gets stronger. And then you add to that, that's not just the quantitative aspect, the qualitative aspect comes in too. The Russians have very good equipment. They have lots of it. Ukrainians have some good equipment, but not much of it. Some of that equipment is holding the Russians at bay. Air defense systems that keep Russian air power from being committed in a decisive manner. But the Ukrainians now are out of air defense systems, so the Russians are having sort of defeated right now, dropping these guided bombs wherever they want to drop them. And these things are deadly accurate. They're killing. The number of Ukrainians that are dying a day is around 1,000, 1,500. The Russian casualties in a day can be counted as less than 100. But the Russians are recruiting 1,500 men a day to fill. So every day is Russia's getting a 1,400 man, at addition to their force. The Ukrainians are losing 1,500 guys, and they're getting 200 guys to replace them. So the Ukrainians are getting weaker by leaps and bounds.
That's not why they're calling 60-year-olds in the fight.
Right. Well, they just passed a law to call them 20-year-olds. Here we come up with an interesting fact about Ukraine. The unique demographics of the situation in Ukraine finds itself from a historical standpoint is that at this point in time, the Ukrainian demographics, even before the war started, the ideal combatant age group, 20 to 24, is the lowest number ever. If you look at the population, they have a large number of babies here, but then it drops down to the 24-year-olds and it goes back up to the older people. There's this dip here. So even though they passed a law that says draft all the 20 to 24-year-olds, there's none of them left. They're either all dead or they fled the country. There's nobody left. The Ukrainians are left dragging 50, 60-year-old men off the streets. And to give you another example, this comes from straight from the mouth of Arestovich, the former advisor to Zelensky. And he said, he's reading about how in Russia today, men in their 40s are flocking to hospitals. And you'd say, well, they're waiting for exemptions. They don't want to get caught up in this war. No, they're going to the hospital because the military won't take them because they have a chronic medical condition. These men are spending their own money to get these chronic medical conditions reversed, fixed, so they can go to the recruiter and sign up for this war. Why? Because not to make money. These guys are all gainfully employed. They're going to make more money being civilians than they do being investment. They're doing this because this war is seen by every Russian as their patriotic duty. This is the big war for them. This is the defeat of not just Nazi ideology in Ukraine, but they view this war as the collective West against them, the war of their existential survival. So men who would otherwise stay at home, take care of their families are saying, you remember that? Got the role of their, what did you do in the war? Daddy, well, you don't want to tell them you were shoveling poop in Louisiana. And that's the thing. All these 40-year-old men sitting there going, I ain't going to be telling my kids I was shoveling poop in Moscow. I want to tell them I was on the front line doing my duty. And so the Russians are desperate to be part of this because this is their moment in history. This is their fight. And so when they go there, they're fighting for a cause they believe in. Now imagine yourself being in Ukraine, you're just trying to run away, get thumped on the head, thrown into a van, sent to a training camp where they don't trust you enough to actually let you handle the ammunition and the gun too much. And then they throw you in the front line with no training, no leadership, nothing. They just throw you out, surrounded by guys who think the same way. None of you want to be there. You're going up against the Russians, whose sole purpose right now is to close with and destroy you from 5-hour maneuver. and they have a lot of firepower. They know how to maneuver. And they really want to do this thing. This is a one-sided fight. It's tragic, actually, because it could have been avoided, but it's happening. It's real. The Russians won.
Yeah, absolutely could have been avoided. I was shocked. I don't know if you were, that the New York Times a few months ago admitted that the CIA had bases, or at least facilities, in the forest on the border of Russia as early as 2014. I think probably earlier, but they admitted at least 2014. And yet this was so-called unprovoked, right?
Yeah, no, but it's not just that. I mean, you dig into what the CIA was doing. There's standard espionage. Yeah, I hate to tell everybody about it, but spying is the second oldest profession in the world after the first oldest, which is prostitution. And spies make use of prostitutes to corrupt individuals from
Oh, sure, okay.
so they're closely linked. So, yeah. Actually, I don't want to link them too close because it's an insult to prostitutes. But the CIA, the CIA, they've admitted, for instance, because now we know what kind of CIA were there, at least after, in the lead up to this war. They're from Special Activities Center, from Ground Branch. These are paramilitary guys who train the Ukrainians in terrorism. So when the Russians are saying, hey, we see the hand of the West in the Kroger City Hall terror attack, the Russians aren't making this up. The Russians know exactly what happened. They know who funded it. They know who trained them. The American people are asleep at the wheel. Your audience doesn't understand that the Russians have the most capable and efficient nuclear arsenal in the world today. It outclasses ours by orders of magnitude. They're more accurate, they're faster, they're more reliable, newer, they're more survivable. And the Russians are serious about, their doctrine that says, if you threaten us with nuclear weapons, or you threaten us our existence, we would use these nuclear weapons. Russia's not a joke. The concept that Russians are a bunch of drunk guys who go out and wrestle with bears in the woods. And they wrestle with bears in the woods, but they may get drunk. But they're more than that. This is a real nation full of real people that has a real purpose. And they're very serious. We need to treat them serious. How would we feel? I'll ask this question too. Do you remember that intelligence report back when we were in Afghanistan, the war that we never did because we're there for the kid, we're there for the buddies, we're there for the Afghan people, we're there for the Afghan women, we will never abandon. Bam, we're done. That war. Do you remember the report? The Russians were paying the Taliban bounties to kill American soldiers. Yeah. They dug into it and found out that it revolved around 3 dead Americans. One American soldier, 1 dead American, 1 too many. 3 dead Americans that we were accusing the Russians of paying the bounty to the Taliban to kill. It was all a lie. It turned out it was a lie. It's never true. But how enraged everybody was. 3 Americans died because the Russians paid the Taliban to kill them. Yeah. Now let's look where we're happening today. You got Lindsey Graham and other senators saying that the provision of billions of dollars to aid the Ukrainians is the best expenditure of money in the world. Then he does this little Lindsey Graham thing. And he says because for a fraction of our defense budget, we're empowering the Ukrainians to kill lots of Russians. And this is the thing. I'll just make this point. One day this war is going to end. And when it ends, we're going to have to sit down at the table with the Russians. And I know this, that we'll be sitting down at the table with somebody who lost a family member to this war. Lost a father, lost an uncle. And they lost him because the United States enabled the Ukrainians to kill Russians and to lose the cause. We knew the Ukrainians were never going to win.
Oh, yeah.
We know the Ukrainians didn't start this fight. It
Oh, yeah.
was self-defense by the Russians. And yet we, to a bitter end, because we don't care about the Ukrainians. We don't care about them at all. We've sacrificed over 500,000 lives. 60 million people are displaced. We've destroyed their country, and we're still saying, do more, do more. The Ukrainians are finally waking up going, wait a minute, all we're doing is dying. Bang, you broke the throat. But we don't care about the Ukrainians, and damn sure don't care about the Russians. But the Russians know who's killing them. They know who's responsible for this. And if we ever want to live in peace and harmony with these people, we're going to have to beg forgiveness for a long time. Because unlike that fake news story in Afghanistan, We are really paying the Ukrainians to kill Russians.
Well said. Do you have time for one last question, please, India?
But I'm here as long as you need me.
Okay, last question, and I can't think of anyone better to speak on this than you. I covered this, and there's been some reports about how the U.S. is readying a transnational kill chain for the Taiwan proxy war. They just approved the dangerous sale of the Link 16 communication system to Taiwan. Can you talk about what exactly a transnational kill chain is and why the U.S. seems to be both pushing for this proxy war with China and at the same time trying to ease tensions with China because we kind of need them for everything?
Lee, I apologize. I don't know what a transnational kill chain is. I'd have to do.
Transnational kill chain?
Yeah, I think you probably would. It's a communication system that basically aligns everything. Key system in the U.S. military communications, jam-resistant tactical data network for coordinating NATO weapons systems.
Yeah.
So, you probably just know a different name. Yeah.
Look, here's the flaw. United States. This came up when we recently saw a different aspect of this. When do you remember there was a panic a little while ago about the Russians putting nuclear weapons in space? Oh my God, the Russians are getting ready to put nuclear weapons in space.
Lasers.
But nobody ever asked the question, why would the Russians want to do that? And they said, well, EMP, electromagnetic impulse. And people were like, well, why? Why would the Russians want to do that? The answer is that we are now employing this architecture, this satellite based. You know what Starlink is?
Yes.
The one that Elon Musk put up there.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically, a Falcon 9 there goes up there. It just deposits a whole bunch of small satellites. And they go in and they create this galaxy around the planet
I saw them.
for instantaneous communication.
Like,
Well, the U.S. military has been doing that with its own Starlink type satellites. And these provide perfect communications, targeting. Airplanes can talk to airplanes, airplanes can talk to soldiers, ships can talk to everything. And basically, it enables what we call, the broad spectrum domain dominance. We dominate everything. And it gives us additional lethality because we can react quicker than the enemy. We're inside the decision. So we're plugging the Taiwanese into this so that they can be part of our perfect kill network. The problem, first of all, nothing in the U.S. military works. In fact, it almost always doesn't work.
Right.
Especially when it's complicated. It works good in a laboratory environment, but when you expose it to real world things, stresses, and you expose it to the average American serviceman, whom I respect dearly because I used to be one, but just a little war story. When I was in Russia doing the arms control stuff, we had a $12 million machine called Cargo Scan, and we wanted to deploy 900 miles in the middle of nowhere with no Radio Shack to repair it. It broke. So it had to work all the time. I was brought in to do the final test. My colonel returned to the lead Sandia engineers, the guys who built it, and he said, is this idiot proof? Yes, sir, it's idiot proof. He said, but is it marine proof? And the answer was, no, I broke it within 5 minutes. So even well-meaning people, fairly morons by nature, will break things. Let them do it. Break it. You give a marine a bowling ball, they'll break it. And so all this stuff that we do is how much it won't work. But moreover, all it takes is one EMP pulse in outer space, and the whole thing gets shut down. And here's the thing: when I went in the Marine Corps, I was trained on how to do things the old-fashioned way. We didn't have computers. We had maps, acetate overlays, we had grease pins, and all this stuff. If I wanted to communicate with somebody, I did a phone. We had a wire lined up. I talked to them. Called it up private. I wrote out what's called the Yellow Canary. The job gave to them. We had runners.
This was 100 years ago, right?
Well, not quite, but it worked. You know what doesn't work? When I open up my computer, boom, and I can't get an internet. And now
fuck's sake.
Do the other stuff. I'm just sitting there Chinese who have the same technology, but they also train on doing it.
Yeah.
They're still working, they're still communicating, etc. Taiwan buying into this American full spectrum domain dominance concept
Oh,
is
fuck's
actually
sake.
committing suicide, literally, because it's like buying into a worthless fiction. Oh, we're safe, The Iranians go, no, you're not. That's the on the nose. The Taiwanese now are saying, oh, we're safe, we get perfect communications. Nothing works. A Marine touched it, and it broke. So, yeah, that's it's just part of America's.
That's fantastic. Every time I get a new phone,
And
it's worse than the phone before. This device right now, my Surface Pro X, just the fucking worst piece of garbage I've ever invested $2,000 into. Easily $2,000.
So they like the money. It doesn't work.
Had it replaced at least 3 times.
And most of the chips in these
Like, why would you make a...
Well, here's the fun thing about Taiwan.
Yeah, ditto. I very much agree with that statement. Ugh. And there goes the fucking lighter.
Don't want the Chinese to have chips in the States. You're not allowed to have a certain level of chip. You can't, and there's a, I guess,
Kramer. Like the show.
and specific lithographic technology that the Dutch have in both Taiwanese. We don't
Wait a
like
sec.
the Chinese to have, so we banned them from all that.
It does say my name on my channel, right?
Stuck in the stone. That, the equivalent is that every American gets to run around with an iPhone 13. The Chinese are stuck.
I feel like so many of the people on YouTube now that watch are actually people that are on Facebook, on my Facebook channel. Because I know a lot of you guys don't like that I see that you're watching my Facebook Live. And I'm not sure why that. Victoria said that. She's like sometimes I want to watch you, but like I know that my name comes up and I get all nervous and I'm like, I don't want her to know I'm watching. It's like, what? Vic, that's retarded. I know Flav. Flav is another one. One of my favorites. I just wish you weren't so much of a boy.
Chinese might share some of that technological prowess with us. So that my iPhone 13 work better than it does.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that last part. We just started working together with each other rather than trying to dominate each other, and especially from the U.S. empire standpoint, things would be a lot better. Scott, thank you so much for your time. I truly appreciate it. And one thing, your Substack articles, I highly recommend everybody check that out. ScottRitterExtra.com. And then where else should I send them?
That's it. It's a one-stop shop. So you can go there. There's no paywall. It's all good.
Thanks a lot, Scott.
All right, thank you.
All right, Scott Ritter. Very important things to share with us on all of these topics. Okay, I've got so much more for you. We're getting into Netanyahu has revealed his latest
sends 3 Mounties to border with Lebanon to try to grab drones out of the sky?
Roughly 4 right now, and tens of thousands will watch later. But click a thumbs up, click share, click subscribe. Make sure you click the bell icon when you hit subscribe. And then, of course, if you have a couple extra pennies, throw in a few super chats or other ways to support this show. Go to linktree.com/LeeCamp to find out about all of my stuff, all of my shows. But all right, let's get to Netanyahu speaking to his cabinet ministers.
Every night of my life is good night.
And I'm going to read off what he's saying because it is.
And we don't live in a tent anymore, so that's awesome.
I want people out there to watch and listen to podcasts actually.
You know, I've been fucking live streaming for like 5 years now.
Because I now come from meetings
Isn't that crazy?
and German foreign ministers. Isn't it good to see that they're willing to film me?
Like all of my living in my car.
Sit down and have a powwow with them. Says yesterday I spoke with British Prime Minister Sunak.
Oh, it's so bad. Don't even. It's so bad.
I thank our friends for their support.
I just like, I don't have $50 to invest in the paint. And I fucking hate purple. Because apparently purple is not a real color.
In defending Israel,
So like,
that's right, they defended
individualized
themselves
solutions.
against tens of thousands of children that they murdered. That was all defense. In both words and actions, he says, they also have all kinds of objections, and I appreciate that, but I want to clarify that
Isn't he supposed to be wearing a yarmulke?
our own decisions. As we continue to commit genocide. The state of Israel will do everything
Oh no, he's a
necessary
Zionist.
to defend itself. And here's where it gets into the upcoming plans. The cabinet will approve a plan to rebuild. Rebuild doesn't mean rebuild. When you committed
I don't know.
destroyed an entire area, you're building a new
Aren't
civilization.
two Johnnies? Gay Johnny
Prior civilization. So it's not rebuilding.
and that
Rebuilding would be
super
allowing
creepy guy from
Palestinians to live their own
telemarketing.
lives and rebuild their own societies, but now that is just pure
And he was
ethnic
like,
cleansing. You
he
can rebuild the settlements from
he
the Gaza
lied
Strip. Now,
about
anytime you hear the word
being a
settlement coming
father.
from a
He had a
Zionist,
daughter.
for
I
those who need reminders,
thought I saw like a picture of him and his daughter at some point. I was like, don't you have a daughter? He's like, no.
but
I was like,
whenever you hear the word
okay.
settlement, they don't mean settlement like you're
What happened to
they mean,
Maddie?
clearing out the people, whether via murder or ethnic cleansing in some other regard, and
What's
then
that?
putting in Israeli settlements. So anytime you see the word settlement or hear the word settlement coming from a Zionist, just know that it is tied, it is part and parcel to
Play?
death and destruction. It is not just
It even potentially does damage to children. Pulling in her legs. Here she's scooting on the floor.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, solidarity plug. I'm not Tom. He's from Norway. He said.
I did see that
Hello
one.
in Norway. Anyway, he says we'll approve plan to rebuild the settlements of the Gaza Strip. We will invest a very large sum of 19 billion shekels, which is $5 billion. And when he said that, he's admitting that because they're of course not going to pay for Gaza to have Gazan people living there. They're going to pay. Israel's going to pay for Israeli settlement. So this is a full admission of ethnic cleansing. He's not saying, hey, we've completed our military operation, which would still be a propaganda, but whatever. We've completed our military operation. Now we're going to back out and let Gazans rebuild their society. No, he's saying we have
Play music.
large areas.
I hope you don't
Gaza
mean
Strip.
producing
Now we will
beats.
spend $5 billion to steal that land.
One of my last boyfriends, he was like, I produce beats. I was like, I don't really know what that means. Apparently, that's the new musician.
We will invest
He used to be a Band-Aid.
education, employment. He, of course, again, is talking about only
We don't
for
speak the
Israelis.
band.
The
We're
Israeli
here for
state
the music.
only does these things for Israelis. They would never do these things for Palestinians.
Cover songs.
Employment, medicine, and more.
That's cool.
And, you know, if you need a reminder even prior to October 7th,
I sing, but not well.
everything they put to defund, to
When your mother tells you, Matt, maybe singing just isn't your thing.
from getting in. So when he says paying for medicine and things like
I was
that,
like, well, you know what? At least you don't let me go on like one of those fucking talent shows.
people, for Palestinians. No, he's talking about for Israeli ethnic cleansers, the Israeli
I have my guitar
janitorial
right here.
squad of cleansers that come in and destroy people and kick them off their land. He says, Hamas terrorists have asked to surround us. Yeah, terrorists, right? Who's doing more of the terrorism?
My grandpa bought it for me when I was like
70% women and children. Who's the terrorist?
10 years old.
We will surround them, he
That's
says.
right.
Hamas. And of course, when he says Hamas, he means every Palestinian. As they
I also have this one
show,
I'm
they were
refurbishing.
willing to kill children and claim they were Hamas. They're willing to kill babies and kill 2-year-olds.
Oh,
and
no,
say,
don't
"Oh,
even.
that's
It's
Hamas."
fucking latex
It is
paint.
not
I fucking hate
Hamas. These
latex
are
paint.
innocent
Fucking hate
people
latex
that
paint.
They are obliterated.
catchphrase on for selfish, fucking inconsiderate people.
But I thought this video was important most of all, not just to show you his propaganda, but most of all to show you that he is announcing publicly a $5 billion investment in the
I want to get
ethnic cleansing of parts of the Gaza.
that one's an electric acoustic. It's a little music store in my hometown, Ed's. They make them. They take a bunch of old broken guitars and they refurbish. So it's electric acoustic. I cannot find anything like it though. Azalea? Azalea?
It defines so many things, such as what are war crimes, and how countries can behave in war without it being.
I also have my piano.
And of course, Israel has obliterated all of that. They have committed countless war crimes, countless violations.
Thank you. I wanted to sell it.
My family saying in the State
I fucking cried putting it online.
Does the U.S. view the Geneva
I have to get my significant other a bass.
Which, of course, it should. It should apply to all people.
Really good.
But let's see how much trouble the State Department spokesman has.
Want to get a harp? I saw a fucking guy with an accordion the other day, and I really wanted to get an accordion, but apparently the only accordions you can get are like $300 to like $600-700, and they're broken. And then a new accordion is like well over like $2,000, almost $3,000 for an accordion. I was like, okay, so either I could try to start repairing accordions for a living, but I think I want a harp. Can you build a harp?
When he's saying go ahead, especially for those of you listening to the podcast, you might not know. When he's saying go ahead, he's trying to tell another reporter to start talking. Basically, he's like, I don't want to answer that. You talk. Someone else talk. They keep saying go ahead to another reporter because he won't answer this question.
I have a ukulele somewhere. Where? Oh, it's on my piano. I built my ukulele. Oh, fuck. Where did I get it? 9K. No, maybe. Oh, I don't remember where I got it.
You did. You asked a question about my report and you asked to follow it. Please go ahead.
Build a harp kit.
We continue to stress everywhere
What?
that international
What?
be abided by. You are now
Really? In the 19th century, with revolution in the air and reawakening in interest in Irish culture, the harp became a symbol of Irish pride and resistance. Fun fact. So much so, the instrument was banned for a time. Few truly traditional harps survived from the medieval period in Ireland. What?
It should still apply to you, but of course you can't answer that because answering that would basically be acknowledging that Israel
Walnut.
has broken the Geneva Convention
Oh,
dozens of times. It would
depends on the
also
fucking wood.
have to be acknowledging that
What?
Gaza is a people that should have a state.
Mellower, warm and fuzzy tone. Babinga is loud and bold with a big resonant bass. Cherry and Sable are more difficult to characterize. Interesting.
Whether Palestine should be added as a full member of the UN.
Where are you?
The U.S. is working behind
Harps take years to produce.
Now they will veto it if it comes to that, but they're hoping
What?
that there's enough nations voting no that they don't even have to veto it. And so that's what they're doing behind closed
A
doors.
standard
Meanwhile, there are
47-string
people
harp.
across the United States, and here's what's done to them. This is, I believe, at Columbia University. At Columbia University, there was a large protest of people setting up
What?
and saying, basically like Occupy, we won't leave until you call for a ceasefire, until the university calls for a ceasefire, and perhaps they had other demands, I'm not sure. But anyway, this is what our
How did we get here? How did this start? Oh, I can't watch this. Oh, fuck.
These are peaceful, at least prior to being attacked, protesters that were demanding of Columbia University that they call out this genocide, that they call it genocide and ethnic cleansing, that they demand a ceasefire, etc.
Not only the motion of playing the strings unintuitive, it also counterintuitive. It's also counterintuitive. Most people think you yank pulling in fingers and pushing away them.
So you get the idea, but they were just standing there, as she said. But even the presence of
Two hands to play two sets of notes.
demanding Columbia call out this genocide, call it genocide.
Okay.
Maybe they were also asking for divestment, BDS, I'm not sure. But anyway, they were attacked.
One of the easiest to play while the guitar and violin are ranked among the most difficult. Really?
They come in when someone is upsetting the status quo, upsetting the ruling elite. And that is their job, is to make sure that the system continues to operate as it
My hand
was,
is going numb.
and that nothing changes. And here they are tackling and arresting and abusing all these
Oh,
people.
that's so
And,
cool. A
I've
coat
been to many
hanger.
protests where this has gone down.
That's
And
smart.
something, for those of you who don't know, something you have to be aware of is when the police attack innocent, peaceful people, if you were to even just accidentally swing an elbow while you're saying, "Get off of me," that is then assaulting a police officer.
Oh my God.
Gets you, a year in jail or years in jail. There was an Occupy protester, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, who spent a year or more in prison, basically because a cop came up behind her, grabbed her, and she didn't even know it was a cop, and she swings an elbow and hits him in the head, and she's put in jail for a long time for assaulting a police officer. So basically, it's like, let us abuse you, and
I love that.
respond. And
Fucking when you have them face down on the ground, stop resisting. Like,
Columbia. But I wanted to highlight them. I also wanted to highlight our police function, but I wanted to highlight that there are these amazing protesters. I mean, I can't
Oh,
bring you all the
okay.
protests that are going on around this country right now as the U.S. continues to support this genocide. This is a U.S.-backed genocide. Let's everyone remember that. A U.S.-backed genocide. According to estimates, the U.S. sends
A Celtic
batches of missiles and bombs
or
to
a
Israel
lever.
every 36 hours. Every day and a half. We've got loads of bombs showing up to Israel to be dropped on Palestinian children. That's every 36 hours.
Paraguayan
And
harps
that's
are
under
much
Biden,
later.
but it would be the same under Trump.
Easier on the fingers.
Trump would not change anything about it. Here's another
Huh.
protest. Google workers, and I brought you some of this, but this is an update. Google workers arrested after a 9-hour protest in the cloud chief's office. By the way, did you ever see the expression cloud chief? That sounds like somebody who smokes like too much weed and like a lot of LSD, and they're known as like a cloud chief, and they have like sparkles on their face and like a funny kind of weird hat. I feel like that would be the cloud chief. But no, this has to do with the Google Cloud and how they have a massive
Really?
multi-billion-dollar deal to help Israel.
If you copy someone's design, do not try to sell it. The original designer may file a lawsuit against you for plagiarism.
To
That's fucked.
allow Israel to function via the cloud software, etc. And these workers, these Google workers, don't want to be part of it. 9 Google workers were arrested Tuesday night after staging a sit-in protest in the company's offices in New York and California, including live-stream sit-in at a Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian's office. I thought they live-streamed it. I don't even know live-streamed, but yeah,
Oh,
that's the word out there. Now let's jump to Bill Maher getting owned by Glenn Greenwald and Bill Maher, one of these ridiculously insane Zionists, and he continues to support Israel's genocide. He continues to act like it's all this that Muslims are uniquely violent, even U.S. genocide. He's saying, oh, Muslims are uniquely violent. That's just a violent religion, is what that is. Anyway, let's watch Glenn Greenwald just own him.
It's not our fault. We belong to Egypt. We want it with the Muslims better.
We were supporting and following up Mubarak for 30 years, even as we were cheering for all the countries.
So I think what happened before this, I didn't see before, but he's talking about these violent countries, and, such as the repressive regime in Egypt. And Bill Maher goes, it's not all the U.S. fault. It's not all our fault. Look at Egypt. We didn't do anything there. But of course, that's not true at all. We, as Glenn Greenwald said, propped up the former leader, but then also al-Sisi, who's there now and has something like 60,000 political dissidents locked up. Oh no, maybe it was Mubarak. I'm trying to get it wrong. I think Mubarak was trained in the U.S., right? Yeah, he was. Well, I can't find it quickly. I think it was him that was trained at U.S. training camps.
I would say because that we were on their side. It was our government that kept Mubarak in power, just like we've done across the entire Muslim world. And it's amazing for you to say that look all these Muslims, and then you give them a little bit of freedom for a while, and they start being all violent. How can you be a citizen of the United States, the country that has generated more violence and militarism?
Hold on, for one thing, I'm going to replay that. So don't worry about me interrupting him. But so I had it right the first time, and then I corrected myself wrongly. Isn't that great when you throw in a correction on yourself and it's wrong? No, what I was saying initially was correct. al-Sisi was trained at the U.S. Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. So the current president of Egypt trained at the War College, U.S. War College in Pennsylvania, and now he's, and then he also became director of military intelligence in 2010, and anyway, so yeah, Egypt's dictator was trained in the U.S. There you go. So when Bill Maher says the U.S. had nothing to do with Egypt, not true.
How can you be a citizen of the United States, the country that has generated more violence and militarism in the world over the last 5 or 6 decades, and say, look at those people over there, they are incredibly violent. We play a significant role in what is happening in the people who are interfering and dominating that region in order to have access to the border.
So Glenn Greenwald said we've been dominating that region, and we've done so much in order to have access to their oil and protect Israel. And I'd say that's about 95% correct. What he's leaving out, though, is the petrodollar. Now, of course, he said access to the oil, but it's more than just access to the oil. It's making sure that these massive oil countries, such as Iraq, Libya, Syria, are not selling their oil outside of the dollar, because that would have been the real hit. Not that much of Iraq's oil, after we destroyed that country and killed 1 million people, not that much of Iraq's oil has actually gone like in the U.S. coffers. But that wasn't really the problem. What we needed to ensure was that Iraq was not selling their oil outside of the petrodollar, because that would harm or weaken the U.S. dollar, which is entirely based on petroleum being sold in the dollar. So anyway, what he said is not wrong. It just leaves out that little part.
That doesn't happen here.
Well, okay, that doesn't happen here, but at the same time, Iran is invading other countries and occupying them for a decade.
Yeah, exactly. Bill Maher? Is that word? Iran, Please name for me all the millions of people Iran has killed over the past 50 years. Please name for me all the times they've aggressively bombed other countries. You can name one, which is this response to Israel after Israel intentionally bombed their consulate so as to set off a war with Iran. And then the only other time that Iran had bombed another country was in response to Donald Trump killing their general, their top general, Soleimani, in Iraq, while he's in Iraq, which is a U.S. ally, supposedly. And our military murdered him and murdered Iraqi generals. And then Iran responded by bombing a few U.S. bases in the region. So basically, every time Iran has even done a slight response of bombing another country, it was always a response. It was always them being like, oh, you assassinated our top general? Maybe we need to do something. So people are trying to claim that Muslim countries are uniquely violent. Compared to us, dude, we are the dark Sith Lord. They're violent.
Are fundamentalist Muslim countries like the United States. So these things are interlinked because we are continuously interfering in that part of the world. And so to say, well, it's not our fault, but when you send your military,
like a Bill Maher, he's out of arguments. He has no way to defend this garbage. So he's just like, was it all our fault? Like, you understand it's all our fault? Yeah, most of it. The vast majority of it is our fault. Absolutely. And even if you wanted to say, oh, Iran's regime right now is brutal, they're so terrible. The U.S. couped Iran back when there was a more, a less brutal country, a less restrictive country. There was a at least mostly leftist leader in there nationalizing the oil. And what do? We couped them. So we destroy countries that actually are progressing, that actually are doing something for their people. Thank you, stolen TPS report. Yes! And I like the reference to the Office Space. Well done. Thank you. Solidarity, my friend.
carrying for 6 straight decades into other countries to bomb them, kill their children and women. Yeah, you take responsibility for your actions and say, to the extent of that region, that religion goes back 1,000 years before our revolution. So I don't think.
So that was his big gotcha moment. Oh, that religion goes back 1,000 years. Bill Maher always likes to say, well, 1,000 years ago. Nothing you say about 1,000 years ago matters, like at all. It's when he goes, oh, well, there were Jews in Israel 1,000 years ago. As Noam Chomsky said, and I played the clip last time I was breaking down Bill Maher's garbage, yeah, you can say somebody was somewhere 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, but that's not how the world works. Nowhere in the world do they go, hey, I just showed up, but my great grandfather used to live here, and so yeah, this is mine now. That's what I'm doing. It doesn't exist. It is absolute nonsense. Loki said when I had him on the show, he said it would be like Londinium was founded by Romans, and so it'd be like a current day Italian showing up in London and saying, I get your house.
We should. I think we should take a lot of it. And there's lots of bodies and corpses that have been piled up in the name of Christianity and Judaism as well.
Yeah, so Bill Maher keeps trying to make the point, well, I'm talking about religion. It's a violent religion. Do you have any idea how many people have been killed in the name of Christianity? Holy shit! Dude, they came up with new ways to kill people. Have you ever seen the drawings where it was like, okay, first we cut off this part of his skin. Then we knock his teeth out with a bowling ball. Then we're going to put him inside a cage where the spikes, they don't really chop him up so he's still alive, but they're just really owie and pokey. And we put him in that cage for like 3-4 weeks. We still give him a little bite of bread because we don't want him to die yet. But the shit they came up with is horrific. And here he is going, Islam's a uniquely violent religion. Is it? Is it? Thank you, Philip, for the donation. Yes, solidarity. You say Islam rescued tens of thousands of Jews from Christian Spain. Yeah, Christianity incredibly brutal. Not to mention the genocide of the Native Americans. Like, what was that done in the name of? What did people use to justify that? The slavery and murder, because there was tons of murder along with slavery. The slavery and murder of Africans. What was that done in the name of? What was that done along with? Oh, Christianity. You know, it's just so stupid. It's so aggressively stupid to be like, no, only Islam and violence. Very violent people.
Not recently. Have you heard of the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza for the last 50 years, motivated in part by extremist views of Judaism, or the wars in Europe, or the fact that there were generals in the United States saying we have to go any days to destroy Iraq, but Turkey has 26 million people because Aragon is bigger?
Yeah. So what I love about Glenn Greenwald is, like, I feel like I could have the same level of response that he has, like, in you know, responding to Bill Maher's garbage, but he can do it so fast. It's so like Bill Maher had barely gotten out the words not recently. Like, Judeo-Christian peoples have not been violent recently in the name of Judeo-Christianity, and before he even gets the words out, Glenn Greenwald's like, have you heard of the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank for the past 50 years? How about the first Nakba? How about, I mean, he didn't say that part, but how about the U.S. military generals that were saying, you know, our God is bigger than yours? Like, yeah, exactly.
Lots of religions, not just Islam, produce violence.
It's silly liberal view that all religions are alike because it makes you feel good.
No, it makes you feel good to say our side is better than people over there.
Feel good to lie around on your head and say, I'm a good person. How do I
You get to ignore the responsibility that your own government has for the violence. Responsibility to what I say, look, that's primitive religion. Sorry.
Damn you! That last line. That was the best of all of it. Because Bill Maher, when he's beaten in an argument, what he does what he just tried to do there, which is go, oh, okay, I'm wrapping up. He pulls up his cards as if you don't get to talk anymore. I'm wrapping up. And then he throws in one last line that's supposed to be his zinger. And Bill Maher's zinger, as he's wrapping up, was, oh, that's that silly liberal view. You get to think you're special because you say all religions are the same. And Glenn Greenwald didn't let him have his zinger. It's like, no, it makes you get to act like the U.S. government isn't involved in the most killing and death and obliteration because you go, oh, no, Islam is uniquely violent. Yeah. Is that it? Is that it? All right, let's keep moving along here. I am so much for you. I am, in a few minutes, I'm going to do a special segment for locals, for my folks in locals. And this is unique because the reason I'm saving this segment is because I'm actually a little afraid to bring it to you because it has gotten Kit Clarenberg, great reporter, works for the Grey Zone, works for Mid-Press, other places. It has gotten them like banned on Facebook, suppressed on other networks. On Twitter, he's been banned, and I've been heavily suppressed. But apparently, Facebook has labeled him a dangerous person because of this segment. And so that's why I'm only going to bring it to you on locals, because I'm afraid if this goes live on YouTube or whatever, they're going to destroy my whole channel. Not that they're not already suppressing it. But that's coming up in a few minutes. If you want to become a member at locals, just go to leecamp.net or click the red Join Lee tab on Rumble, and it'll take you right over there, and you can join up. But before I do that, let me just bring you that. Thank you, Dan. You solidarity. Goddamn right. Goddamn right. Yes. Let me just bring it to that. Let's see, where is this? This is apparently, so everyone's wondering when Israel is going to respond and what they're going to do to Iran. As Scott Ritter brought to you, the U.S. very much does not want a war with Iran and does not want a war with Iran and has actually told Israel, basically, can you keep your response to something small so that it doesn't create a giant war with Iran? And So apparently, the U.S. has agreed to Israel's Rafah genocide, ongoing plans to genocide Rafah, if they limit their Iran response. So the U.S., this is how disgusting the U.S. is. The U.S. has said, go ahead and just like, you can continue your genocide of Rafah. For those who don't know, Rafah is now the main place that all Gazans have fled to because Israel has steadily been bombing from north to south in Gaza and obliterating it. And something like 1.9 million people out of 2.3 million when this thing started have been forced into Rafah, one area of Gaza. And Israel, although there have been some bombings and some strikes by Israel, has largely not obliterated Rafah, but it seems that they are preparing to. And there's nowhere left for Gazans to flee. They're up against the border with Egypt. There is literally nowhere else they can go. And Egypt's not letting them in. Israel's not letting them in. So those are all their options. And so now the U.S., being disgusting, murderous, genocidal maniacs, has said, okay, go ahead and genocide Rafah, but just don't respond to Iran, or at least don't respond in a big way. Because this would be, Iran would be harmful. Like a war with Iran would be harmful to the U.S. Genocide of Rafah, the U.S. doesn't care. The U.S. has backed this genocide of Gaza for 193 days now. So, and they don't, the U.S. ruling elite, the ruling oligarchy do not care about their children. They don't care about murdering these people. And so this is the deal they've apparently made with Israel. So, lovely. I mean, I obviously hope that it doesn't happen. I hope that Israel does not do a full-on attack of Rafah, but it seems like it's headed that way. All right, this was just the other day. One more story before we head over to locals. One more story. This was the other day. 20 years. It's been 20 years since the Abu Ghraib detainees were tortured by the U.S. And apparently some of them are actually getting a day in court. 20 years ago this month, photos of abused prisoners and smiling U.S. soldiers, not just abused, but tortured, guarding them at Iraq's Abu Ghraib prison were released, shocking the world. Now, 3 survivors of Abu Ghraib will finally get a day in U.S. court against the military contractor they hold responsible for this mistreatment. Trial scheduled to begin Monday and will be the first time that Abu Ghraib survivors are able to bring their claims of torture to a U.S. jury. The defendant in the civil suit is, I think sometimes they call it CACI, but CACI, supplied the interrogators who worked at the prison. Virginia-based contractor denies any wrongdoing and has emphasized to have 16 years of litigation that its employees are not alleged to have inflicted any abuse on the plaintiffs. But this is full-on torture, and just a reminder that the U.S. Absolutely was involved in torture in Abu Ghraib and destroyed people's lives. And this is the moral high ground that we bring you, the U.S. with our moral high ground. But I don't actually know whether this court case will work or not, considering that we have a completely rigged court system here. We have kangaroo courts that are heavily weighted for the U.S. inverted totalitarian system, weighted for the U.S. ruling elite. They're both weighted towards money, and they're also weighted towards business. And I don't know that these people will actually get anything. Maybe there'll be some kind of settlement where ultimately this military contractor agrees to pay something, but I wouldn't hold out hope. I mean, we have such kangaroo courts. It's just a completely corrupt legal system in so many ways. I don't know how well this military contractor is doing. Generally, our war profiteers are doing very well. So if they have billions of dollars to throw at this problem, to throw at this these people have been tortured, then they likely will win the case because it's all about money, the number of lawyers you have, the ability you have to drain the pockets of the people you're fighting in court. It's a rigged system. But only 20 years later, and they finally get a day in court. Isn't that lovely? Okay, I've got to bring you this story about the CIA, ISIS, Kit Klarenberg, and this story. I'm keeping it just to local folks because it apparently has gotten him banned on Twitter and heavily suppressed on Facebook. Facebook has now declared him or categorized him as a dangerous person. Kit Klarenberg was also, he's a journalist, but he was also arrested when he landed in London. It could have been a year ago. I'm not sure exactly, but a while ago. And they interrogated him for 5 hours, stole his laptop, I believe, and his phone, and ultimately had to let him go because they didn't have anything on him. But this is what they're doing to him for basically stories like the one I'm about to bring you. And that's all at leadcamp.net. It will forward you straight to my local page. If you want to become a member, scroll down to become a subscriber. That's the paying member version, $6 a month, cancel anytime. You could join up for $6 and cancel right after you're done with it. But even if you're not going to join us over at Local, I hope you will at least hit subscribe on Rumble and YouTube. Hit the subscribe button, it's free. Hit the bell icon, and I'm also on.
You're what? Oh. Oh, no.
A cop tried to add me on Facebook. Like, what do I even do? I don't fucking give a shit about AI fucking meta bullshit. I don't care. What do I do? Wait. You're not SPVM. Where do you even live? Oh, fuck me. Police. No, thank you.
Lawrence Martin is one of the most credible people writing on the Hill and has been for many, many years. He would not put pen to paper unless he had something. So I know him, and I know that to be the case. I also noticed that Governor Law said, I've already answered that, but actually hadn't answered that part of the question. He arrived and he delivered good. Anybody who's been in politics will tell you how this works. You're getting ready, you've got good staff, you say, okay, say that you're with the Prime Minister, that you've got a great job, that you're there for the next week. Just run through this. And they gave him the 4 or 5 things, and he just stood there and he delivered. It was very heroic. So obviously something's going on.
B6. Fuck off, really?
He's also the guy that doesn't give anything to. He'll go in front of the cameras. This guy's taking somebody's whole career.
Oh my god.
When something goes south, he's the guy. He's got good habits. He just supports it. But at the
What
same
are
time,
you?
hurt his credibility sometimes. I can't see him going for this. But the
A Chevy pickup?
only condition I put on that is that he
5 S10? What the fuck is an S10?
in other words, he became the replacement for Trudeau during the leadership race on the condition that he not be one of the candidates. That would seem to be a possibility. But I don't see how he put lines.
That's my fucking truck. That's exactly the truck I want. Nope, never mind. Bourbon,
Follow through. There was obviously something there. You know,
like the envoy.
there's a little bit of smoke there. There's obviously a fire there somewhere, but we'll find out.
It's perfect. Nope, two-door. Oof. Oh, yeah. I want a four-door. Gotta be a four-door. Fuck two-door. I like it. It's a native-owned truck. Who?
You know, it's weird. I was really surprised. I mean, I have to.
Interesting.
When we were building an LNG industry in Canada, you know, despite
Interesting.
Justin Trudeau's opposition to it, lots of ways, Dominic was
Huntington.
resource investment, those kinds of things. And, you know, I think he'd be a big other curve prime minister. But, you know, I kind of talked, I think, sort of touched on it. It's hard to see what's going on behind the curtain here. And I do think this theory that the prime minister may be considering stepping down.
We've one mutual friend. How's that possible? Justin. Justin, who the fuck is Justin Calder? Yeah, fuck. Where the fuck do I know you from? Where the fuck do I know you from? Shut the fuck up. I haven't seen that chicken forever. We have the same birthday. There's a lot of dogs. Fuck off.
I think the people that we should be throwing cold water on that he should, for the longer his friends. Like, yeah, obviously, well, that you're a very small meeting, so we got talking about whatever they talked about. And, you know, this goes on. I mean, when I was working for Premier Davidson, so a lot of ministers were running around in education environment. And he said to me, and he told me to do anything about it. He said, no, he said, as long as they're out doing good government and they're out, you know, bolstering the party's reputation and so forth, they will seem to be unless they go over the line. This was something that happened for some reason. I think the only way we're talking here about a race like that 8 or 9 candidates and not 3, is that it may show a chink in the armor, but I'm not even sure it warrants that. You've got people who were sitting having a discussion with Bernard with
Yeah, I totally remember you.
possibility and ongoing policy.
You're kidding. That's nice. Sammy Apology.
I thought for some time that he was going to give himself a field shoot. You remember over the Christmas holidays, we were told he brought his new
Yeah, I totally remember you. Elementary school.
shooting blanks. He's giving himself until the end of this current session. And
Why
then
not?
we saw the picture in the summer, and he's still 20 points behind. But he's got a full career.
It's actually the same birthday for me.
He's got a very big value on the film market.
Her sister Nikki. Oh my god, gross. Jessica Calder. Multiphilium. Ugh. Jeez. You very much like those little bulldog things.
But I've always thought that he's been keenly aware of one thing, which is the party's president was the only one that's never had a woman.
Her sister Nikki was in a car accident. The fucking engine was on her pelvis and into her pelvis. Her friend in the backseat ended up dying like a couple months later from drowning. Went under the bridge to go pee. Fucking fell and slipped and hit her head and she fucking drowned. Where the fuck do I know you from though?
It will be, and I think there is zero chance Dominic Rizzo, who is a loyal soldier for Prime Minister and all
Nice fucking car.
character, I think there's zero chance he's doing this without some sort of discussion having happened with the Prime Minister. They're trying to keep the caucus under control. You're running around, you're coming to Vancouver and raising money and all that stuff. They want that to stop, and you think that having Dominic out there in the window, someone who is ultra confident, loved by the party, is going to try and pound him down. And this idea that he's doing the Prime Minister's back, I think.
Green light? Happy green light? Born reject. Oh, they played a show at fucking Fatal, I think. Ew. Yeah! Shut up. That's her. She's a hooker. You can post my profile. Hmm.
How they might be affected by that capital gains thing. Anyhow, yes, it could use like
It's so bad.
but it could also affect people that might get caught up in it unintentionally, or even if they have a little bit.
Budget day, I think I probably bad policy, but good politics. We don't like those. I think around the view that it's actually good policy, but bad policy. You're moving the taxes more towards neutrality, and that 2/3 inclusion rate is basically equalizing the tax rate of capital gains dividends. That's good policy in and of itself. The problem is, only do that. Don't do it as part of a broader tax reform. You are going to basically raising taxes at a time when that's the last thing the government should be doing. But in policy terms, it's even worse. I think actually political terms, it's even worse. As we saw, the government should have learned from all this battle. If you only do one reform of a tax and not of a broader thing, we have winners and losers.
Okay, so we need to just get the fuck off here. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Particularly when it's true for the itself
Mm.
small businesses, like you So as you say, it's not just the people who can declare $250,000 in capital gains in a year who are going to get funded. It is people who have second homes, cottages, etc., and it's people who have corporations. And there are people like John. I had one coffee at lunch today complain simply about this. I can remember that happening after any previous budget. So they may find this is going to
Yeah, it could also bring properly.
And then go to waste.
That it is about parents actually with the parents taxing system. I don't know that it's really unfolding that way right now, but it's not how.
Always dangerous.
Can we fuck off of this?
Command attention in the media in a way that the people who are not. I'm not convinced that people who are struggling to pay a mortgage on the first
You're so skinny.
to buy a first home or find an apartment are going to have a lot of sympathy for cottage owners who worry that their $700,000 profit might be taxed more or closer to what their actual income is taxed, which is what happens to people who do not have that cottage. So I think the saving grace for the Liberals on this is that the Conservatives understand the perils of making this their choice battleground on this.
What?
That they will be exposed as fighting for people. It's easy to write the story about the single mother who is using, etc. for attention. It's easy also to show that they are defending someone with a $2 million gain on a cottage on a nice lake in Ontario. And then you look like you're fighting for people who actually have more than a home. It may be bad politics, but I noticed that today the Quebec government announced
It's too skinny.
the federal and tax at the same level. So I'm guessing that the revenues are worth more than the bad optics in the eye of other governments. We'll see. But anyways,
all I would say is that the argument could have been made about the small business section, that they were basically, they were perfectly doing changes. They were basically just likely limiting the ability of people to turn themselves into corporations for tax reasons. So you wouldn't have thought it would cost you the average person in the government. But the ability of a very determined group that sees itself as victim is really convinced the ability of that government to make a lot of trouble for a government, that group to make a lot of trouble for a government, and occupy space with the government would like it to be devoted to other questions.
And that kind of tells you probably why the Liberals spent 3 weeks detailing their budget before presenting the budget. Because ever since we did present the budget, that is basically all you've heard about. You didn't hear about the deficit that's higher because it's not so
Hmm.
You need every good week of media coverage. So anything that talks about that is better.
It's still better than racing the GST 2 points to get the same income.
I'll see it. That's true. That's true. That's true. I'll see it. I think
Huh. Change. Ooh.
And now the government is saying we're doing this to pay for housing for millennials and Generation Z. And I think that these individuals who really feel like this is really unfair, like that they're not going to access real life that the parents had, will feel that are just really tough. In a few days to see what the polling is, but their deficit with millennials and Z is so large that you have to think that they have thought this through, and this is what they're saying. So all these people might complain, and they might complain really loudly, but they're the ones who are preventing you from having a home, from being able to afford your rent. I think that changes the calculation and the gamble for the government. Amber doesn't believe they thought it was the record, and that was
Just not sure we have to accept that.
that's fine. That's fine.
It will help the government if the people complaining are all baby boomers.
Or all people who have a lot of money. Therefore, we have been criticizing the budget, but when the office of the leader sat down with having done is black, it was not to it what government program it was to use and ways we get rid of. Because we got to be quality. You know, not that, you understand? That's the conservative leader who's saying war doesn't discuss the budget, resonate with me. But no, I have to disagree with interesting and revealing because I thought the questions were fair, they were substantive, there was an attempt to get real answers from people that were policy issues. I'll let you evaluate the answers. What do you make of
I thought that his answers on the dental plan or Obamacare were actually offensive in the sense that and they do not answer the question fully, but in the sense that these are plans that the government that see the light of day. I believe dental care is going to happen.
Yes.
And I didn't hear Mr. Poilievre saying that if it did happen, he would crush it. But he is right in saying that these are works in progress. And before you decide you're going to trash or eliminate something, you should at least know that it exists. And on Obamacare, I have strong doubt.
Althea had a very strong reaction, so we'll go to her next. Well, it's not, I mean, he said clearly during that interview that not a single child teeth had been cleaned through the government program, which is actually just not true. So the program,
No,
I
he
mean, was
didn't say child's teeth, he said that
teeth. Well, no teeth. Well, so according to the government's own website, 436,860 children have used this program. Now, it isn't the fully fleshed out version of the program that's supposed to roll out in January, but the interim measures that were agreed upon with the NDP that was in December 2022 have materialized. Lots of parents have received money, more than 400 million. So you can't say, I would hope that a politician can't go on national TV and just lie like that. Like that's not fair to the audience. The argument of facts does not mean making up facts so we can argue about things that are not accurate. I find that very troubling.
And he was giving that interview in Quebec where kids were covered before the federal election. For the record.
And watch this before they get your impression. Just about how what he's trying to do in terms of how he's describing the budget and position himself.
The bill that brings in not Obamacare, but some timid beginnings of it would be considered a product of the drug system. Now, that is potentially true if they were ever to go to universal single payer, if there is a flag like saying government office.
Powerful.
Yeah, oh, sorry, yeah, but look, he absolutely at some point has to talk about what he's done. I think he's like to talk about what he was done to try to bring spending back in line with revenue. Whether he will or not, I don't know. On the day after the budget, I'm not sure he's necessarily obliged to go into detail about spending. I think an opportunity either on the day of budget or the day after budget, but the focus is fire on the government to say the proposals that it has put forward, which do indeed involve rampant there's no necessity to be raising taxes for financing the programs the government put forward, but somewhere surely to God in a $500 billion budget, you can find the savings that out of the program. So, you know, he's not the reason fire government that way, but I think it's something where you can look at it and start to talk about what you can do.
I understand the part about buying. Quebec Lieutenant was on the radio saying the federal government spends $21 billion on consulting. Actually, the figure is in millions and not billions. But the critique of the budget is one thing. I don't think that Poilievre needs to say that he's going to be killing programs that have yet to take off. And at this point, he is right when he says the pharmacare program is just a word on a press release.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's fair. I actually thought it was quite revealing for what he chose to say and what he decided not to say. So he don't have in on what he was doing on pharmacare or what he was doing on healthcare or even what he was doing on capital gains because the anchor kind of tried to direct him in a way that he didn't really agree with the anchor. It wasn't really clear and then that took it over. So we don't really know what he would do on capital gains. I think there is a lot on the Tory side of let's wait and see what's entrenched, what we could get rid of without paying the price, and then we'll decide. But he has been very clear. He does want to reduce the size of the deficit and eventually the debt. He would be very honest about what otherwise it means. I don't know, which I appreciate. I like it when politicians tell you what they don't know. He has talked about, reducing spending in order to not use spending is outpacing that, actually. It does feel like the Liberals stole a few pages off the Pierre Poilievre playbook when it came to zoning around public transit, for example, the way they deal with municipalities. So there is some overlapping ones. I like it when politicians talk to the media, and I do think that the audience was more learned. They did learn something just with the more factual.
I don't think he has to oppose the family. In fact, I think he's smart not to. I think it's hard to talk about what's the broader tax reform agenda. How should we get the tax rate down rather than why should we have a special preference for capital gains? That's both smart from the conservative tax policy perspective. I think it's also smart to do it.
Well, so has that he will reduce income tax. He has said that. The capital gains thing just seems like a bit of a trap for him. Just a little bit. I mean, this is, to me, this is fascinating because Andrew Drury was a close ally of Trudeau, was very supportive of Trudeau. I get why publicly you have to say these things, but I just don't know, like, what is the state of the relationship that he's engaged in with that?
And what he just suffered a rather stinging violence that he's providing to the Paul Frickman they want going away. So he's, how much of a part
carbon tax played in that, I don't know if it's actually that hard, but it certainly conditions the premier to say, oh, it's because of that, or oh, it's the put it on, but it's like that. So,
Yeah, I mean, maybe he calls the president. I'm going to use you as a straw man. Hope that's okay. I don't know, but no.
I don't think the relationship is that warm at this point. The premier Curry is being Trump and some person, and the premier's called for a pause on the carbon tax. He wrote letters, he participated in those, of course, ministers meeting almost from the outset, which gave a lot of momentum to the issue because it allowed the opposition to say even the liberal premier is calling for this. So, no, I don't think that they're sharing notes at night over what they do. But it did bring back memories, and let me age myself here. I remember covering Ontario at the tail end of the Pierre Trudeau era. And one night, when David Peterson, then Liberal leader, but not premier of Ontario, lost the by-election, the Liberals could have won, I remember him saying, I am not going to win a single by-election or vote until I get that Trudeau office off my neck. And that is what happens at the tail end of usually a reign federally versus provincial ways. So I looked at Premier Curry and I saw a young David Peterson.
I'll see how do you Yeah, I think a lot of appreciating under pressure liberal leaders because of the carbon tax, and the conservatives have done a really good job of trying to basically make the liberals in line with many. There are a lot of people who don't know the difference between sort of different levels of government and different political parties. And for them, the liberal is a liberal, and if the liberal, they're responsible for the carbon tax, and you can also be responsible for the carbon tax. So there is, an uphill battle for some leaders over time. For the premier of a province who actually thinks that this is not the best policy, it's also a useful foe to fight against, just like it is for conservative premiers in other provinces. I think it's worth mentioning, though, if you don't like it, you can also develop your own plans, like British Columbia and Quebec. And that does seem to really be part of the discussion. It's not convenient for any of the current speakers who want to fight with Ottawa to have a talk about how they can not target or
also possible that what's dragging them down is not the carbon tax, but here it doesn't put it on the first one already. In which case, they're doing the favor by saying it's not done by
but a lot of work here.
As for the alternative plans to the federal carbon pricing, as Premier Mullen, Saskatchewan put it, they looked at the alternatives and all of them were for those.
As Andrew had told us before, is indeed proposed this thing. All right, thank you all for Want 20% off every government order? Or 50% off all your pet food? Try subscribe today. Easy repeat deliveries with free shipping. Pause, skip, or cancel anytime. Subscribe to Save Today.
Fucking wrist. Ooh. Mhm. 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 Search. Mhm. Why? Nope. I'm freaking. Okay. Off. Nope. Mm. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. I'm reducing the fucking ad. Okay, I'm gonna freak out. Okay. Nope. Okay. Hmm. 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 Oh my god, I love it. Feels like that actually. Huh. Ooh. Like that. Oh.
This disturbing report reveals so much about how Israel is allowed to get away with total crimes on a mass scale and about how the US plays a pivotal role in facilitating. Now, around 1.5 million Palestinians, a majority of Gaza's pre-war population, that is those who survived, are crammed into Rafah, a city in the very south near the border with Egypt, a town which had a very small pre-war population, certainly not meant to accommodate a population of that size when it was close. Now, most of Gaza's civilian infrastructure has been severely damaged and destroyed over the last 6.5 months. In nearby Khan Yunis, after Israeli forces withdrew, we saw pictures of total devastation, with around 90% of buildings estimated to have been destroyed. We can see that the Israeli state has willfully, intentionally left most of Gaza uninhabitable, as indeed many of its leaders and officials promised they would be. In Rafah, meanwhile, up to 40% of buildings are estimated to have been destroyed, which in any other context would rightly be regarded as frankly apocalyptic, but makes Rafah one of the least devastated parts of Gaza. Now, supposedly the US, Israel's main patron and protector, of course, has been warning Israel off an assault on Rafah. But Israel keeps saying, loudly and proudly, that they're going to attack Rafah. Indeed, Benjamin Netanyahu has suggested that there's a date already finalised. If that happens, the consequences will be catastrophic, as we'll discuss. But now we hear a change of plan is mooted from the United States. According to the Qatari media outlet Al Arabi Al Jadid, the Egyptian officials have told them the following. The American administration showed acceptance of the plan previously presented by the occupation government regarding the military operation in Rafah in exchange for not carrying out a large-scale attack against Iran. The officials tell the outlet that preparations are underway so Egypt can deal with any possible impact of the planned assault on Rafah. Now, the US has been denying this report. We know, according to Reuters, that the US and Israel held a virtual meeting about Israel's plan for Rafah Thursday, a follow-up to a similar meeting held. Reuters says the meeting comes as Israel considers launching an attack on Iranian targets in response to Iran's launching of a barrage of drones and ballistic missiles last weekend against Israel. It adds, Washington is trying to dissuade the Israelis from retaliatory strikes to avoid inflaming an already tense situation, the second US official said. Now let's just consider how Ukraine is, how monstrous this is. The Israeli state bombed Iran's consulate in Damascus on the 1st of April, killing several Iranian generals and military officers. According to the New York Times, they told the military to defect to the US just before they did so, just before. It notes publicly US officials voiced support for Israel, but privately they expressed anger that it would take such aggressive action against Iran without consulting Washington. Well, that just sums it up, doesn't it? The US provides unequivocal, limitless support for Israel in practice, occasionally engages in private and public campaigning, but uses none of its actual massive levers to stop Israel behaving like this, for example. It then says the Israelis have badly miscalculated, thinking that Iran would not react strongly, according to multiple American officials who were involved in high-level discussions after the attack have been shared by senior Israeli officials. Now here I'm going to have to arc my eyebrow in a cynical way. I don't believe for 1 second that a country like Israel would bomb a foreign consulate, clearly violating international rules and release laws, and wipe out their generals and army officers unless they expect a substantial strike in response. And I know the reasons they didn't tell the US is almost certainly because it isn't obviously in the interests of the United States. The United States is a profoundly damaged power after the military cataclysms of Iraq and Afghanistan in particular. So triggering a wider war is just not in its interests. Iran and all the destabilization that would mean. Now, apparently Israel had planned this strike for 2 weeks previously. What actually happened is Israel clearly intentionally willfully began the military escalation plan. You have to be, I'm sorry, profoundly stupid and or government if Israel did not deliberately initiate an escalation. That then raises the suspect of regional war. That distracts everyone from Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza, which A, has proved a strategic failure for Israel. After well over 6 months, they failed to achieve their war aims. And B, which is decisively shifting public opinion against them in the states which arm and support. Now, it forced this action, or forces the action, of the US to stop succumbing to public pressure. And instead, then Joe Biden describes what will be the ironclad support for Israel against Iran, so it stops the backsliding. And it drags out the war, so Netanyahu can't be removed from power to get out of corruption charges. And we can also see another benefit here, which
which is Israel says to the US, well guys, we either trigger a regional war with another attack on Iranian territory, or you let us do the murderous onslaught on Rafah that you told us we can't. It's your choice. What do you want us to do? Pick one. Well, you can see then, can't you, how this escalation, which we're supposed to believe was a miscalculation, has played in their favour. As a brilliant Israeli journalistic reader puts it, the most Netanyahu thing to do now would be to use the threat of real retaliation in Iran to secure a green light for a massive attack on Rafah. He actually wrote this just before the reports came out. So obviously this guy knows what he's talking about. The most Biden thing to do would be to fall for it, allow the former, and then likely get the latter anyway. Well, indeed. Look, some might go, well, look, this is just one report, one source, and one Qatari news outlet. But the point is, look at what's happened all the way through. The US has allowed Israel to commit some of the worst crimes of the 21st century. Self-evidently caused massive destabilization, with frankly even more destructive consequences for an already hobbled United States. Quite plausibly destroyed Joe Biden's chances of getting re-elected, with all that means for the future of US democracy. And the harrowing of the US rounds captured another. At the beginning of last month, just before all this in the proper context, the human context, The Intercept reported a leaked diplomatic cable from the US Embassy in Israel, written by officials of the Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance at the US Agency for International Development, acronym USAID, about the consequences. This is about the consequences for all Israeli information about what it means for actual human beings, which is what we should talk about. It said about a potential escalation of military operations within southern Gaza's Rafah governorate would result in catastrophic humanitarian consequences, including mass civilian casualties, extensive population displacement, and a collapse of the existing humanitarian response. Multiple relief actors have warned USAID's about disaster assistance response team. They added an offensive in Rafah would likely block the entry and transport of fuel and life-saving humanitarian assistance throughout the enclave, rendering critical infrastructure inoperable and leaving people in Gaza without food, medicine, shelter, and water. Well, that's a really key point, which is completely missing the works, because Israel has prevented the aid that Gaza desperately needs for countries. But the covered is a huge length, and I'm going to do all of this, which is having willfully starved to stop people getting the necessities of life. The Rafah is the main, obviously, means just there, the poor who need it, for getting that assistance across, and then all of that will be prevented by the Jones Law, and it will have consequences, catastrophic consequences for people back. Now, this leaked cable also makes it that Rafah was already in a catastrophic situation then, and that was the beginning of March, and we didn't know about. Well, look, yesterday it was reported Israel has deployed extra artillery and armoured personnel carrying the Gaza periphery, suggesting preparation for their long-threatened ground offensive. Now, here's another key point. What Israel's entirely manufactured standoff with Iran has done is shift attention away from the atrocities being committed by Israel every single day. Atrocities which, so they keep right saying, rank amongst the worst committed in the 21st century. Atrocities which, to just the single for these atrocities was committed by a state hostile to the West. We would see wall-to-wall coverage of just one of those atrocities. And I'm going to give you an example. Just listen to this one. We're looking at a very horrific attack that just took place at a Maradi refugee camp within the past 45 minutes or so. A drone fired the missiles on a group of people. Later on, we learned it from eyewitness in the area that this were a group of the children at a playground that was set up near a camp for displaced families. That those children are regularly visiting this playground. And just as a father of three children, I understand why displaced families would send their kids just for an hour, a couple hours, just to keep them entertained and release all the negative energy and death. Because right now, displaced families have the hardest time inside tents or inside other people's residential homes, trying to stay protected and safe. But it's as necessary as also staying safe, just to give space to those children. So 11 children have been killed in this attack, and just one wonder what threat these children have and posed to have the Israeli military fire a missile drone on them. 11 reported kills, with dozens of injuries in the area. Those who have the scene of the attack describe horrific scenes of the children torn apart by the massive explosion caused by the missile. 11 Palestinian children slaughtered after an Israeli drone fired a missile into a group of children at the playground.
again, should I have to play this? Imagine it was 11 years old, or 11 British kids, or 11 American kids. You know what it is. And you know what it says about the value attached to life in your life. And let's go on. And, remember that the Israeli state claimed that military is the most advanced in the world with sophisticated high-tech. They all know imagination. What the hell is happening here? Do you know what? Disgusting. Unlike Iran's attack on Israel, which kills no one, there won't be wall-to-wall outrage over the Israeli kids killing Palestinians. As there's been a lack of outrage over over 40,000 later kids being killed. Why? The Palestinian life is considered more. I'm sorry to add to the
Oh, the people who are watching right now are the fucking repo guy. And again, that's
so many costs being thrown in Israel, and barely no, damage, and the people of Israel are safe. It's just because one reason: they didn't hit Israel, most of it. And just imagine how things would have looked if the missile that our defense secretary was showing to the world, defense minister Gallant was showing to the world. This is a 5-story size, 18 meters. Huge missile. And think about it, falling in the middle of the city like Jerusalem. We're now in beautiful scenery of Jerusalem, but look how populated it is. Just think about it, hitting neighborhoods and people and children. It would have been a disaster.
Well, there's no better illustration of the mentality. She asked us to imagine the horrible destruction of an Iranian missile had landed in the middle of Jerusalem, as if we have no other reference point for the mass destruction of innocent Iranians before the Jews. Apart from it that Iran's weapons were aimed at military targets, and they didn't know, or just knowing they would not succeed. Actually, not justification, I should add, for either Iran's regime, which I have no trust, or indeed for a military strike, which I oppose, or military escalation. So like the people poverty bombers who have frankly caused mass death and mass destruction and still affected men, women, populations, statesmen, and people who feel their assets. The fact is, there's one unfortunately white Gaza. As I keep saying, it has been so horrifically bombed Gaza that it now looks different colour texture on the planet. So when including the buried in the rubble, we could now be looking at an estimated well over 50,000 Palestinians slaughtered, and that's just those who suffered violent deaths, not those who were dying, for example, for lack of medical care being around 20,000 of them kids. So those are responsible. Those responsible for these abominable crimes, and we don't regard Palestinians as human beings. So they can't look at these hideous atrocities they've inflicted on them and feel any pain in their suffering. So they have to invent hypotheticals that if those they regard as their own people to be killed by an attack, which never happened in and indeed, earlier this year on national radio, this ambassador refused to deny in the UK radio interview that she was arguing for destroying the whole of Gaza. And when asked if she was advocating destroying every building in Gaza, she responded, "You have another solution." Which should be abundantly clear. This is a genocidal onslaught. The key plank of this genocidal onslaught is the story of Rafah, ensuring there's no habitable in Gaza for its population, combined with a policy of mass starvation. The intentional famine will play as well, and it seems on the central line. The US administration and its Western allies have done nothing to stop this, just empty-handed you of the Israeli state made it clear that they have wishes because it can call the blood of those who have in practice massive damage. And that's why the horrors that are to come, on top of the horrors that have already happened, are not only on the Israeli state, but on the Western states. Please like and subscribe, do leave your comments, do share this video, and have a click on the phone video, patreon.com/country.org.
Yes, sir.
This is a podcast. Anti-Semitism, free speech here in the United States. This is ground rules. So we're asking everybody to understand I have a liberty and aggressive body, and I will cut people off. However, I just want to make sure we civil. No crosstalk if possible. Try not to cut each other off. Definitely no ad hominem attack that's going to be a total no-go. And absolutely coming at you. I'm not going to be enforcing time limits in terms of responses, and I do encourage both interaction, asking questions to each other. If we do ask a question, I'm going to request that it actually
in general, I have questions that can help guide, but I really would like to leave it up to everybody here. And so I think with that, I'm going to offer some opening statements. I give everybody, let's say, a couple of minutes or 3 minutes or so. And so with that, I think we should go ahead and start. We'll start with you, Dennis. Dennis Prager is the founder of Prager University and the host of the Dennis Prager radio show. On the topic is Israel's invasion of Gaza morally justified. Let's start here.
Well, thank you very much for the order of watching. I really would just like to have a lot of talk to do with it. The dilemma in the Middle East has always been the same from the beginning of Israel's creation in 1948, and that is the basket slavers do not want there to be a Jewish state in their midst. That is the entire problem. One side, as I put it all my life, one side wants the other side dead. And in case you were doubt about it, October 7th should have made that clear. If you really want to have a serious moral debate, and one should, and you're not already committed to the anti-Israel side, I have a question. And I think this question more or less clarifies everything. If Israel announced, we are disarmed, and we will fight no longer, what would happen? If the Palestinians said, we are disarming and we will fight no longer.
Disarm.
If you are intellectually honest, you know the answer to the question. The day after Israel announced it disarmed, you would have on October 7th of the entire population of Israel. There would be finally an actual genocide, not the false accusation of Israeli genocide itself. If the Palestinians announced that the next day, or perhaps the next week, there would be peace. This is the only time, as the little excerpt I saw when I spoke at Oxford and debated this issue, this is the only case in modern history where people believe that democracy, the free state, the state with an opposition press, an opposition party, civil rights for all citizens, including its 2 million Arab citizens, the peace-loving state, the democracy is the aggressor, and the police state that tortures its opponents, they're the good guys. That is how inverted it is. I have a theory as to why everything is inverted, and I believe it is because it is the one Jewish state in the world. There are 22 Arab states, there are 52 Muslim states, there are 200 states around about that number all over the world. Only one is targeted for extinction. There is no other state targeted for extinction. Only the one Jewish state the size of New Jersey. And so, back in the issue, one side wants the other side dead, and it has been true since 1948.
Thank you very much. Jake, what are we going to use? Founder of the Young Turks.
Yeah. So first of all, we should clarify the question, because if we're saying, hey, was Israel right to go in the first place after October 7th? I say yes, but it depends on how, and how long you're going to stay, how do you conduct affairs, etc. If we're talking about how Israel has conducted this war, whether they should still be in there, that's a hard no. It's not even close. It's been absolutely
Has anyone seen anything from
not only has it killed over 33,000 Palestinians, that was probably a lot more than that inside the rubble, 76,000 wounded, 1.1 million people starving. I think that that is good for Israel. I think that you ought to have a sanity check. So not only is it devastating for the Palestinians, potentially devastating for the world, that Netanyahu now advocates for a broader war with Iran and engulfing the entire Middle East, which will be catastrophic for America and the world. But for Israel itself,
Dude, how have you got into the fucking Middle East?
you must stop the occupation. 75 long, brutal years. So it's one thing to say, hey, theoretically, Hamas would do this. And by the way, I'm then going to say all Palestinians would do that, or all Muslims would do that. Area to go to, right? It's another thing to say, yes, while we theoretically don't want our state to exist, we are actually preventing their state from existing. I mean, it's such an ironic argument. Hey, we prevented their state for 75 long years. We prevented them from having freedom for 75 long years. We brutalized them in every possible way. We humiliated them in every possible way. Number one, you can't believe they're fighting that. Are you serious? We talk a lot about this in the debate. But so, if it was people, Jews
been surprised the Jews fought back against the Germans during World War II. Would that have been terrorism? Is that what it would have been? That's outrageous to say that. Of course Jews should have been able to fight back against the Germans. Any occupied people should be able to fight back. We can go to Armenians fighting back against the Ottoman Empire. So those are my original people. I'm Turkish descent. And if you said, oh, the Armenians, how dare they? They should have won the Turks. And they should have said the Turks are the greatest people on earth. And they should have been occupied and accepted their occupation. I can't believe they fought back. And you know what? When the Turks moved them and killed them, they were defending themselves. They have a right to defend themselves. And I don't think I don't think you understand how biased you sound and how it does not sound to anyone outside of your camp that you're in a rational world. So if you want Israel to be safe, you must end the occupation. It is not optional. So is the goal here to say, as Netanyahu is clearly saying now, he's saying, I do not want a two-state solution. Permanent occupation means permanent war, permanent terrorism, and a disaster for Israel, let alone the Palestinians.
She's the author of Second Class, How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Men, which we have a copy of on the desk right over there. She was so kind to give us one. Go ahead, podcast.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here with this panel. Are we all in agreement that Israel was just to invade after October 7th? Shane, you agree with that? Dennis, you obviously agree with that. I agree that. Dave, are you in agreement that that was a just?
I would say like Shane, it depends on what you mean by
what follows. Sure. But the initial invasion itself, you can see that from a just what September, which that would have been justified based on October 7th, based on having conducted itself. There was a way that Israel could have conducted itself that you would have felt comfortable with that type of reaction on October 7th. Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, look, if you're spending your opening asking me a question, it's a fairly complex question, but I would certainly say that Israel was more than justified in pursuing and killing anybody who was involved in it.
Well, I think that's
Fucking
very
nutcase.
important because then you can narrow the scope of the debate. It doesn't have to be about whether the war is just, but whether Israel's behavior since invading was just and the way that it was carried it out. And I think the answer to that is very clearly yes, because first of all, the measures that Israel has taken, obviously we look at the destruction and it is horrifying. We see these children, we see women, we see people being impacted in the most horrific way. And it looks horrible, but the reality is that war is horrible. And the thing that we have to determine is Israel engaged in a war or in war crimes, right? Is Israel engaged in justified response to a Hamas attack, or is it going and doing things that are beyond the core? And the evidence is to suggest that Israel is not only behaving in a way that every other party has behaved in a very similar situation, but in a much more careful way, despite the massive destruction. And the evidence for that is in the efforts that they have made, the millions and millions of phone calls they made. We understand that Israel telegraphs to the enemy before every single thing that it does in Gaza. They're literally giving away the plan in order to get civilians out of harm's way. Now, can more be done? More can always be done. But have they gone further?
Because it's a war crime. If you fucking murder civilians, no fair way.
Last week, Hamas put out a statement on Telegram in which they said they cannot account for 11,000 of those. So Hamas itself reduced the number to 22,000, which means that if you take the number of Hamas soldiers who have been killed, right? Israel says 13,000. Hamas itself in February admitted to 6,000. We're talking about a ratio of combatants to non-combatants that, again, simply have not been seen in urban warfare. All of these things, I think, come together to suggest that despite the enormous devastation, and I'm with you on that emotionally, we have to analyze this objectively and conclude that if you are saying 33,000 as the number of dead, you are mourning the butchers. And I think that's shameful. I think it's really important that people who are mourning the civilians make sure that they are careful that they are not mourning exactly what we all have agreed on, which is that the butchers, Israel had every right not not just every right, but a moral right and moral obligation to kill right.
Thank you, Bob. Dave, you can go ahead. Median and toast are part of the problem in podcast.
Sure. Well, since we have a short opening here, I think I'll just respond to a couple things that I've heard you guys say so far. So one of the things that I've noticed almost in every war is that it kind of drives people down to some base collectivist understanding of what's going on here. You know, this side is bad, this side is good.
Are we the
No one
baddies?
really seems to see the nuance that there are individuals involved.
Yes,
So, for
yes, we
example, in the war between Ukraine and Russia, you see people who have the Ukrainian flag in their Twitter bio.
Oh, I've been to Russia. I've been to Russia this whole time.
Russian defeat. Never really considering the fact that many of these Russian young boys were conscripted into this army, and that they're victims too. And you know, when Mr. Prager says one side wants peace and the other side wants to kill all of these people, it's a very convenient collectivist way to look at things. But the reality, the objective reality of the situation here is that there have been atrocities on both sides committed against the other side. This is true throughout the history of the existence of Israel. This is true
He was
before
on fucking tit for tat.
nation Israel, with the Zionist settlers, the British, the Arabs. There were atrocities committed on all sides. And to say that everybody, as if, or to imply that everybody on the Israeli side
Yeah, who
wants
started
peace,
it?
and everybody on the Palestinian side just wants, that is just not true. There are lots of Palestinians who just want peace, and there are lots of Israelis who want their land and are quite willing and will openly, explicitly say they're willing to do whatever it takes to take their land. Now, your point about how, I mean, you said every single striker won, no, that is just not true. That's objectively not true. They do warn sometimes, but that also leads to the question of, does that mean that whatever you do is just okay? The reality is that this is not just a war like any other war. And it doesn't mean other wars are justified necessarily, but there's a very big difference in one war compared to almost any other war we could think of. And the major difference that I see is that Israel has dominated the Palestinian people since at least 1967, probably go back before that. Let me just say this. If we look at things in not a collectivist way, and we recognize that there are individuals, and these individuals make up different groups. Let's say we have the group that is Hamas, made up of individuals, but that's Hamas. Within that group, we have the militant Hamas, and we have the political arm of Hamas. They are different. We also have Israel, which is made up of its citizens. We have different political parties within Israel. Okay, let's take this one group for a second. The innocent Palestinians. I hope both of you can see that such a group does exist. There are some people on the pro-Israel side who will explicitly tell you that that group does not exist. I think if we're being honest with ourselves, there is no group that has been more victimized than the innocent Palestinians. And at a certain point, maybe we ought to think about that group. Nobody has been through it worse than that group, the innocent Palestinians. And at a certain point, I think the question needs to be asked, does Israel have a right to do what it's been doing to the innocent Palestinians for many, many decades?
Raji did steal a little bit of my thunder because, you know, I'm big glad that you answered that question. Dave and both responded in that way about how exactly what the question from the superimposed comment is that do we agree that Israel at least either had a right or was justified in taking some action as a result of Palestine. So my question, I think, to both of you, and both of you can feel free to chime in after both of them respond, is if we look at the original statements for the group and for the invasion, is that the Israeli military was supposed to accomplish three objectives. Number one, they had to destroy Hamas, the militant terrorist organization. Two, they had to lead to the release of the hostages. And three, they had to make sure that October 7th it never happened again. So in this conduct of the war so far, do you believe that they have been successful with those objectives? James, where are you going?
It's really been prevented by much of the world. And I feel that on this entire issue, I'm looking every analogy could have been applied to Nazi Germany. There were innocent Germans who were killed by the Allies in the bombings and in invasions and so on. No one denies that. But to point out that there were innocent Germans while the Nazis were in charge is a morally idiotic. It means nothing. It only means that every innocent German's life that was taken is the responsibility of the Nazis. Every innocent Palestinian life that has been taken is the responsibility of Hamas or Hezbollah. That's it. The analogy is perfect. There is one difference between Hamas and the Nazis. And I never called any group in my 40 years of radio Nazi. I never called an individual that, although there were Nazis of the 1940s. But there is only one difference between Hamas and the real Nazis of Germany. The Germans hid their atrocities. Hamas posts and videos them.
I think that they have, I would say, destroying Hamas definitely. They're not going to get any single one, but the idea that using a symbol will ever breed open air again seems to me very far-fetched. I think they have given him underground forever, and, they cut off the head, and the idea that Hamas to be able to improve at this point seems to me very unlikely. So look at the hostages. No, they failed on that front. I think they tried, maybe they could fight harder. I think, unfortunately, a few of them are dead. I want to say about that, but I think on that they've obviously failed. And as to another October 7th, I think a lot of that has to do with what we're seeing now in terms of the realignment happening in the Middle East, to where you see Saudi Arabia cleave to the idea that they too will be able to join the Abraham Accords at some point, that the moderate Sunni and Gulf states rush to develop defense amazingly to protect them from these Iranian rockets. And to me, that is, I don't think a war like a strategic one. And I'm sure we're going to get into where does the United States fit into all this, where does we want the United States to fit into all this, but from that point of view, and Iran back October 7th, should it happen again, is going to need to happen in a very different Middle East one, and Israel has a lot of support from the Arab nations, and that makes it less likely as well as
That's the only difference you can see. I just had a few others that pop to mind. The Nazis were a government. The Nazis had an army. The Nazis had an air force. The Nazis had submarines. The Nazis controlled from France to Poland and all of Europe, whereas Hamas can't even control Gaza effectively. I mean, I'm starting to think that you can't see any differences because the Nazis killed over. Well, okay, but hold on. You said that wasn't what you said. You said that you can't see a difference. The Nazis, okay, but did not get the hint of all difference. The Nazis killed over 10 million people outside of the war conflict. Just in terms of people that they killed, let alone the tens of millions of people who Mike Trump was responsible for. So yes, I do see a moral difference between the two. I'm not saying October 7th was horrifically immoral, but if you're going to say you see a moral difference, that would be like if somebody had murdered 2 people, and you're like, I see no difference between that and Nazis. Okay, they're both immoral, but there's enormous differences between the two. Now, to the other point of the idea of can Israel eliminate Hamas, even if they were, which I don't think was feasibly possible, that they eliminated everybody who is a member of Hamas. I mean, in order to do this, you would have to look at, if the images of Gaza City aren't enough, you would have to look at images 5 times over of that, and it's going to result in just slaughtering innocent people, not to mention excess mortality, where hundreds of thousands of people are going to die as a result of this in the future. But even then, you would be dealing with another Hamas-like group. Because if you don't understand what creates this problem to begin with, look, this is the problem. This happens all throughout history, all throughout the world.
The whole reason for Hamas.
First, it was after the Versailles. But then, it was after the Great Depression, or the hyperinflation, when things go terrible. That's when the worst, most violent extremists first rise. And that's what the future is going to be, unfortunately.
Something really staggering happened in Gaza since October 7th, which is there have been protests against Hamas. For the first time there were protests actually recently in 2019, but they were fought by Hamas in a very aggressive, violent way. But the people of Gaza, the innocent people of Gaza, yes, that you mentioned are speaking out against Hamas because Hamas is stealing their food and their aid, and they are seeing, and they've known all along, the role Hamas plays in their lives. But the fact that Hamas has lost support in Gaza since October 7th, while gaining support massively in the West Bank, right? And you think how different the Palestinian populations are in different areas. I just don't buy it that Israel is creating more and more Hamases and Hamases and Hamases. I think that there's evidence that actually the opposite is happening.
Okay. ISIS.
We have to get out of this cycle.
You are on record as the U.S. permanent member, I'm aware of saying that there's no comparison at all between Hamas and the Nazis. No, you changed what I said. No, wait. No, I didn't say that. Wait. All right, you don't. So you think morally they are similar? Yes or no? You said I can't see anything different about this. Yes, I'm not one of them talking morally. Yes, Mr. Prager, Mr. Prager, what's beautiful about the internet is what you just said. It is on record, so people can see what I'm saying. It is on record. There is no moral difference between the Nazis and Hamas. Both want to exterminate Jews. That is what we're talking about. Not whether or not the Hamas has taken over Czechoslovakia. That's an irrelevant point to what I mean. There is no moral distinction. Hamas would like to butcher every Jew in Israel, maybe in the world, I don't know, but certainly in Israel. It's in their charter, and that's what they announced. They're proud of October 7th. They're proud of rape. They are proud of burning Jewish families, and the Nazis were proud of the Nazis hid it. And Hamas posted out. That's the one difference. And that's the one difference. See, you make the point again, that's not the one difference. There's other differences also. Go ahead. If anybody watched this debate and they didn't know what was happening in the world, they would think, oh my God, I guess Hamas is this giant power. He's been abusing Israel this entire time. Poor little tiny Israel. And Hamas is this gigantic power crushing Israel. What are you guys talking about? Hamas has got pea shooters. They did terrible damage on October 7th. Now Israel's done 30 times worse to the civilians. They've massacred civilians after civilians after civilians. Israel is Goliath. It is not David. It is the Germans in terms of military power. It is not the Jews. The Palestinians are the equivalent of the Jews during the Holocaust. They have been put into ghettos, and they have said, you have no freedom. You will serve us and serve us only. And right now they're saying, you're going to have permanent occupation. And so are the Jews not supposed to fight back against the Germans? Do the Palestinians, hold on. Do the Palestinians not have a right to defend themselves? And we only go one way, where Israel can crush. And how dare you, lowly Palestinians, fight back? How dare you? That would have killed 30 times more of you, and you'll occupy it forever and ever and ever. And we're supposed to accept that? Are you guys nuts? You're never going to accept it. Never, ever. I love you. If you think the Palestinians are now more anti-Hamas and more pro-Israel, you have more mind. They despise Israel. And they would fight for their home. That's the most important one. They are going to fight Israel forever. Not because you hate the Jews. Oh my God, you're Nazis. Oh, for no reason at all. You were just walking by and all the Jews they find, they hate them. No, they took their land and they still have it. They have them under their thumb. They control the water, the power, the food. And they have it. They're starving them to death. And you think this is what they just coincidentally hate the Jews and that's them driving them out? No, they're fighting you because you're occupying them. This is the most obvious thing. Why did the Armenians fight the Turks? Why did the Greeks fight the Turks? Why did everyone fight the Turks at the end of World War I? At the end of the Armenian fight? How did they hate the Turks? Because we were occupying them. They said we might kill them all, which they did. That did not give us a right to go back into Greece, occupy Greece for 75 years ago. How dare you defend yourself? You hate Turks. We can kill you forever.
if there is such a thing in your eyes.
So that's what I would have to say, because everything I have been on October 7th is good that exists. That's the possibility of.
Great question. So I condemn Hamas for killing civilians. I also condemn the IDF for killing civilians. And now the IDF has killed 30 times the number of civilians that Hamas did. And I know you guys didn't dispute the numbers. That's a very classic thing that people on the oppressor side do. Okay. So, first of all, in terms of the numbers, I go with what is internationally recognized by news organizations and human rights groups. So, and those groups say, no question that the Alpha history of anything has been conservative, well over 33,000 deaths overall. They do not know how many of those are Hamas. Israel at one point made up a number like, hold on, at one point the IDF made up a number of 13,000. And then a couple of weeks later they changed it to 9,000. So it's obvious that it was made up. Do I trust the 9,000 number? No, because IDF, everything they have said so far has been disproven by news organizations and human rights organizations. So I don't know what the number of Hamas is they killed is, but it is a tiny number, and based on the numbers, even if you took the IDF numbers, the 9,000, already the civilian to military ratio is worse for them, significantly worse for the IDF than it was for Hamas. So Hamas are 30 terrorists who went and killed those poor civilians along with the soldiers that they killed, but the IDF is also obviously terrorists.
Hamas's number, that's 6,000. Hamas's number, that's 6,000.
Oh, sure. Okay. Please Hamas. No, I don't believe Hamas. I'm saying at a minimum. Okay. Because Hamas may be underestimating, but they're not going to overestimate. I object morally to Israel. It's going to fall more aggressive.
If you're average, how about, 8,000? Okay. What is the civilian to combatant ratio that you would have accepted?
0. None.
Like, what is the civilian to combatant ratio that you would have accepted as moral and just?
So when you look at the scope of conflicts across the world, not in the past, but in this day and age, after World War II, where all war crimes were put into place, there are, generally speaking, quite awful but acceptable. It's 2 to 1. So, for example, America would not drop 2,000-pound bombs. They wouldn't even drop 500-pound bombs in Fallujah when they were cornered. Israel wanted to drop 2,000 bombs all over the place, and that is why they have a worse civilian to military ratio, kill ratio than Hamas. So you acknowledge, okay, let me ask you back, you acknowledge that Israel's worse terrorists than Hamas because they're killing more civilians, both as a raw number and as a ratio.
What does a legitimate defense
I don't believe that you don't distinguish between intentionally targeting women with rape, babies, children, families, intentionally being dismembered. I don't believe that you think that is morally equivalent to an army that is targeting combatants.
That's hilarious.
You think those are the same morally?
No. Let me just address that. No, I have to address that.
I'm saying I don't believe that you think those are the same.
No. First of all, we're talking about two different things here. So when you say, hey, do you condemn and do you find it morally acceptable they kill the children and rape, etc.? Of course not. That is totally morally unacceptable. But if you say, hey, Israel does not target civilians, that is, I'm sorry, but I think it's a comical point of view. And so they definitely, and by the way, this is really important though. When Hamas kills a baby, we all condemn it. Israel has now killed 15,000 children. And you know what they did? They crushed their skulls, they lit them on fire, and they burned them to death. And you know how they did that? With 2,000-pound bombs. And they did it on purpose.
And I want to get to Dennis as well, and Dave, because they both have this. Have you ever wondered why you're not getting faster? Or maybe you wondered why you adjust your training plan after every weekend ride or hour?
Well, we just launched an update to adaptive training that takes care of these issues for you. It's called Red Light, Green Light, and it predicts fatigue and burnout before it happens. Now, this is not a readiness score. It's one of a kind, and it's the next generation of fatigue. It uses AI to understand how to do adaptive training at a very deep level, knowing your historical limits, your current limits, and your potential. It analyzes your actual performance during every round, then uses its understanding of you to decide how much recovery you need to avoid burnout and stay fit. We've been testing this around the world with athletes from riders to weekend warriors, and they are absolutely the reason it works so well is it combines the power of AI with the training principle of super compensation, making sure you get the right amount of recovery after training. And this even works when you aren't training. It'll analyze every ride or race all year, letting you train and ride how you want while avoiding excess fatigue. So how do you use it? Just keep doing what you're doing. And you may see yellow or red days pop up on your calendar for training. The yellow day means you are nearing a point of fatigue that can make your training potentially detrimental. And if you had a hard workout schedule that day, it'll adapt to it endurance. Red day means your training is likely to be unproductive. If you had a workout schedule that day, it'll adapt to it. Now, the changes it suggests to your training plan show up like normal adaptations. All you have to do is click accept adaptations after your workout. We know you're going to love this feature. We're excited to share it.
Resistance that targets, if Hamas had only targeted military, we would be having a totally different conversation. Okay? I think we would agree on that. Resistance that happens in the West Bank that is non-violent, as a very dear friend who's the head of a non-violent resistance movement in the West Bank, his life is impossible because of the double standard, the double legal standard between Palestinians and Israelis, which is unconscionable. Of course, that is totally, you don't know anything about it.
No, I appreciate you knowing that.
That is totally legitimate resistance. Military targets, nonviolent resistance, BDS. I don't like it. I find it offensive. I find it a double standard, whatever. I support the right of people to resist through boycotts. That's like a time-honored American tradition. These are all legitimate forms. Using rape as a tool of war is not legitimate. And we all agree on that, by the way. So I don't think we disagree about this. It's just when you say that the occupation led to October 7th, it sounds like you're saying that it is justified by the oppressor.
I want to get back because I asked originally what legitimate housing self-defense is this in your mind look like? I'd like to know.
Legitimate Palestinian self-defense would be, we no longer want to destroy Israel, let's make peace. They were offered a state 5 times and they rejected it. Bill Clinton thought that Arafat was a phony and he did everything possible in Camp David to give them a state. They don't want a state, they want to destroy Israel. And as regards Palestinians, how's this that many people like to talk about? There are 2 million Palestinians in Israel as Israeli citizens with the same rights as Jews have in Israel. And not only that, they're pro-Israel. They are more pro-Israel since October 7th than they have ever been, and that is according to Arab sources in Israel. They're occupied. Why aren't they occupied? Why are 2 million Arabs in Israel so happy to be in Israel?
Because then hopefully they could murder.
If Israel wants to commit genocide against, you say genocide all the time. So why are no, I'm asking you. Okay, I'm sorry, you were looking at me. So I don't distinguish between the two of you.
Okay, I will quote your debate partner. You don't know anything about me. I have oftentimes said that it is true that I would certainly say that I do think, well, I wouldn't say they are exactly equal rights. The Arab citizens of Israel, if you were to be a random Arab citizen of any country in the Middle East, I think you'd rather be a citizen of Israel than a citizen of anywhere else.
It's important.
I 100% agree. That is important. And let me tell you something. If you were going to be a citizen in the United States of America or under Saddam Hussein's Iraq, you would much rather be a citizen in the United States of America. That doesn't justify the war in Iraq. That's the point. It is important. I give Israel a lot of credit. Israel is a great country. By the way, I think the entire Zionist experiment is really amazing when you think about it. That a group of Eastern European Jews sat down and said, we've been through so much that we want to form our own country in a land that we've never been to. We want to base it around a language that we don't speak. We want to get international financing. We want to get all this. And they pulled it off. They actually did it. And they made it a really great place to live for the people who are citizens of Israel. That's not really what's in dispute. The point is that there are 5
million people who are under land that they've controlled since 1967. And at a certain point, you can't just claim, like I've heard people argue, this isn't even really an occupation at this point. This is an annexation. They've taken this land and they basically said at least, no, I do not. No, I do not. And I'll respond to that. Okay, fine. So let me respond to that. So you just said that you were talking about Camp David 2 in 2000. You said Arafat was offered everything and he turned it down. Two things I'll say on that real quick. Okay, number one, Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the acting foreign minister at the time in these negotiations, he said himself in his book, and he said it on an interview in Democracy Now!, that if he was Arafat, he'd have turned the deal down too. And I highly recommend one book that I'll recommend for everyone to read, The Truth About Camp David, written by Clayton Swisher. This guy was a security guard there. He went around and interviewed everybody involved for 3 years after the fact. I highly recommend people read that book. The truth is that, yes, Bill Clinton threw Arafat under the bus after the negotiations, but Arafat wanted to continue the negotiations. The Israelis said no, and the Americans said no. That's a fact.
Yeah, no. Okay, so this is an excellent example. My motto in my 40 years of radio has been I prefer clarity to agreement. We don't agree, but it is clear. You think the security guard at Camp David is a reliable source, and Clinton made it up that Arafat was responsible for rejecting it.
I don't think that I don't think that Jeffrey Epstein's rapist friend is a reliable source. Yeah, agreed.
At the
I
time,
actually just
yes. Okay, that's fine. Okay. I don't like Clinton at all.
I knew I'd get
We happen to agree about Clinton's moral character as it developed. Certainly, okay. But it is a lie. No.
I think Bill Clinton lied.
So your claim
Wrong.
is that they were not offered the state. Is that correct? Tell me yes or no.
Because
I don't understand.
It's not that they were
Politicians
offered the state.
lie.
What they were offered, and by the way, we can listen to Netanyahu when he doesn't realize he's being recorded, and he's bragging about how much he fooled Bill Clinton because he put all these poison pills in the agreement, and therefore they would never really get a state. What they offered them was nothing that really looks like a state. It was, you can have technically 96% of it, but there's Israeli controls all throughout it, and all these different sections are divided against each other.
So here's the big picture. I'll be very, very quick. The average Israeli would do anything to get the hell out of the West Bank and to have peace with their neighbors. That is what Israelis care about. They want to raise their kids. They want to have peace. They want to have prosperity. They want to keep producing the most advanced medicines in the world, as the Israeli medical industry does. They don't want to occupy Arabs. It was forced upon them. It was forced upon them in 1967. And one final key point: now, the Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran and others all say all of Israel is occupied land, not the West Bank, not Gaza. Israel is occupied Palestinian land. That is what from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free means. No Israel.
Free speech topic on that. Jake, you haven't been able to speak. I saw you objecting about the occupations here.
There's so many things. Look, guys, I'm not on either side in the sense that I want every Israeli civilian to be protected. I want every Palestinian civilian to be protected. And as a Turk, I've been kind of the middle here as well, because we also occupy Palestine. We occupied a lot of people, right? So I've been on the Israeli side, and oftentimes when I hear you guys talk, you sound a lot like my Turkish relatives, to be honest. And that's not a great compliment, because, and I love my Turkish relatives. Sorry, guys. But when you talk about anything that's related to Turkey, Turks are the most angelic creature that's ever existed. They never did anything wrong to anybody. Golly gee, them occupying. No, those people wanted to be occupied, et cetera, right? So looking at it, when I look at those peace negotiations, for example, I think that in the beginning, Israel was honestly terrible and violated almost every peace treaty they made. In the middle, they were pretty good. And then at the end, now with Netanyahu, the last 20, 25 years, they've been awful. Okay? So in the middle where they were good, it's actually not the Camp David Accords and the 2000 negotiations. There's other sources. There's one of the lead American negotiators. I believe his name was Robert Malley. I hope I got that right. He said, oh, this is a fraud. We never really presented a real state to the Palestinians. Jimmy Carter said the same thing. So, but
Omer actually offered a pretty decent deal to Abbas if it was a real deal, and I think that he should have taken that. I even think that the deal in 2000, it was not great, but they should have tried harder. Arafat should have tried harder to take that deal, because I remember covering it at the time and thinking, guys, I don't think you get it. You have no leverage. America is going to cheat on the side of Israel from time immemorial. They have the greatest military in the history of the world. You guys have no leverage. Just take any deal, because you're going to be occupied forever. So I wanted to take a deal, and I wanted to be diplomatic, okay? But in the beginning, but like this idea that Israel is just, oh my God, they just offered everything to these Arabs. They just always reject peace. That's ridiculous. After 1967, by the way, one of the peace treaty was, hey, in Egypt, Syria, Jordan, especially in Egypt and Jordan, recognize Israel, and then Israel was supposed to give back the Sinai Peninsula, and it didn't, and that's what led to the 1973 war. So these kind of violations have happened over and over again. So in terms of, and I've got to clarify something that Dennis keeps saying. There's a difference between genocide and Holocaust. So is Israel trying to do a Holocaust of the Palestinians or Muslims or Arabs? No. They're not trying to kill every Muslim or Arab or Palestinian in the world. But that's not what a genocide is. Srebrenica was a genocide. There was 6,000 Muslims killed by the Serbs. They were killed because they were Muslim in the area that they were in, so they were targeted based on their race. The same with the Armenian genocide. Genocide means targeting based on race and usually ethnic cleansing. That is textbook what is happening in West Bank right now. And so when you talk about, the Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, Netanyahu wanted to split those two things up so that he could say, and this is, by the way, in the Israeli press, Times of Israel, Haaretz, etc. And the idea there is so that Netanyahu and the right-wingers in Israel can go, oh, we have no negotiating partner. We have no partner for peace because I don't know which one it is. And I know you said Palestinian Authority, you said Hamas. Oh, look, Hamas is attacking us. Can you believe they're attacking us after 75 years of occupation? Okay, well, I said 75 years of occupation. That is exactly the view. I'm glad you said it. That is the view. Israel itself is occupying Palestinian. It has nothing to do with the West Bank. It has nothing to do with Gaza. You said 75 years. That's how old Israel is. So, but can I clarify? No, because I want two-state solution. I want Israel to be a safe haven. So what does 75 years of occupation mean? 20 years were not. What difference does it make? It's different. So I just want to do this because as you're pointing out the strategy of Netanyahu to prop up Hamas, which is widely reported, and I saw you nodding at that. I think there's no denying it at this point. But hold on.
Humiliated.
Right. So, but let's talk about this a little bit because I think this all kind of ties together here, and it's one of the points that Dennis just made, where you said, look, Israelis don't want to occupy territories, and that certainly is true. This is my point about being collectivist as individuals. That is true for many, many Israelis. There are lots of them who were very happy. They were all behind Yitzhak Rabin. Let's make a deal. We don't want to be occupying these guys anymore, right? But then there's also members of the Likud party and people like Benjamin Netanyahu. And one of the explicit reasons, which he has stated in his own words and many high-level Israelis, I could read this to you guys for the next hour if you want. They've all said it. The reason why they wanted to prop up Hamas was not only, as Jen said, so that the international community would never recognize Palestinians, but so that those Israeli citizens wouldn't be able to put pressure on them. Because if it was a PA in charge, so many people in Israel would say, hey, they want to make a deal, let's make a deal. And so the Likud party cynically, intentionally funded and propped up this terrorist organization that is every bit as bad as you said, Mr. Prager. I agree with you on that. But here's the deal, right? So if that's true, which we all know is true, if that's true that the Likud party propped up Hamas so they wouldn't face internal pressure and they wouldn't face external pressure to give the Palestinians their freedom, then I'm sorry, that blows up the Israeli defense for this war. That, hey, it sure does suck that we got to kill these innocent people. It's Hamas. You propped up Hamas so that these innocent people would never get their freedom. You don't then get to use that group as an excuse for why you can slaughter them. Sorry, no reasonable person can defend that. For the record, so that everyone knows, it was the Palestinian Authority before the word Hamas was ever known that murdered all the members of the Israeli Olympic team in the Munich 72 Olympics. That this portrayal of the Palestinian Authority minus Hamas as wonderful people is sick. No, but that's That's such a cheap cop. That's such a cheap cop out to point to one atrocity in history. It is an atrocity.
All the blown up buses, all the blown up schools.
What happened in Northern California? That was all murder. 50,000. Sorry, all right. But it's just to one atrocity and then say get out of jail free.
It is objectively true that there has been atrocities that have been committed by the PLO and also by members, not necessarily the Israeli government, but certainly the Israeli Heritage Organization. Sometimes the Israeli government as well. But I do want to get the response. I do want to get the response to this whenever it comes to the genocide question, because that's one that is very hot right now, specifically for the American audience. This is a key point of the intra-left debate around Joe Biden and his candidacy. So, Batya, I would like for you to respond to make the case around why Israel is or is not committing genocide. We'll stick on this question and we'll get some responses from over here as well. So, Batya,
don't believe Israel is committing a genocide, precisely because of how Shanks defined the word genocide, which is the intentional targeting of a people based on their ethnicity or their race. And that's clearly not happening here. First, aren't you curious what I'm going to say?
You're up soon, but Dave is next.
They're not being targeted because they're Muslims or Arabs or Palestinians. They're being targeted because it has embedded itself within a civilian population, right? None of us would accept, I hope, that if they had only killed, let's say, 6,000 Hamas terrorists, that would be a genocide, right? We would understand that was a military campaign to rid Israel of a danger threatening to its civilians. These people who have been killed as a result of Israel's attempt to eradicate Hamas. And so to suggest that they're being targeted because of their race, and we don't believe that. We know that that's not the case. We know that if they were Palestinians living in Israel or living in Jordan, Israel would not be committed to dying as a result of Israel's actions. And furthermore, you can point to all of the ways in which Israel has tried to move the civilian population out of the way. They moved 1 million people out of northern Gaza into Khan Yunis and into Rafah and into southern Gaza to get them out of the way. Now, I see you smiling. You're probably thinking to yourself, oh, she's proving my point. It's ethnic cleansing. But here's the point. I mean, it's either the ethnic cleansing charge and the genocide charge are a little bit contradictory, right? Because if they were trying to commit a genocide and they're just simply, eradicate the world of Gaza's Muslim population, surely they would not be moving civilians out of harm's way while they're trying to get rid of the presence of Hamas in a certain place or not.
Then they showed up to Egypt, and Egypt was like, fuck no.
I think it's really funny to both claim that Israel doesn't do enough to protect civilians and then to use a word like ethnic cleansing, like a nasty, accusatory, racist word, when they actually did trust, like ethnic cleansing, like to suggest they're doing something, racist, when they tried to protect the civilian lives of the people living in northern
Okay, so look, I wanted to say that in terms of the charge of genocide, I don't use the word genocide. I just think that the debate evolves into semantics every time you use it. The international legal definition of genocide is so incredibly vague that it's like if you try to destroy a nationality or ethnicity in whole or part. So then, if you were to murder 2 people of an ethnicity, I just don't even care about the debate. I'm saying it's wrong. And in terms of the term ethnic cleansing, there is no debate. Every single new historian in Israel concludes that there was ethnic cleansing at the beginning of the creation of Israel. Now, I know I'm just making that point. I just want to go back to revisit something here because I literally just made what I feel is the most important point of all of this about that. I think the entire Israeli defense is destroyed when you add in the component that they intentionally propped up Hamas so that the Palestinians wouldn't get their freedom. And as a response, Mr. Prager invokes an atrocity that happened once. And okay, that was an atrocity. Yeah, let me just finish.
Jewish,
Yes, I know you can invoke the rest of the day.
Muslim.
Yes, okay, can I finish?
Non-Hamas Palestinian atrocity.
What happened in Zaire, Yassan? You want to have
It was 1948.
So what? Okay,
there was no war in the history of the world.
It's a cop-out.
So it's not a cop-out. I'm acknowledging the area I said was awful.
Okay, so that's wrong. Let me just finish my statement, and then you can continue.
So it proves
Wait, exactly, it proves nothing. My
So
point
then
is
why
it
did you
proves
make
nothing.
it?
Because I'm mirroring how your point proves nothing. dodging the point that I was making about this current war. Yes, there is, it's objectively true, there have been ungodly atrocities committed by both sides.
Not both sides. That's a lie. That is a libel. It is not true.
It's a libel. Okay.
Other than Pierre Yassin, which was during wartime of a village and absolutely terrible, tell me where there's been Israeli atrocities comparable to Palestinian atrocities. Go ahead. Everybody quiet. Name it. Or you libel.
Yes. Wait, so why the one I wait? Hold up. So the one I said doesn't count. Why? Because it was during wartime.
No, because of the exception. Oh, so to make a generalization, Israel commits atrocities and Palestinian commits atrocities. You can't name one other than in 1948 in a village during a war. That is a libel of Israel. And you
listen, you can keep saying the word libel.
Yes, it is a libel. Okay, if you want to equate atrocities on both sides, that is a libel. Libel means, Israel is as guilty of atrocity as the Palestinians is a libel of Israel. I don't know why that's complex.
Hold on. When I was asked the question here, well, I'm just saying, if yours don't count, then fine. But if you want to ask for the atrocity, it's happening right now in Gaza. So I don't know what point you're trying to
prove. These are atrocities.
Yes.
Oh, I see. So this is the same as blowing up school buses of children.
I didn't.
Then you're using the same term.
You said that. I didn't say that.
Okay,
don't you know, here's very quick. My point was that you mentioning an atrocity that happened in the past did not counter the point that I just made, that this destroys Israel's defense for this war. And I just made the point that I could name atrocities too. You're now claiming that I'm equating things that I never said were the same and accusing me of libel, which is tired.
So respectfully, it is higher than both commit atrocities is tyrant. Okay, that's why.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. Okay.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, but he lives in a different planet. Okay, so first the genocide thing, let me just finish that real quick. And then, okay. All right. Okay. All right, so first of all, just finish up the genocide real quick. Every genocide defender who says the same thing, and I don't mean it in a personal way, guys. I just mean that the Serbs literally at the International Criminal Court said, well, we didn't target them because they're Muslims, we targeted them because they were there and they were against us. The Turks said, we didn't target them because they're Armenians, it's because they struck us first and they did this rebellion and they were killing Turkish civilians. What the hell were we supposed to do? We had to move them and we had to kill them. So we have a right to defend ourselves. You're mirroring exactly what every defender of a genocide says. Well, and what I say back to the Turks, my own people, is, yeah, you didn't kill Norwegians, you didn't kill people from Botswana, you killed Armenians, and you targeted Armenians. And in the same exact way, Israel is targeting Palestinians. The fact that it's because they're there doesn't help that case at all. You're moving them, you're killing them, and you're targeting Palestinians. That is a genocide. Okay, so hold on. I haven't even, that's just a quick point on genocide. I didn't even get to the actual thing, because he's making a point about me doesn't agree with the word genocide. Okay, I don't care. Okay, so I don't care at all. So there's a lot we don't agree on. He's a libertarian, I'm progressive. So we disagree on everything. This is so terrible. We agree on so now the core of the thing is, like this, the reason I say Dennis lives on a different planet is, he says, name one Israeli atrocity. Everyone out there that isn't an Israeli supporter is screaming into the camera, right now! Right now! So, for example, Hamas killed 34 kids on October 7th. I came out immediately, condemned it in the strongest words. I can't believe it. Well, how is that helpful? It's immoral, it's counterproductive, it's dumb, it's terrible in every way. 34 poor Israeli kids. There are now 15,000 dead Palestinian kids. And you're telling me that Israel has committed atrocities? So guys, what we are seeing with our own eyes is that Gaza is decimated. They destroyed the entire place, and 85% of and over 85% of Palestinians have been displaced. There's 1.1 million people starving to death, and you still can't see it. And that's what's amazing about bias. That you look at how they have killed over 33,000 people. Okay, say 6,000 as a month, say 9,000 as a month. You still have 25,000 dead women and children. And you go, what atrocities? They have kill zones. So why did they kill the 3 Israeli hostages? Because they were in a kill zone. In a kill zone, they murder everyone in the kill zone. There's sniper bullets in kids' heads because they were in a kill zone. They killed more journalists than all other conflicts this year combined.
They've killed 3 times the amount of humanitarian aid workers. The World Central Kitchen, they murdered those people. There was a 6-year-old who was stuck. They told the IDF, we are going to get her. The IDF said, okay. The IDF goes and finds her. They'd already killed her, the rest of her family members in that car. They then killed not only the 6-year-old girl, but everyone in the ambulance that came to rescue them. And you're saying you can't see a single Israeli atrocity. And one last thing, they have kept these people. Hold on. And the last atrocity is keeping 5.5 million Palestinians prisoners. And Prager says, oh, not 75 years, only 57 years we've kept these people prisoners. And think about the absurd claims that you guys are making. Oh, the Palestinians are fine inside of Israel. I can make the same exact claim for black people during slavery. Well, they were fine in the North. We had a democracy in America. What are you guys complaining about slavery in the South? We were treated perfectly fine in the North.
Last one there, we actually have to do a quick read from our sponsor. So, Dave, if you
Do
don't
we
mind.
do a quick read?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey guys, you know what I love? Debates about Israel and Palestine. But you know what I hate? Corporations. People are waking up and realizing that their daily spending habits are shaping this country and empowering radically destructive ideologies. It's time to change that. Welcome to a new marketplace, a place where you can buy everything your family needs that respect traditional American values. Whether it's a big box realtor's agenda across the line, or you're trying to support more small businesses, Public Square, that's where you got to go. They are ready to help you find new favorites from people just like you. Public Square is on a mission to restore the culture through the power of commerce. This isn't just about boycotts, it's about helping you switch to something better. It is now easier than ever to vote with your dollars. Public Square is America's marketplace where freedom-loving Americans like you shop their values. Visit publicsquare.com today. Shop for quality products, services, and exclusive discounts from value-aligned businesses. That was endorsed by Cenk Uygur. Just so you know, if anyone sitting next to me fully supports
We're going to move on to the Iran section in a little bit, but Dennis, I did promise that you were going to be able to respond on the genocide question, so I want to give you that chance before we move on to that section. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's referring to 2 things, but repetition is the mother of pedagogy, as I learned in the course of my life. Yes, thank you. Because I know how important it is. I don't learn the first time. The United States can be accused, or Britain could be accused of committing genocide in Germany. The United States could be accused of committing genocide in Japan by the exact same criteria as quote-unquote Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. When did it stop? When did the American bombing of Japan or of Germany stop? When they surrendered. If Hamas surrendered tomorrow, gave up the hostages that are still alive, I'm sure they killed quite a number. But nevertheless, if they did that, if they surrendered, and that would end the issue, it would end the issue the next day. Israel doesn't want to bomb Palestinians. The reason that there are so many Palestinian civilians being killed, whatever the number it is, and that is a tragedy, it's not an atrocity. There's a difference between tragedy and atrocity. Atrocity is deliberate, tragedy is not deliberate. Israel does not deliberately target civilians. Hamas deliberately puts civilians in the way of targeting them. That is the way in which they are created. One other thing, you will probably know this because it was in Newsweek. A member of the United States military who teaches at West Point said that Israel has been the most moral army in urban warfare that he has ever. You laugh at him. That's correct. That's right. You're allowed to laugh at him. He did right. And so did the head Kemp, Richard Kemp, the head of all British forces in Afghanistan, said that Israel, the IDF, is the most moral army he has ever encountered. Which, given that he is a member of the British Army and is a high-ranking, I think, a general, that is particularly powerful phrase. That's the truth. They do everything they can not to kill civilians, and it would stop tomorrow if Hamas surrendered.
I know this is going to be infuriating for you guys, but we do have a clip that we want to play. This is going to be on Iran. Feel free, we can come back to this in a little bit, but I do think it is important. So this is a clip which has been curated for us by Zero Hedge. This is Benjamin Netanyahu on the topic of overthrowing Iran, something he's advocated for since the 1990s, and specifically we want to focus in after the clip about why the U.S. should support Israel and its endeavors in its defense against Iran if it chooses to do so. Let's take a listen to the clip now, please, and let's see it.
Obviously, we'd like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how to achieve it. The application of power.
Okay. And so that clip, I wanted to turn to you guys. Dennis, actually, you that was December 2002, prior to the U.S. invasion of Iran. Dennis, you just spoke, so often I think we can go to you. This is specifically on the Iranian question. And I think about U.S. support. We are in America, after all. As to why should the United States, should it defend Israel in the Iranian retaliation for the Israeli bombing of what the Iranians claim was an embassy and what the Israelis claim is a IRGC military outpost. So why don't you go ahead and I'll get some response from Dave.
I think the question is a little bit backwards. I don't think Iran would have retaliated from Iranian soil rather than from a proxy, as is its wont, had it not picked up on signals from the Biden administration that it was weakening in its resolve and its support of Israel. So that is the question here. Is I think the order is reversed, and I think it is historic that Iran attacked Israel from Iranian soil. And so it is extremely significant that, according to, my office and many others, that was the direct result of Biden's wavering support, which can be attributed to, 100,000 voters in Dearborn, domestic politics, let's say, right?
Okay.
Useful, what have you, right? His need to signal, I'm not behind Israel in the way that he thinks, to the people who he thinks need to hear that in the United States. As for whether we should support Israel in its retaliation against Iran, I consider myself an America First person. I think probably we would agree when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. I do think this is significantly different because, the Iranians and the Houthis, they're not only chanting, death to Israel, they are chanting death to America. They do see us as linked from a values point of view with Israel. Most Americans agree with them. And so it seems to me to be sort of odd to say, well, we're, the Americans who think that are wrong, the Iranians who think that are wrong. We also get a lot of extremely material benefits from our allyship with Israel in terms of military intelligence, which has saved countless lives, both American and Israeli and European. In terms of our military-industrial complex, maybe you don't think we should be, have an industry that makes trillions of dollars for the United States GDP that's based in weapons, but we do, and Israel has made us a lot of money in that regard, and actually sacrificed developing its own military-industrial complex that would have competed with ours. So arguably, I actually think this is true. Israel loses more by getting American aid than it gains.
Great.
Although I think America probably gets a lot out of that, but ultimately that is a question for voters to decide. I would not be at all, that is a question for voters to decide. I do think we are linked in the minds of Iran and in all of the minds of their proxies, and that's why we should be supporting Israel.
Dave, go ahead.
Oh, well, yeah, I completely agree that Israel is great for the military-industrial complex. So, if that's your pitch for why we ought to support them. Look, I would highly encourage people to educate themselves about this if they haven't already. I'd encourage people to read a piece called A Clean Break, A New Strategy for Securing the Realm. I'm sure you're familiar with it, sir. It's written by Richard Pearl and David Wormser in 1996. And this was a letter from two people who both served in the George W. Bush administration, very influential neoconservatives. And they did not write this letter to Bill Clinton, who was the president at the time. They didn't write it to Bob Dole, who was the Republican nominee running for president at the time. This was written to Benjamin Netanyahu. And it was all about how regime change in Iraq will be in Israel's interest, because then you can break up this peace process that Yitzhak Rabin started down, and we won't have to do this anymore. You'll have security in the region. Benjamin Netanyahu, coming in 2002, testifying before Congress as a regional expert, explaining how if you overthrow Saddam Hussein, there's going to be peace in the region. It will have this sweeping effect where it makes everything better. Aside from the fact that they all got it all wrong, and not just wrong, but like disastrously wrong, the biggest catastrophic disaster in modern American history level wrong.
I just do not understand how you can square the circle of claiming to be America first and also claiming we must unconditionally support a country who is clearly trying to pressure us into anti-America first policies. Look, this is just a fact, okay? Every president of my lifetime, Trump might be an exception to this, I'm not sure, but everyone else wanted a two-state solution, including, believe it or not, George W. Bush. After 9/11, Colin Powell, who was the wisest member of the George W. Bush administration, I don't think anyone would argue against that. He still sold the war in Iraq, even though he didn't believe in it, so he'll have to talk to his maker about that. But he told George W. Bush right after 9/11, you got to do a two-state solution, and you got to do it now, for two reasons. Number one, you got record high approval ratings. This is the time to get it done. But more importantly, because he knew this is what drives so much of the terrorism problem that we have. It's not that Iran sees us as the same as Israel. It's that they recognize that we've been propping them up. We're the ones who shoot down the resolutions at the UN. We're the ones who funds them and arms them. Okay? And what happened? George W. Bush couldn't get it done. There was Tom DeLay. John Mearsheimer's done great reporting on this. It was Tom DeLay in the House who told him, you'll be a one-term president if you even try to do this, okay? Every American president has wanted a two-state solution. Again, maybe not Donald Trump. But the rest of them all did, and they couldn't get it done. All I'm saying is if you're America first, how can you support the fact that we have a political system where our elected representatives get rebuked by a foreign country? That is not America first.
The reason he would have been a one-term president is because the American people would have rebelled, right? Not because Bibi Netanyahu would have come here and made sure that
No, I'm sorry, you're gonna have that. No, it's also because there's a giant, powerful lobby advocating on behalf of a foreign government who makes it their mission to ruin the lives of anybody who's critical of that foreign government. That's part of it too. By the way, the evangelical Christians, that's also a big part of it. So, yeah.
We gotta get that.
I'll yield. And I'll speak. I'll yield and then speak.
Well, is it like the idea that some lobby is the reason that an idea has power in the United States is completely backwards. The lobby gets its power because it is representing where, like, the majority of Americans are at. A lobby, honestly, you think the NRA, you think that the NRA is the reason that people have guns in America? Really, you don't think
NRA
that?
are a bunch of sellouts.
No, but the idea, like, is a very good parallel.
Americans have overwhelmingly supported Israel. If there was no AIPAC, they still would have supported Israel.
So then why do we need an AIPAC?
Because
Why do we
every,
need an NRA?
yes, exactly. All right, fine. So you.
I don't think we need AIPAC
Yeah.
either. Israel would be just fine without it because the American people have its back.
Whether we need it or not is not the question. The question is, why do they exist, given the fact, which is fair, why do they exist? Because people lobby politicians on behalf of what many Americans support. Americans to this day and every poll still support Israel as it happens. So the arguments that have been offered here, it really is a different planet. Just for the record, this may come as a shock to the two of you at least, perhaps many listening, and I would put my hand on the Bible, I would take a lie detector test, because obviously there's no way I could prove this. When I watched, I remember sitting at the edge of my bed watching this, and I never watched TV. I watched Arafat and Rabin shake hands, and I had tears in my eyes. That is how badly I wanted peace. I supported a two-state solution nearly all of my life, certainly since the Six-Day War when I was a college kid. I have always supported it. I no longer support it, just like nearly every peace activist in Israel no longer supports it. And we don't support it thanks to Hamas and thanks to the PLO, because they have made it clear if Israel leaves the West Bank, they will get another genocidal, if you want to use the term, the genocidal terror group of Nazi-like Hamas people running it. Why have there not been elections? Why is the PLO not allowed elections for, what is it now, 16 years? Because they're afraid Hamas will win.
I agree. I just want to, because I appreciate you saying that, and yet what a tragedy that peace deal didn't work out. And I totally take you at your word that. I'm just wondering if either of you guys would respond to the point that I made before that. You just kind of brought up the Olympic atrocity after that. Just hold on, so if Hamas is so horrible, and I know you guys both say Iran finances Hamas, and so they're evil for that. What about the government of Israel doing it? Like, do we have anything to say about that?
So when you, yes, yeah, I'll tell you, I'll give you an answer. The United States supported the second greatest mass murderer in history after Mao, Stalin, in order to defeat Hitler. It is very common to support scum to defeat bigger scum.
Who was the bigger scum than Hamas?
The bigger scum was those who wanted to destroy Israel.
But isn't that Hamas?
You're right, so it's both.
No. You just have no argument. Who's the bigger scum? Who's worse than the Nazis?
You're right, there's other Nazis. You're right, there were countless. Why is that?
Just not an answer. He sort of gets a response. He's been trying to respond. We have to bring it back to the Iran question too.
I have two main responses to that. I think it's a really important point. I don't disagree that it was a disastrous, in hindsight, disastrous. At the time, I thought it was disastrous because, as you say, it's not just, it wasn't that Netanyahu was giving Israeli taxpayer funds to Hamas, but he was facilitating the transfer of cash from Qatar. Okay, so let's just be very, like,
the head of Mossad to Qatar to make sure the cash came back in. Specifically for the reasons of keeping Hamas in power. So we didn't have to get
but it's not that he is giving them the money, right? It's not coming from Israel. I just want to point it clear. There are a couple things I want to point out about that. The first is he didn't do that because he thought Hamas was capable of October 7th. He did that because he thought they had no power, that they had no real ability.
He could control the height of the flame or his words.
Yes, he thought that they were less of a threat to Israelis than the potential of a Palestinian state led by Abu Mazen. And as a result, he humiliated routinely Abu Mazen, who represented the non-violent camp. That was criminal at the time, and in hindsight, even more so. But to say that he was propping up the people who then would do October 7th, I don't think that is fair. Not because I don't. It's because he was doing it out of a complete misunderstanding about what they were capable of. And the second point that I would make about that is you left out something very important in your narrative of how things went from like the beautiful Israel that like was coalescing around Rabin to the like horrible Israel like Bibi Netanyahu was able to cobble together with much difficulty, by the way. The little coalition that he has now, that I'm sure we would all agree is not the one we would like to see power. Not that we're seeing the borders there, but you left out the second intifada, which is extremely important. 1,000 Israelis, 700 of them civilians, murdered, going to school on the bus, children murdered, blown to pieces. That was the equivalent of 50,000 Americans dying over the course of 4 years. That changes a nation. That is the reason that the Likud vision was able to get to a place where not a ruling majority, but was able to come. I just think that this disrupts your clean narrative of Bibi Netanyahu being the person who propelled, who enabled October 7th to happen.
Yeah, I haven't spoken since we started the Iran part, so I have about 12 things to respond to. So I like that Dennis acknowledged that Netanyahu and Israel did prop up Hamas. So there you go. Now we know.
Yeah, but he gave the answer. He did not know what monsters he was supporting.
Oh, he didn't know who Hamas was? Come on. Okay, it's because he wants a permanent occupation, and I'm glad that Dennis, they just acknowledged he also wants a permanent occupation.
No, I don't. I'm not for 2 states now. I'm for 2 states eventually.
Eventually,
yes,
so
but not now. Not now.
75 more years.
It will be
100 more years.
No.
How long should they be your servant?
As soon as Hamas,
your prisoners. How long would you like to be
they're
the
not prisoners. As soon as Hamas, they're literally prisoners. As soon as Hamas gives up,
because that's his position. He just said he doesn't want.
When were we prepared to make peace with Germany? When the Nazis came out of power. If the Nazi-like Palestinians are out of power, I would have peace the next day.
Yeah. Okay, that's all right. So he says, okay, an indefinite occupation where we will keep the Palestinians under our thumb and our boot, and until they know their role, then maybe we'll consider freeing them. But until then, they will have to serve us. Okay, very Christian of you, or whatever it is that people say these days. Okay, so speaking of Christians, there's a giant Christian Zionist movement here, and they were also part of the reason why the polling turned out okay for Israel throughout a lot of our history. But by the way, they are now greatly dwindled, and that is why the polling for Israel in America is not as good anymore. And by the way, the fact that Israel has made Netanyahu has made a deal with the devil with those Christian Zionists is abhorrent, because if
push them on what they plan to do, they said, oh yeah, we love Israel. Because then Jesus is going to come back after Israel. They definitely say it. They've done it 1,000 times. Okay. And then he's going to murder all the Jews. Congratulations on you, the devil. Deal with the devil. Okay. So, okay, all right. Guys, come on now. All right, fine. Okay, so, and AIPAC, and look, Vodka, you just said that Israel's helping us because they help the military industrial complex. And they have lobbyists, just like everybody else, these lovely lobbyists. Okay, I don't think you realize how unpopular those comments are. So, yes, AIPAC is definitely lobbyists. Along with the Christian Zionists, they definitely influence politicians. The reason Tom DeLay said you'll be a one-term congressman is because he said the Christian Zionists will turn on you, and the evangelical base will turn on you. And AIPAC will turn on you. AIPAC's about to spend they're both. Okay, so hold guys. Okay, so if you guys are saying that the $100 million that AIPAC is promising to spend in the next election is not relevant to the politicians, that these politicians are angels, they would never consider millions of dollars given to them in bribes, campaign contributions. And that actually determines almost 95% of elections, not the AIPAC money, but lobbyist money overall. That they don't take that into account because Joe Biden's an angel. He took $11.2 million from AIPAC, but that didn't affect him at all. He's the number one donor that got money from AIPAC in United States Senate history. Who's the number one donor for Speaker Johnson? AIPAC. But you guys say no. Ted Cruz, AIPAC. No. Those beautiful angels would never be affected by the bribes, campaign contributions that AIPAC is giving them. And by the way, it is not just AIPAC. Guys, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, they love this war. Are you kidding? A giant war in the Middle East, they're going to make so much money. You're talking about the oil companies going to make billions, maybe trillions from this. All of those different lobbies are bribing both the Republicans and the Democrats. So there is massive money that is going into this potential war. Now, this war, we've seen this movie before. It was the Iraq War. And yes, morons and warmongers like Netanyahu said, oh, we're going to be greater than liberators. How'd that turn out for us? Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. I'm not going into Iran. I will do a massive rebellion inside America, and I bet I get a ton of right-wingers and a ton of left-wingers, and there's not a single American troop that's going to go into the Middle East to die for Netanyahu, not one. If you try to send one of our guys into the Middle East, we're going to stop paying taxes. It would be a massive tax rebellion. You know what? I'm not going to get maybe to stop right now. Man. We're not waiting for this war.
I think to return to the Iran question, we can respond to that as well. Make the case for why the U.S. military should defend Israel against Iran. In some of your comments.
I did not say the U.S. military. You said whether America should support. I did not suggest it.
Okay, I said U.S. military.
Its existence, it doesn't want one American soldier to die in Israel or to fight in Israel. Okay, just want to make that clear. That's right. That is correct. Just the money in the jets. That is right. So if you feel that supporting Israel is immoral, fine. That's the clarity that I hate.
Oh, it's definitely
so. It's definitely immoral. That's right. I see. Okay.
They're oppressed.
They're not in prison. They are occupied. They are not in prison. Okay. You cut off the water. What is that? The rate of the water. Yes, I did. The left has mangled language. I say rape, and then people get angry. Well, aren't you raping the word rape? No, look up rape in the dictionary. There are 2 definitions, like the rape of the rainforest is not a sexual act. They have raped the word genocide. They have raped the word racism. They have raped all of these words that actually once meant something. And that's what is being done now. This is not genocide that Israel did. The number of Palestinians has increased by 5-fold since Israel was created. If that's a genocide, we should all suffer from such a genocide and have such growth of our populations. As regards Iran, so this is a legitimate question. Is it in the United States' interest, purely as Americans, that Iran thrive or that there be a regime change? Forget, let's say we can't do a regime. I understand that. I'm asking in theory, what would be more pro-American? A pro-American Iran, which is a very powerful country and a particularly intelligent people, and what would be better? Having these vile theocrats from the Middle Ages who kill women and arrest women who aren't properly dressed in public. This is what you guys want us to say. it doesn't matter. We left Afghanistan, which I assume you guys were supporting. That we should leave Afghanistan. I did not support leaving Afghanistan because I knew the hellhole that the Taliban would create. And I don't know why America first means it's okay if people who want to destroy us take over a country. I don't understand why that's America first. And I have one other comment on America first. I wrote a column on this, and I stand by this. This is really important morally. I am America first. My life is a perfect example of a lifetime given to defending America and American values. But I am never and will never be America only. There are higher values than just your country. My country is first, but it is not the only moral question in my life.
Yeah, thanks. Really
Okay, well, I mean, if I think it's kind of a, if you're just saying, hey, wouldn't it be great if, like, the repressive Iranian regime was gone and then, like, a regime that came and gave liberty to their people, yeah, sure, that'd be great. That I don't think is necessarily a relevant question. I also don't know who would disagree with you on that. I'm sure there are some people. I'm certainly not one of them. The fact is that
Hamas would disagree with me.
Right. I'm not one of them.
Okay, so you're sort of defending, but you're not one of them.
I'm not even kind of defending Hamas, but whatever. I'm actually the only one. I'm criticizing Israel for copying Hamas. But anyway, so yes, that would be great. The point is that people who supported the war in Iraq, like Benjamin Netanyahu, like I'm sure you did, sir.
No, I didn't.
You didn't. Okay, so I'm wrong. I apologize for that. That's fair. I shouldn't have said that.
No, that's fair. No, you don't have to apologize. It's very understandable that you would assume that I did. But there was proof. I was on hardball with Chris Matthews, and he was shocked when I told him that I am not supporting us going into Iraq.
Okay, so I give you a lot of credit for that.
So it's recorded.
Did he sexually harass you?
Just saying, no, he did not. I felt bad about it. But I will say, though, that once we were there, I did believe that we had to prevail.
Okay, fine, fair enough. So let me say, I'll then have to say, all of the neoconservatives, Benjamin Netanyahu, the people who supported us going into the war in Iraq, well, what was the effect of that? We handed the country essentially over to Iran, and all of this wisdom, which was so ridiculous. So you had Saddam Hussein, a longtime enemy of Iran. They fought a brutal war together where 500,000 people on each side died. By the way, America backed Saddam Hussein while he was doing the most vicious things that he had ever done. He was a Sunni minority oppressing a Shiite majority, and their scheme was if we overthrow this guy, this will put pressure on Iran to be more democratic. And all that happened was it gave more regional influence to Iran. And then actually the attempted regime change in Syria that Obama failed on for multiple reasons, I think actually kind of similarly to what you guys were talking about. He was sending these weapons into the anti-Assad rebels. They saw, as John Kerry had put it, the rise of ISIS. Obama called them JV. I think it's very similar to the way Benjamin Netanyahu looked at Hamas. I can control the height of the plane. And then they invaded Iraq. And they like, hey, you guys weren't supposed to do that part, right? But what happened was the effect of that was that the Syrians were more reliant on Iran than ever before. What was the effect on the Saudi-U.S. war in Yemen? That the Houthis became more reliant on Iran than ever before. So yes, we would all like this magical scenario where Iran becomes a free country, but in reality, the policies that Israel, as well as most of the neoconservatives in this country have pushed, have been to the opposite effect, has only made Iran more powerful and more influential in the region.
Okay, all right. Well,
There you go. Now I'm going to read your thoughts.
Yeah. So, bunch of things here. So, are the mullahs in charge of Iran vile theocrats? Yes, they are. And so, I was born Muslim. I'm proud to be Muslim culturally, but I'm an atheist now. So they would consider me an apostate, and trust me that I'd be the first one on the job. So I've got no interest in the mullahs. I got no interest in the Grand Ayatollah. I don't want to help them, support them in one way, and they've destroyed what was a beautiful, awesome culture in Persia. Okay, so now, having said that, is the answer always war? No. North Korea is a terrible, despotic, tyrannical government. It doesn't mean that we should invade North Korea. Tons of South Koreans would die, Japanese would die, we'd get embroiled in a horrible war. And with neocons, I always feel like their slogan is,
I forgot the question, but the answer is war. Okay, and so we had to deal with Iran under Obama, where we stopped the enrichment of uranium and we took all the uranium out of the country. That was a terrific deal. And I criticized Obama a lot, but that was one of the things that I gave him a lot of credit for. It was one of the best things he did. It was maniacal to get out of that deal. Now they're enriching uranium. How did that help? And the only reason why it helps is because the neocons want them enriching uranium, so they have an excuse to start that war. And Netanyahu and Dick Cheney and the others have been very clear. With John Bolton, Lindsey Graham, all neocons, all very clear. They have wanted this war with Iran for decades now, and they want us to fight it. They want American boys to fight it. They want American taxpayers to finance it, and that is not the right answer. And so, and when you turn back to Israel, what is the one thing that Israel has done that has been a spectacular success in terms of all these conflicts? Was the peace deal with Egypt. Peace actually works. Since that, not a single bomb has gone between Egypt and Israel, and Egypt has complied with the peace treaty. So the idea that, oh, peace never won't work because those Palestinians or those Hamas guys, they're just going to do it forever and ever. That's exactly what they said about the Egyptians, and it wasn't true. Peace leads to peace, war leads to more war.
Not a good thing. I wish it were. I do. I really wish. It's wishful thinking. The Israelis gave a piece of land, I think it's larger than Israel, back to Egypt, filled with oil, at a great buffer in case of war, and they gave every inch back to Egypt because they trusted Egypt. That's why, and they especially the president. That's the proof of the point. Israel is not aching to keep Arab land. It is aching for peace. Egypt is the point that makes my point. If they trusted that the Palestinians would act like the Egyptians, there would have been peace a long time ago.
Well, I know that in back then, historically, that the Israelis did not think, oh, the Egyptians are wonderful, we can trust them.
They did under what was his name? The great Egyptian leader.
Saddam.
Saddam
was not a great leader until he got to the peace treaty.
Because he came to speak in the parliament. That's what changed their minds. An Egyptian leader comes to the Jewish parliament.
The fact is that, and as a libertarian, I don't love this, but the fact is also that the U.S. bribed both Egypt and Israel with $3 billion a year forever. But no, look, the reality is that you have to at least admit to the point here. Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in 25 years or something like that, and they made a peace deal, and they gave it up. Now, all I'm saying is that there's a lot of people today, and it's totally understandable, that people today would go, look, things have gotten so bad between the Israelis and the Palestinians that they're just never going to be able to live in peace. But at the same time,
no one says never.
Okay, let me just finish my point. At the same time, France and Germany are right next to each other now. England and Ireland are right next to each other. And that should at least be maybe something all of us could agree on, that it's not that great. And by the way, you could go from being like horrific atrocity to a very short period after that, being relatively peaceful with each other. And I do think Jake at least has somewhat of a point that they did make the land concession for peace deal, and it stuck. And that could be, and you're not going to tell me there's not a radical Islam problem in Egypt.
They tried to make a land for peace deal with the Gazans. They completely withdrew, and they got Hamas as a goal.
Can I ask you, why did they put the peace process in for formaldehyde in their own words?
This is actually also the France-Germany analogy, etc., doesn't work, and I'll tell you why. Because Jew hatred, and that is what it is fundamental to Iran and fundamental to Hamas, not fundamental to all Arabs, but it is fundamental to those ideologies, is exterminationist. No Frenchman wanted to exterminate Germany, no German wanted to exterminate France. That is, by the way, that is very important that people understand this. Jew hatred is different from all other hatreds, and the world is filled with hatred because it's exterminationist. Passover is coming up, and there is in the Passover service is a 2,000-year-old line. It's in Hebrew, but also in English. In every generation, somebody arises to annihilate us, not to oppress us, not to enslave us, to annihilate us. This is unfortunately ancient and recurring.
Why just because people are so like people Jew hatred, or
We have Janky here because I think it's really a question around the formation from back in 2005, rise from Hamas, this contentious issue and this weakness. So go ahead.
Yeah, so look,
the fact that Jewish people across the world have basically PTSD from the Holocaust and pogroms and all of the discrimination and all the massacres that have been visited upon them is super understandable, very, very understandable. But that is part of what is blinding. You are no longer David, you are Goliath. And so when you talk about the Germans and the French didn't want to exterminate each other, wait a minute, Germany and Poland are right next to each other, and the Germans wanted to exterminate the Polish, and that they were part of the people that suffered extermination under the Holocaust. And so there are so many examples of people living side by side, who hate each other because they've been two tribes next to each other, and they've been warring forever. So again, another example is Greece and Turkey and Cyprus. And what if Turkey had decided to keep all of Cyprus when they invaded Cyprus, they would have had to occupy the Greeks for all of these decades. And what would have happened? The Greeks would have done terrorism, right? And we would have had Greeks and Turks killed back and forth, back and forth. Instead, Turkey took about the percentage that they had in the population and let the Greek side go and never occupy them. Occupation is a cancer that always leads to more violence, more terrorism, more conflict, more war. You have to end the occupation. And again, it's one more thing. Look. You think that you've got this thing in your head that, oh, the whole world hates Jews, and I understand where it comes from. And so,
how do you say that?
No, we're talking about the history of.
No, I said Jew hatred is unique. It's extermination. I don't believe the whole world hates Jews. I didn't even imply it.
Okay, so it is, no, I understand that, but look, that's actually ahistorical. It is not true. In the Middle East, Jews and Muslims lived together in peace for hundreds of years, and sometimes thousands of years. The Turks rescued the Jews from the Spanish Inquisition. So there's an enormous history of Muslims and Jews working together until Israel. When in reality, in Europe, the Christians slaughtered the Jews over and over and over again. If you're saying that anyone had an exterminationist ideology against the Jews, it was the Christians in Europe. It's not the Christians today. It's a totally different situation. But what you've done is you think that the Palestinians are the Nazis, when the Palestinians are David. They're a group that.
The all-new Hyundai Kona electric SUV. It charges fast and goes far. It's how we make it more fun.
It has been brutalized for 75 years. More their power, water, electricity, their energy is controlled by Israel. Israel comes in, strips their men naked, parades them around, humiliates them in every way, and now has murdered 25,000 women and children. And you still see this poor little Israel, and it's the bad Muslims that are going to exterminate them. Whereas you're actually denying them a state, you're actually denying them freedom.
They're denying Hamas a state. They're denying the PLO a state. They're not denying the Palestinians. When it was impossible to negotiate and make a state, they were for a Palestinian state. You keep going back to 75 years, which is the giveaway. That's what they believe. We've been occupied for 75 years. And as regards Israel being David or Goliath, vis-a-vis a handful of Palestinians, they are militarily, they are Goliath. That is, and thank God they are. But they are small. Israel is as tiny as New Jersey. The Arab world goes from the Atlantic Ocean to the Persian Gulf. There are 52 Muslim countries. I wouldn't exactly say David is Goliath.
We've got 25 minutes left, and I wanted to bring it back to a U.S. topic, free speech topic that I think would be helpful for the audience. The U.S. Congress, actually the House of Representatives, just yesterday passed a resolution condemning the Palestinian chant, quote, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," affirmed now by our Congress as anti-Semitic. So my question to the panel, and Baki, I'd like to start with you because I've maybe spoken on this topic, is do you believe that chant, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," is anti-Semitic?
It's so funny because I said to Dennis, I hope we can get through the whole debate without the word anti-Semitism, because I think it's a real turnoff to people. I think it's irrelevant, really. Like, we're talking about it. We should talk about that. We're talking about Israel. We're talking about Israel, so it's a line from Hamas's charter. Okay, so I have very dear friends who are Palestinian, who are very far left, who would say, like, I don't mean it in an exterminationist way. I mean that whole land should be a democracy where everybody has civil rights like in America, and it's a totally secular state. That's what it means to be free. They mean Palestinians will be free just like Jews. That's how I mean when I say that's what they tell me. And I believe them because they're my friends and I love them. But it is a line from Hamas's charter. And so I think the more people chanting it to prove that they don't mean it in an eliminationist way that would wreak havoc and violence on Jews, like I said, because it's part of the charter. And, if somebody was starting to walk around chanting, a line from another extremely vile terrorist group, the burden would be, a proof would be on them that they don't mean it in that way. On whether it's anti-Semitic, honestly, I'm so not interested in that question. I think there's a lot of very good-hearted people on the right who have been so traumatized by the accusations of racism coming from the left. They're just so sick of that. And so I'll just stay with that. Like, I don't know. I really, honestly, I hate when Congress passes resolutions that have to do with speech. It makes me feel. But at the same time, I think, Jews don't like hearing this because it makes them think of Hamas. So there's a tension there. I don't like government getting involved. And I honestly, I'm very offended by the idea that Jews need to be protected from chanting. Like, I feel like we're descended from the Maccabees and we need to man up, and it's not dangerous and it's not scary, but it is kind of gross.
Dave, go ahead. Well, I appreciate that last thing you said. Look, I mean, the United States of America's federal government should absolutely never even get involved in what they feel about a chant. That is an outrage. They're in a professed free society. I do not care what anybody in Congress feels about a chant. Whether you think it's anti-Semitic or not, you can yell anything anti-Semitic, anything anti-black, anything anti-woman, anything anti-Muslim, because this is the United States of America, and we have a right to say what we want to say. The First Amendment is very clear. Federal government, get out of anything having to do with speech. So now, I kind of more or less agree with you. I've talked to different people. There are certainly some people who swear up and down they don't mean anything against the Jews. They just mean that, like, hey, they wish the Palestinians who are refugees could return to where they came from. I think there's definitely other people who mean something against the Jews when they say that. I think that's kind of the nature of this conflict and this protest. But so, go ahead.
Well, okay. By the way, I agree with you on the free speech issue. I'm virtually an absolutist. And I'm very afraid of the American future because 45% of young Americans say that they believe in free speech except for hate speech, which means that they don't believe in free speech.
Yeah.
So the left has done a real great job in undermining the Constitution on the most important principle, probably the First Amendment. That's okay. So a rare moment of agreement here on that.
Well, that won't be that rare.
Okay, maybe. All right. But on the phrase from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, even if it's most innocuous, yes, we'll just have a secular state and we'll all get along, hunky-dory and kumbaya. I'm sorry, but I do believe that with 22 Arab states, the need for a 23rd is not particularly essential. I think one Jewish state on the face of the earth, the size of New Jersey, smaller than El Salvador, is a perfectly okay idea. There is a Hindu state called India. There are non-Hindus in it, but the Hindus, it is a Hindu state, and Hindus make the majority. I'm happy that there is a Hindu state. There aren't two Hindu states, and Nepal may theoretically be considered one, but there's really one. Yeah, that's right. It's right up your alley. Yeah, so you know, and that's why I'm. I know a lot about India because, as I told you earlier, I love visiting there. I've been there quite a number of times. Yes, at its least violent, from the river to the sea means no more Jewish state. And if one is intellectually honest, one acknowledges that.
I think I agree with that.
So,
I call that chant a dumb chant and not a good idea. I took a lot of heat from people on my side. And so I said, look, if some people think that it's a genocidal chant, why do it? It's counterproductive. It doesn't make sense. Now, having said that, Netanyahu said the same exact thing. So Congress is a joke. Are they condemning Netanyahu? Because he said from the river to the sea.
The Likud Party static charter has almost the same thing. It's like everything west of the Jordan River.
Yeah, Samaria. That is the same thing. That Israel gets to control from the river to the sea. So that is genocidal. That is exterminationist. So let's be honest. Let's be principled. Let's apply things equally. Of course, our Congress never does that. Yes, because of the donors and the lobbyists. and everyone out there knows that. And so when you talk about a state, and so this is part of why I don't understand two things that Dennis is saying. So number one, on the 22 Arab states, so what? That's not the issue. Why are you going to drive them into that? That's ethnic cleansing. If again, going back to the Turkish analogy, if the Turks said, "What? There's all these Christian countries. I don't want the Armenians. What do you guys think of? Well, just drive them into Russia. We'll drive them into Georgia. We'll drive them into Europe. You guys take them. There's like 30, 40 Christian states there. What do we want with them?" And then when you look, I don't want a one-state solution in either direction. And again, that will antagonize some people on my side. Because if we have a one-state solution where everybody actually gets the vote, and it's not an apartheid state, the Palestinians will outvote the Jews in Israel, right? And then the Jewish state doesn't exist anymore. Israel shouldn't agree to that. Israel's never going to agree to that, and I agree with that. But so that one-state solution is definitely wrong. But Dennis, I don't know what you think is not now, but not permanent. I don't know if it's 2 years, 20 years, whatever it is. But that indefinite occupation is one state, but 5.5 million people are living under apartheid. You could use any word you like, apartheid, occupation, imprisonment, but they have no rights. And so that one state solution is a disaster.
That's again, here we are. I was celebrating how much we agreed on, and now you blew it. They have rights. They don't have complete rights. That is true. There is such a thing. You want to know where there's no right? There's no rights in North Korea. You use the North Korea example. There are no rights in Iran, basically. There are plenty of rights. They don't have the right to foreign policy. They don't have a right to have an army. They don't have a right to have a police force.
There's more freedom than in Iran?
Do I think that in Gaza there's more freedom than in Iran? No, I don't think so. Okay. I was thinking of Hamas. You're thinking of Israel. I think Hamas represses the freedom, not the Israelis.
So in the West Bank, you think there's substantially freer than in Iran?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I believe.
Yes. You know what they just did to them. The minute there was a conflict, they said, we cut off your water, electricity, power.
The minute there was a conflict. All right. Okay. Look, and you keep saying, is it 2 years? Is it 10 years? I keep telling you that what would somebody have said to an American? What are you going to do? You can occupy Germany forever? No. As soon as the Nazis give up, we will have. And there were occupied zones, by the way. There's French, Soviet, and the United States and Britain. There were 4 occupied zones in Germany, and it became one of the freest countries on the face of the earth. And Germany was for Germany. He said that. Okay, because they had no choice. Israel, we already established that Israel gave up an immense amount of land to Egypt because they understood.
Are you advocating the type of bombing campaign that we committed on Germany, on Gaza?
No, I'm not advocating. No, be better. Well, that's not a response to what I was talking about. You were talking about occupation. But fair enough. So my answer to you is, I don't know. And by the way, neither do you. What would you want is I never hear the people who are anti-Israel to answer the question, what would you want Israel to have done on October 8th? Yes, I do want to hear an answer.
Yeah, sure. So I think the most important thing to understand is kind of what we were talking about before, right? It's like and I'm answering your question here, but just saying, keeping in mind what was going on before October 2nd, which was for years, as we all conceded here, that the Israeli government was propping up Hamas and also had this very arrogant attitude, like, we can control the height of the flame. Like Obama talking about ISIS, they're JV. I literally said, no. See, this is, now you're just trying to bully me. I literally said, let me just give you a little bit of background, because I'm leading into what the answer is. So again, my point is, well, first of all, no more doing that. No more propping up Hamas and underestimating them. Listen, the idea, October 7th was not even like 9/11. It wasn't even like, oh, there was planes used as missiles into a building. We never could have seen this coming. They can say that intelligence report was on Bush's desk, but he got thousands of intelligence reports, and it's not like it set the World Trade Center. What happened on October 7th was the thing that Israelis should have been concerned about the whole time. So number one, all it takes was not relying on the robot machine gun and having a military presence at the border. So immediately secure your borders. Number two, a real investigation into what happened on October 7th. What were the
failures here? How did it take so long for the response time? Not this Netanyahu, we'll wait till the war is over and then we'll figure out. Like it's not the time. No, I think after that, Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. Then, in terms of the actual response, as Israel always did before Netanyahu, they always dealt with the terrorism problem with assassination campaigns, with special operations. That Gaza is the most monitored place on the planet. They can pick these guys off even more important than that is immediately. Let me finish my answer. Yeah, but those are the guys they're still negotiating with to try to get the hostages out. The other thing is the number one priority should have been the hostages. And it is self-evident that when you're fighting a war this way, your number one priority is not to get your people out. Look, Israel has all the chips. They got a ton of hostages, prisoners of their own that they could exchange for the hostages that they're just how they've gotten the hostages they've gotten so far out. And then after all of that, after hostage swaps, after assassination campaigns and special ops, you come to the table with a real two-state agreement again. You rise above it. Instead of turning the world against you, you win the world over by saying, listen, we took a big loss. We're going to kill or get the people who did this to us, but we are not just going to make life hell for the people of Gaza anymore. We're going to offer them their freedom. And I think there was a real opportunity to do that.
You want to answer the question, what should have Israel done on the field?
So I said this right from the get-go after it happened. So first of all, going with special forces, people say it's hard. Yeah, war's hard. And so when they started dropping bombs on the buildings, it was like, wait, what if the hostages are in the buildings? And I thought you said Hamas is in the tunnels. So how does it help to bomb a building? It's not like that. And then Israel brought in CNN. They showed them the tunnels at one point in the conflict about 3 months ago, and they were totally unaffected by the bomb. So again, the idea that they didn't target civilians is just counter to every fact in front of us. So instead, I would have wanted them to target Hamas to try to rescue the hostages. And then the most important part is this is the time for a peace deal. And so in the middle of nothing happening, Netanyahu isn't going to, or anyone else isn't going to rise up and be like, oh yeah, you know what, let's do a peace deal now. No, peace deals happen after conflict and after war. And so here we have already had 6 months of some of the worst conflict and war we have seen. This is when you make a peace deal. And how do you do it? Let's be specific about it, because it's not just generic. You do a deal with the Palestinian Authority, and then once they have the credibility of delivering a Palestinian state, they then come back into Gaza and drive Hamas out. So if you say that's going to be difficult, of course it's going to be difficult. Every part of this is difficult, right? But at least then they would have the credibility. We delivered the Palestinian state. And then that way they can drive out Hamas. And that goes to Bastian's earlier point. Look, the people of Gaza are devastated by what's happened. They're not exactly, thrilled about what Hamas did in a lot of ways. If the Palestinian Authority delivers and Hamas didn't, then they have the credibility to actually manage that state. And you've got to, look, if you're looking at it strictly from an Israeli point of view, you've got to get rid of the occupation. It is an albatross around your neck. It makes the world hate you. It makes you look like an international pariah. And it creates nonstop conflict, because no human beings on earth, no race, no ethnicity is ever going to say, okay, I accept being occupied and I will now bow my head to you. No, they will always fight you. Look at what Netanyahu just said. He said, I'm never going to give them a state. That means permanent war. That is definitely not the answer. The answer is make that peace deal today.
You kind of mentioned actually Netanyahu's biggest crimes since October 7th, which I think from my point of view are, number one, there was a plan on the table to identify Fatah members living in Gaza and to have them train in Jordan to become a police force in Gaza with the cooperation of Israel, and he nixed that. And that was a plan that was handed to him on a silver platter that would have given them the credibility that they need. He also allowed Bezalel Smotrich to mix a plan to allow flour into Gaza through Ashkelon. Again, another thing that would have made it easier for Joe Biden not to do this sort of epic flip-flop. So I'm not saying that there are not mistakes that have been made. I think those two mistakes are, incomprehensible to me. But everything else you guys described is exactly what Israel was doing. The reason they have dropped these 2,000-ton bombs was to get at the tunnel. You keep saying, oh, they didn't get to the tunnel. That's why they were using so many more munitions, and yet, I keep coming back to this, but the combatant to civilian ratio was not higher than it was in Fallujah, despite the fact that they were using such heavier artillery because they were doing that in order to access these shelters. I agree with you both that they made a decision that getting rid of Hamas was more important than the hostages. I think that, again, when Netanyahu meets his maker, as you say, he will have to, answer for that. I don't know what the right answer to that question was, but I guess I would ask you guys, like, does the will of the Israeli people in terms of it being a sovereign nation play no role here? I mean, aside from that, I think that the plans you guys described is pretty close to what the Israelis were actually doing. Does the will of the people in terms of the polling suggesting that, Israel is less divided about, the need for military action right away. I mean, Dave, like, is it tolerable to you to live in a world where that man sitting on Shamim Luke's broken, stripped body is allowed to live? Like, I feel that it's intolerable to me to live in a world where that man is allowed to live.
That's a really good question.
I asked you, but I want to hear
So, well, I'm just saying that, certainly, like, I get the feeling that you have, like, is it like intolerable that there wouldn't be revenge taken against
It's not revenge, it's justice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Justice, whatever you want to call it, basically. But yes, that you would get the guy who did that is the point. All I'm saying, if that was a family member of mine, I'd certainly feel the same way. I would also point out, you have to also put yourself in the position of the Palestinians, that there's been lots of those people for them too. My point is that as a government, as a policy, no, the priority should be getting the hostages back, not getting justice or revenge or whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying that shouldn't be a close second priority, but the number one priority is that there are still innocent hostages who are alive.
But
We should get them back.
So that's
Now
my
then,
second question, which
yes,
is,
if you want justice,
does what the Israelis wanted first matter to you? Like, in terms of sovereignty, in terms of that question.
if you want to talk about national sovereignty, then what?
No,
You're asking
I
me.
was wondering if you think it matters what the Israelis wanted.
Yes, listen, I'm responding to your
Okay,
question.
sorry.
If you're talking about national sovereignty, I was asked a question about how I think Israel should respond, and I gave you the answer. In terms of the argument of what the Israeli people want for their government to do, if you're going to make that nationalistic argument, fine. Keep my tax dollars out of it. Okay? Let America not be a part of it. We do not have to pick fights in a battle thousands of miles away. It was the advice of all of the founders, they were unanimous on this, that this would be the death of our country if we embarked in these entangling on it. That's my position. America shouldn't be involved.
We're almost out of time, so.
Okay, so I asked what would you like Israel to do, and finally, when an answer was given, they should pick off Palestinian leaders and make an offer for a state. So you commit these horrors, kill more Jews than were killed in a day since the Holocaust, and we're offering you a state. I would think that the lesson that the Palestinians would learn is, hey, October 7th really worked. Look, the Israelis are sort of giving up, and they're not even striking us. What a great deal. It would be like the United States after Pearl Harbor going, look, Japan, we understand you have interest in the Far East, and we would like to accommodate you now. That would have been the analogy that I would think. So it would be a reward of atrocities. It would be counterproductive from an Israeli standpoint. And I keep going back to this. Even Israelis who want two states have given up for the time being, and I keep answering for the time being. Should Palestinians change? 70% of Palestinians support what happened on October 7th. But I gotta say, the most depressing thing was what you said. Like you say, atrocities on both sides. Your moral equivalence troubles me. That's the most disturbing thing I've heard in the 2 hours we've had together. That when she mentioned this woman who was murdered and her half-naked body paraded, and you said, well, I have lots of those people too, but lots of Palestinians. Really? Can you name one instance of a Palestinian woman paraded naked by Israelis? No, that's not what I
What were you saying?
I was just saying, I mean, for
No, you were responding to the specific example of that Israeli.
I'm saying the feeling that somebody, a family member would have of their family member being killed and wanting to get justice against that victim. There's been lots of that on the other side as well. That's my point. The same way that somebody would join up with Hamas because their little brother got killed in some Israeli strike. That's the point that I'm making.
So, yeah. By the way, one other point, the Israeli opposition, you guys, even my dear Batia, she is a dear soul, is not on the Netanyahu bandwagon. By the way, I'm not on the Netanyahu bandwagon, and I'm not on the anti-Netanyahu bandwagon. I don't give a hoot who the prime minister of Israel is, for a very good reason. The opposition in Israel, the left-wing opposition, has announced they hate Netanyahu and have announced we would do the exact same thing he is doing. That is relevant.
Jake, go ahead, respond, and try and keep it to 2 minutes, and I'll get a last statement from everybody.
Okay. So that last thing that Dennis said is deeply problematic for a reason I'll come back to. So first of all, the sovereignty issue that Ryan made. You know, you got sovereignty to do anything you like, just not with our money. So, and the $4 billion we're sending every year immediately, as long as they keep doing the occupation. $14 billion is unconscionable. Shouldn't send $1 of taxpayer money. Don't tell me you want sovereignty, then come and ask us, demand us of our money and our weapons, etc. No way. Number two, you said that Israel's been trying to give them a state. That's not remotely true for the last 25 years, quarter of the century. They have not made any effort. In fact, they've done exactly the opposite. Netanyahu was saying, I will never give them a state. They've propped up Hamas to make sure the Palestinians can never have a state. So they have been the obstacle to peace. If you say Hamas is an obstacle to peace, Netanyahu is 10 times the obstacle to peace. When you talk about the kill ratios, always agree, right? Our side constantly says, yes, that is terrible. But when we say, okay, now when Israel did it 30 times worse, isn't that an atrocity? You go, how dare you? Of course it's not an atrocity, because by definition, Israel. That's not an argument. It is never killed 25,000. Imagine a basketball arena full of women and children, and Israel has killed them all. And are you saying that the IDF is the most... Did Israel murder 25,000 women and children by dropping 2,000 bombs on schools, hospitals, and buildings? That's not an accident. We accidentally killed all the humanitarian, not all, but a lot of the humanitarian workers, the journalists, etc. Oh, by the way, the accidents including sniper bullets to the neck. These are not accidents. In your world, Israel can do no wrong. So if they do it, it must be that they were defending themselves, and the dastardly Palestinians deserved everything they had coming, including the imprisonment for 75 or 57 years. Pick your answer. And look, if you say that you can't have the idea of a Hamas leader being alive, that bothers you, you should be killed. Well, Netanyahu has now killed 30 times as many people. So do the Palestinians then get to use your logic and say, I can't stand to have Netanyahu alive. I want him dead.
All right, so we're going to have it. We've only got a couple minutes left, literally 2 minutes. So try, everybody keep a 1 minute response. I would phrase it this way: instead of trying to respond to a simple question, let's just take the last thing you'd like the audience to be able to take away. So Batya, we'll go ahead and start.
I wanted to open with this, but I'm going to close with it instead. I'm going to mention all of the areas of common ground that we have here, because there's so much of it. The first is, I think we all agree that Hamas are terrorists who terrorize Israelis and Palestinians, and the world would be better off without them. I think we all agree that Israel had a moral obligation to respond in some way militarily to what happened on October 7th. I think we all agreed that there are many innocent Palestinians in Gaza, and every death is tragic of those innocents. I think we all agreed that if we could immediately remove innocent civilians from the line of fire, we would. I think we all agree that Netanyahu has made major mistakes in the past and in the present. And I think that we all agreed that ultimately we would like to see every person living from the river to the sea living in dignity with full civil rights. And so I'm so grateful to this experience and all this common ground.
Well said. All right, thank you, Dr. Dave. Want to go ahead?
Sure. Okay, so it was about 200 years ago that Thomas Jefferson had a great quote. I do believe it was in 1824, where he was speaking about slavery, and he said, I might butcher this a little bit, but he said, we've got the wolf by the ear, and we can neither afford to hang on to it nor let it go.
And I think this was a common objection to abolitionists that people at the time had. They were like, look, we've enslaved these people for so long. If we let them go now, they're going to kill all of us. And you can kind of see where that was reasonable at the time, to be concerned about that. But with 200 years of hindsight, we can all look at this and go, yeah. And that's kind of the same way I feel about the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. It's been since 1967, man. You just can't do this to people anymore. Mr. Prager used the example of World War II over and over and over again today. And I know I'm not a left-winger, Cenk is, the rest of us aren't, but I know when I say, hey, we should make a peace deal after October 7th, a lot of people go, that sounds wimpy and left-winging. How about World War II? How about the weapons of Vietnam and Korea and Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Libya and Somalia and Yemen and a million others? Actually, we should be striving for peace. This isn't anything like World War II. This is a group of people who have been totally dominated by Israel since at least 1967. Israel isn't going anywhere. From the river to the sea is never going to happen. But these people can be given their freedom, and peace can be achieved.
Right now, most Palestinians would like to get rid of a Jewish state. I wish that weren't true. If it weren't true, I do believe there would be peace. I think that is the honest approach. I just have to say, even though it's my final statement, I nevertheless have to respond. The comparisons you make are remarkable. That the slavery of blacks and the status of Palestinians are comparable. It's such an insult to blacks. All you suffered was what Palestinians suffered. No, it's not illogical. Well, no, it's not logical because it's not analogous. That's the point. You can't have a logical analogy if it's not analogous. Okay, so one final word. The pariah state of Israel. That is correct. That was what, in fact, Chuck Schumer said. Israel twice in his talk. That Israel is a pariah state. There's a reason that Israel is a pariah state. It's because the left-wing media in the world have decided to declare, along with Muslim countries, Israel a pariah state. So here is just a couple of statistics that are worthy of note. In the last few years, 500,000 people have been killed in a breakaway province in Ethiopia called Tigray. Now, one of you watching this probably knows about it. I don't know if anybody on this panel knows about it. 500,000 slaughtered and about 80,000 rapes. Is Ethiopia a pariah state? Of course not, because they're not Jews. So nobody gives a damn. How about this? 60,000 Christians have been slaughtered in West Africa. That's been slaughtered by Muslim groups. Does anybody call the Muslim groups pariahs or any Muslim country a pariah? Of course not, because nobody gives a damn about the black Christians of West Africa, because they're not being killed by Jews. That's the reason Israel is a pariah state. Nobody would like to acknowledge it. It's painful, but the truth is often painful.
All right. Kenny, go ahead. So after 57 years of occupation, Israel's the victims, and they're special victims. Okay. So look, I care about both Israeli civilians and Palestinian civilians. And so if you say, oh, well, brilliant point about slavery, I said it about the North and the South before, hey, the black slaves would get rid of a white state. We can't have it. We can't have it. If we free them, they could kill us all. They are so against the white state. They're so against America. We can never let them go. By the way, that is what is said in every occupation, in every empire, in every war. And after every war, they say, oh, look at how many of our people they killed. They killed our women, our children, etc. We can't make peace with them. And what does that mean? More killings, both on the Israeli side and the Palestinian side. If peace gets the peace, war gets the war. At some point, and this is the point, we have to say, stop going towards war. What are we bombing Iran for? Are we nuts? We want a giant war in the Middle East that drags us into it, robs us of trillions of dollars, let alone our kids who can get killed there, let alone the potentially millions of people who can get killed. The moral cancer here that is causing every problem we're talking about is the occupation. You have to let them go. If you're Israel, you have to let them go. If you don't let them go, this conflict and this war will never end. And then you can call it any name you like. You can say, oh, they're terrorists and we're the good guys. But it doesn't matter because more Israelis are going to die and more Palestinians are going to die. Let's do peace right now.
Zero Minute would like me to extend a thank you to tonight's sponsor, Public Square, for supporting free speech and open debate. If you want to learn about them, you should re-listen to Dave's ad. I want to extend a thank you to all of you. You guys were, for the most part, very cooperative, and you were great, respectful to each other, and I think people will really get a lot out of it. And I want to thank Zero Edge for inviting me to do this. So thank you, everybody, for watching, and we will see you all later. You can find any of these great people. I believe we'll have links, at least on my channel, I'll have links in the description where people can go and find them, and I highly recommend checking them all out. So thank you very much. It's been
This is Jocko Podcast number 98 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Will. Good evening, Echo. Good evening. They asked us to take off our headscarves and loosen any buttons to reveal our chests. That courtyard became the marketplace where ISIS men came and chose girls they liked. Where they first sent all the older women to another place and the women with babies and other children to another place. We do not know the whereabouts of these women, and that includes my mother and my sisters. I had my period that night, but no matter how much I told him I have my period, he did not believe me. He ordered me to strip naked in his room. Then he stuck his finger in my vagina and saw that I was indeed bleeding. Only then did he believe. But that did not mean he left me alone. Instead, he put the air conditioner on a really high volume, said that I am to sit still in my nudity the whole night, and he molested me throughout the night. By the time morning arrived, I was frozen both physically and psychologically. Nothing mattered after that moment. I didn't know. I had not seen the worst of it yet. He would put on horrible sexual movies and would do all kinds of things to me. They all had long hair and long beards. But the worst of all is their smell. I'd never smelled such awful smell in my life. They do not bathe. They feel more like beasts than human. Only Yazidi women are taken as slaves. Shia women, they burn alive. We saw one Shia woman burned alive in front of us. Christian women, they leave on the condition that their family must pay a fee for ISIS for being Christian in ISIS territories. And Sunni women are left alone as long as they follow ISIS orders. If they don't, they are whipped and tortured. Some of them are the wives of our captors. Some of the wives were as helpless as we were, and some were very mean women who encouraged their men to rape us. As long as a girl has some breast, she is considered a woman, and that entitles them to rape her. Some girls are as young as 10 and 11 years old. I have no past and no future at the moment. I'm stuck in my anger and pain at what ISIS did to my family, my community, and myself. I have a new behavior that I can't stop, including washing my mouth over and over again. There are nights I wake up more than one time to wash my mouth as I remember what they did to me and how they forced themselves on me. I am a dead person now. I have no life. I only hope that my mother comes back from capture so my life can resume. So those are excerpts from the article that was in the New York Times by Zainab Salvi. And the quotes are from Layla, which is a pseudonym, who was a Yazidi woman captured by ISIS and obviously kept as a slave. And she eventually escaped and gave that interview in a camp in Erbil, which is in northern Iraq, which at the time was an Iraqi government-controlled city. And I would say this, if you think that evil does not exist in the world, you are wrong. It does. And it's not just individuals scattered around. These are groups of supposed human beings that are systematically implementing heinous and evil acts on totally innocent people. And I have obviously talked about evil before on this podcast. 20 years ago during the genocide in Rwanda. 50 years ago in Vietnam during the My Lai massacre. 75 years ago in Nazi Germany. 80 years ago in Nanking under the Imperial Japanese Army. And those things are in the past. But it is important to remember that evil is still happening now. And I know that it is hard for us to see that, especially here in America, in this unbelievably well-protected bubble that we live in. A bubble that is provided and protected by young and brave men and women who volunteer to go out and hold the line. But the evil is out there. It always is. And tonight, we have a guest on the podcast that I think has a very clear understanding of evil, of where it comes from, and how it manifests itself in the world. And he also has an incredible understanding of the good and what we as people can do to live our lives better for ourselves, for our families, for our communities, and for the world. His name is Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. And I'm not exactly sure when I heard Dr. Peterson for the first time, but as I dug into the content online, what really struck me was that what he was saying, and he was an academic, an unbelievably smart, unbelievably well-read person, and yet when he said things, they aligned almost perfectly with things that I believed and things that I had learned in my life. And so here we were, these two radically different people from different backgrounds, one highly educated college professor, the other a military veteran and a certified knuckle dragger, and yet our thoughts were very aligned. And the way that I would hear him tie history and thought around human psychological evolution and to the social structure and to societal structure, and the way he laid out the maps of meaning behind the way we think, it was very useful. And it's helped me realize that the way I feel in my gut, my instincts about people and about the world, they're there for a reason. It isn't random. There is some reason behind the way that I think and the way that we think. So, John, thank you for coming on the show.
Very glad to be here. That's quite the beginning.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's very easy for people to lose track of the fact that while you're sitting in an air-conditioned space somewhere thinking about your next Netflix movie that you're going to watch. There are people that are in the most horrible and heinous situations that are being put on them by other human beings. And it doesn't really stop.
Yeah, well, it's a hard thing for people to contemplate. I mean, there's two elements to life that are hard to contemplate.
It's hard.
Suffering is dependent on life, fundamentally. And then the other is the malevolence of people. And we're not, in the modern world, we don't really think about those as fundamental realities in some sense, because we tend to think about material situations as fundamental realities. But the metaphysical realities, the ethical realities are more
Funny how
real.
uncomfortable he is right now.
It's necessary to know that in order to orient yourself properly in life. But I never really took good seriously, transcendent good, let's say, or ultimate good, until I convinced myself of the existence of, well, if it wasn't ultimate evil, it was sufficiently ultimate for me, because I immersed myself in the study of the Nazi Holocaust and of what happened in Mankind and what happened with you in 731, which is the most horrifying. That's the most horrifying material I've ever read, which is really saying something, because there's plenty of horrifying material to read. And what happened in what happened in Maoist China, which so few people know about now. And I guess what I found most striking, especially with regards to what happened in the Soviet Union, was, well, and in Germany, was that there were a number of people who were writing about it, like Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, and also Alexander Solzhenitsyn, who wrote the Gulag Archipelago, which should be required reading for every American citizen.
I don't think I even read one book in high school.
That there was some integral relationship between the moral failings of individuals and the catastrophic moral failings of the state,
$5.
and that was directly causally related.
To give me his homework.
Solzhenitsyn was Casey with regards to the analysis of the Marxist catastrophes in the Soviet Union, that they were tied integrally not only to that dogma, but also to the willingness of the typical citizen
because he's fucking idiot, so trying to be one.
endless lives and have wealth, including himself in that.
I didn't do
In
any
that
apology,
set
I
of-
stepped towards him. I
of
fucking ran.
deceitful people, let's say. And it
Didn't
really
fucking
struck
push the
me
door
that
open with his fucking hands. Put
because
hands on glass.
those writings are so
Fucking broke the
profound.
glass.
Viktor Frankl's another good example. You can't really
Bleeding
read that
everywhere.
without it really punching you. It really struck me that it was possible that there was some direct integral relationship between the individual moral choices that people made in their day-to-day lives and the broad scale of social movements that happened around them. I've come to believe that that's the case. Well, certainly the story that you read, the person who was written about, the rapist, was making all sorts of individual choices. And, he might have been convincing himself that he was on some kind of holy mission, but I guess that would be in part so that he could stand looking at himself in the mirror in the morning without running away screaming if he saw what was really there. So,
one of the things in Frankl that kind of in answer for me, that definitely two points that really hit me hard when I was reading it. One is I didn't understand the extent to which the capos, which were the Jewish prisoners that got taken on board to help and would get special treatment. Number one, I didn't realize the extent to which they were in existence. I knew what they were, but I didn't realize that they were as aggressive as they were. And the other thing that hit me is the paragraph or the lines where he's saying that the best of us is making our leave, and that if you were going to live, you had to do things that you would want to maybe do. Maybe if you were a better person. And to me, that was harsh. I mean, this was his admitting that if you wanted to survive as a person in that situation, you might have to take someone's piece of bread. You might have to move a number on a list to get someone else sent down to the execution area a day earlier than you, and that happens to postpone your execution long enough that you can make another move. And that's a scary thing.
You saw the same thing with Solzhenitsyn's description of the gulags because they were run in large part by the Indians. But I think that that's a really good metaphor for totalitarian states in general, because we like to think that a totalitarian state is made up of innocent, oppressed individuals who are under the thumb of an evil tyrant, and that all of the catastrophes are, in Eastern Germany, for example, 1 out of every 3 people was a government informer. So what that meant is if you had a family of 6 people, 2 of them you couldn't trust, and you can't just say that that's a consequence. Tyranny is something that exists everywhere simultaneously once it gets a grip, and it's easy for people to say things like, "Well, I was just following orders," and I'm not trying to put myself in a position where I'm claiming that if I was in that position, I wouldn't follow the orders in the same way. God only knows till you get there, right? That's for sure. But what that did to me was focus my attention more and more on the necessity of individual responsibility. I thought it was individuals in the final analysis who were responsible for the great evils of the 20th century, which I think is a reasonable way of conceptualizing it. Then it might be individuals who could be responsible for whatever good there might be in mankind that could help us avoid. I thought of that as an alternative in some sense to nihilistic disbelief and ideological possession, because if your group identity is too tight, then you start acting like a cog in a mob, and that's a very bad thing. But then if you're completely, well, then you're left alone and bereft. And so those are bad alternatives, right? You're sort of damned if you do and damned if you don't. And it was very difficult to understand that there might be a third path between those two. I couldn't see the existence of anything, because people need belief systems in order to exist, right? To maintain psychological stability and to maintain sociological stability as well. But then if the beliefs get too rigid, then they turn into a raging totalitarian mob. So maybe you let that go because you don't want to play that game, but then you dissolve because you have no identity. That's not acceptable either. When I first laid that out, that because I couldn't see a third path to that. But then I started to realize, and this was a consequence of reading the sorts of things that we already talked about, but also of starting to understand the underlying structure of mythology and what the heroic path meant, essentially, and that meant adoption of supreme moral responsibility as an individual. There's this idea in the New Testament, which is a really interesting idea. It's one of these bottomless ideas, and I mean that literally. You could study it forever and never get to the bottom of it. And the idea is that Christ is the person who takes the sins of mankind on himself, and there's something redemptive about that. And that's actually a really dark idea, because what it means, as far as I can tell, what it means, at least what it means psychologically, is that when you read these terrible things, you have to understand that you're reading about you. If you don't understand that you're reading about you, then you don't actually understand the stories, because you put yourself in a position where you're all never do anything like that. And then these other people are, well, they're devils in some sense, right? And it's very easy for people to make that division, but it's a horrific realization when you think that that devil that you see outside is the same thing that's inside, and that you don't know until you're put in a situation like that what you might do. And then it's even worse, because if you look at the historical evidence, it was ordinary people in some sense that produced the catastrophes of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union and Maoist China. I mean, they might not have originated it, but they certainly had the option to say no at different steps along the way, and they didn't. And these things do happen one horrible thing at a time. There's this great book called Ordinary Men, which describes the descent of a German police force from ordinary bourgeois middle-class men, essentially just ordinary policemen, who actually were raised before the Hitler Youth. They weren't indoctrinated, as young people, and they were brought into Poland to sort of mock off after the Germans had walked through. And it describes how they descended into the sort of people who would take naked pregnant women out into the middle of fields and shoot them in the back of the head. And what's horrifying about the book is that the author, Browning, details the stages by which, well, for example, the commander of this unit told the men that they were going to have to do terrible things, but that they could go home if they wanted to. And then you think, well, there's an out. But then if you really think about it, you think, well, they're a tightly knit quasi-military organization, and one of the natural thoughts under that circumstance would be, well, I'm not going to leave my comrades to do all the dirty work. That would just be a matter of cowardice. And so you can see that, that there's an ethical requirement that would keep you there to begin with, and then they were
doing what you just said, which is taking the burden of this sinful activity on yourself. If you let everyone else do it, then you're not acting heroically.
Well, right, and so it was easy for the men to get entrapped into that, and then the requirements for their horrific action kept ramping up, and like each time they accepted the requirement of doing one horrific thing, the probability that they would accept the next requirement increased. And what is also really interesting about that book, Ordinary Men, is that it's not like these men didn't suffer. Like, they were suffering terribly. They were physically ill. They were vomiting. They were tearing themselves apart psychologically, but they didn't quit. So that's a great book, because if you want to know how you walk down how you could be enticed to walk down a terrible path, that's the book to read. And it's very frightening, because if you read it properly, then you have to read it again, as I said, as if you're one of the people to whom this is happening, not the victim, but the oppressor. And I mean, you can also read it as the victim. That's fair enough, but it's ordinary people who participate in these very, very terrifying thoughts.
We actually have both Viktor Frankl and it's interesting because as I watched all your stuff, read, and one of the things that I was thinking about is, you talk about where the hero comes from, where this idea comes from, and how we ended up looking at these types of people as they're good, and it happens over ages and ages and generations of saying, oh, that's a good quality, and that's a good quality, and there's 10 people, and they all have this couple qualities in common, so those are good qualities, and eventually that becomes elevated to the point where we say that's a hero. And what I was thinking of, so that's what happens, and now we all have this elevated thing to look at and say that's something we can aspire to. That's where we want to support. We want to make sacrifices for the tribe. How do we end up, or who ends up saying something evil and I'm going to follow in that direction?
Well, I think that the story of Cain and Abel is a really very tightly constructed representation of that process. It's a very strange story because, well, for a variety of reasons. First of all, it's very ancient. Second of all, it's the first story about human beings, mythologically speaking, within the Judeo-Christian canon, let's say, because Adam and Eve aren't real people, right? Because they're formed by God. Cain and Abel are the first people, and they're a pair of hostile brothers. And so the first thing that says is that sibling tension within families is a universal truth. That can get murderous. And if you don't know that and you can't see that, then you're not watching your children carefully enough. So because what siblings can torment each other to a great degree, and it's something that you should strive diligently to observe and to quell. But then there's this the next part of it that's so interesting is the idea of sacrifices is introduced, and that it took me a long time to understand what sacrifice meant, because on the surface of it, especially the way it's acted out, like burnt offerings and that sort of thing, it just seems like, well, it seems so archaic and distant from us that it's not really comprehensible. But partly from reading Jean Piaget, and Nietzsche for that matter, I started to understand that people often acted out conceptions before they understood what they meant. And we act out a lot of things we don't understand because we're much more complex than we can represent. So we're always acting out things we don't understand. But so there's this idea in Cain and Abel that you have to make sacrifices in order to stay on the good side of God. And so I thought about that practically, say, not so much metaphysically, but practically, and realized that that was equivalent to the discovery of time, of the future, because we do act, and this is a peculiar discovery of human beings, and maybe a consequence of our expanded intelligences, that we're actually aware of the future. we actually treat the future as if it's something that you can bargain with. Now, partly it's because the future is other people, and they remember your reputation, they remember your past actions, and if you do someone a favor, then that favor is in some sense stored up in the future. So you could think about the future as a place of judgment about your moral actions. It's not that far from that to imagining a God who's keeping track of that, or who even is that. But in any case, the idea of sacrifice emerges in the story of Cain and Abel. That Cain and Abel both make sacrifices to God in order to stay on his good side, let's say. And what a sacrifice means is that you give up something of value in the present so that you can improve the future. And that's no different from what we call discipline. It's exactly the same thing. It's just the concretely acted out version of that. And so, the idea basically was that, well, God was in the transcendent heavens. And the first question would be, well, why is that? And it's like, well, if you go out on a really dark night and look up at the sky, you have a sense of what's beyond you, what's transcendent, what's infinite. And so to associate that with the highest of values is a reasonable association, right, from an emotional point of view. So it's not particularly primitive. It's a smart metaphor, or it's a smart intuition. And it's above you. And, we tend to think of when you're moving towards an ideal, that you're moving up, that you're moving above, you're moving to the mountaintop, right? You're going up, not down. And so it all sits within that same framework. And that's partly because when you go up, like on a mountain, you can see for long distances, right? So all those things are tangled together. So anyways, so the idea is that you have to give up something of value now so that you make the future better. And sometimes it's even something you love now. And that's a good example too, because often the things that stop us from moving forward are our attachments to things that we should no longer be attached to, right? And in fact, you can almost make that definitional. If you're not moving forward in your life, there's a high probability that you have some idea or some mode of action or some habit that you're so in love with that you won't let go of it. So, all right, so Cain and Abel make sacrifices, and there's kind of a hint in the story that it's just a hint that Cain's sacrifices are sort of second rate. But in any case, it's ambivalent. Right? But Abel, he just does wonderfully well, and everything works out for him. And everyone knows people like that, And so God accepts his sacrifices, but for some reason he rejects Cain's. And maybe it's the arbitrariness of God, or maybe it's because Cain's heart isn't in the right place when he's making the sacrifices, which is more likely. And so Cain goes and has a chat with God, and he says, basically what he says is something like, how in the world can you possibly justify this universe that you created? You look at me and I'm breaking myself in half, trying to adapt and to make things right, and it's not working. And then there's this Abel character, and things come easy to him, and everything is flourishing for him, and so, like, what the hell? And if you don't understand that question, then you're not thinking, because it's very, very frequently the case when a serious catastrophe besets you in life, that you essentially ask exactly that question. What's the meaning of life? What's the purpose of the world? How come there's suffering? And it's easy to become resentful and vengeful as a consequence of that. And so you got to think about having your sacrifices rejected puts you in, especially when you see someone who's successful, because that's where the jealousy and resentment starts to fester is probably the right word. And so God says to Cain exactly what he doesn't want to hear, which is, well, yeah, okay, but you have made lots of mistakes in your life. So he basically says sin is at your door like a predatory and sexually aroused animal, and you've invited it into your house to have its way with you and produce something creative as a consequence. So you use a sexual metaphor, and so that you've willingly gone down the negative path. And you've allowed that to enter into you and to operate in a creative manner. And you've spun off all these terrible thoughts and this justification for not acting properly. And that's why things aren't going well for you. And so don't lay that at my feet, which is the most brutal possible message he could have got. And so then he leaves the presence of God, let's say. And it says in the story that his countenance fell, which meant he was basically enraged. And so what does he do? He goes out and kills Abel. Then that's that's a very fascinating idea because Abel is his ideal. So he killed his ideal. And when you kill your ideal, you're lost. And then he does that to take revenge on Abel, but also to take revenge on God, which I think is extremely interesting and a deep, deep idea. Like these kids who shoot up high schools, for example, you cannot understand what they're doing unless you understand the story of Cain and Abel. You cannot understand what possesses them until you can understand that someone, even someone who doesn't believe, it doesn't matter, it's the psychological state of mind that matters, is they're out for revenge on being itself. And that's why they produce as much mayhem as possible in the shortest period of time. That's why they sacrifice innocent people, because it's much more vengeful and demonstrative to kill innocent people than to kill guilty people, because it's a worse sin, so to speak. And then they kill themselves. And they kill themselves as a final demonstration of their belief in nihilism and the horror of existence. Because you might say, well, why don't they just kill themselves first and save everyone the trouble? You know, and there's narcissism in that too, because they know their names are going to be splashed across the page. That's their notoriety instead of their accomplishment. And of course, the media is unbelievably complicit in that. So when you're talking about motivation for evil, then you have to understand what it is that's driving it, and it is a deep resentment about the structure of being, for being saturated with suffering, but also for rejecting your sacrifices, and that that produces the bitterness of failure. And I'll stop with this. One of the things that's really interesting about the Old Testament is that, and the Jews, is that they don't take the path of Cain. Every time they're walloped by God, which is like very frequently, they say, we must have done something wrong and we have to set ourselves right. And that's an unbelievably heroic attitude, because that's the alternative to cursing faith. It's like you take the responsibility for failure onto yourself, and you think, well, if I just had my act together a little bit more, if I took advantage of every opportunity that was put in front of me, if I wasn't resentful and bitter, then I could have done something that would have tilted the situation in a different direction. And like, that's almost inevitably true.
Well, it's interesting, and again, this is kind of where, when I would hear you say things like that, so, as you know, I wrote a book called Extreme Ownership, but the opening chapter of the book is a horrible situation with a fratricide. It happens on the battlefield, so friendly forces killing friendly forces, some of those forces being mine, and, it's all these people I could blame and all these little incidents that happened that I could say, well, we had this radio cryptographic change that happened in the middle of operation, and it had people who weren't able to talk to each other. We had these Iraqis that we didn't speak English. We had these units that we hadn't worked with before, and they did things that we didn't expect. And there's plenty of blame to go around. And essentially, I said, hey, whose fault this is my fault. I'm the commander. And so when I hear you say things like that, it strikes me that you uncovered this through your study of history and philosophy and religion. And I learned it, as, like I said, a certified knuckle dragger out on the battlefield that realized, if you're going to exist as a leader and as a human, then you need to take responsibility for what happens around you. And that's...
And you have to take, the religious notion in some sense is that you have to take ultimate responsibility, in that, in some sense, the things that happen around you. This is Dostoevsky, I think, said something like, every man is responsible for everything that happens to him and everything that happens to everyone else. And that's, it's a crazy statement, right? It's a crazy statement, and he was a pretty extreme person in many, many ways. But there's a level at which that's metaphysically true, because what happens is that it's failure to act often that's the most catastrophic. It's to not do the right thing when the situation presents itself, and it's very specific. You're constantly in situations where you could do the right thing if you were willing to take a risk that's actually of relatively moderate size, and you know that you could take the risk, and you know that you should take the risk, and you don't. And that happens to people all the time. And then what happens is the thing that they didn't oppose grows a little bit, and they shrink a little bit, And that starts a loop. And so when you say, well, how do you take responsibility for the world? And the answer is, well, you also have to do it with a certain degree of humility, because what do you know? And this is part of the reason that I'm so opposed to the activist culture on college campuses. You don't teach 18-year-olds to go and demonstrate about capitalism, because they don't know anything, and they have problems in their own life that need to be solved that are local. And the local problems aren't trivial, they're not disciplined. They're not looking at the world in a straight way. They're not taking responsibility for themselves or for their actions, their sexual actions, among others. They're not taking responsibility for their family. They're not looking at how they can contribute to the community. They don't understand the fact that they don't know anything. And so they should be taught to start locally and to put things together that they could put together, to make their bed and to clean up their room and to attend their classes with regularity if they're going to university, because that's part of the implicit contract, and to straighten up the things around them that are actually within their power to straighten up. And then what happens is that if you do that, let's say religiously, which I suppose would be the same as in a disciplined manner, that your realm of influence starts to grow, but it grows in a positive way. Just like you can end up in hell one step at a time, and that's extraordinarily well documented. You can end up at the opposite place of that one step at a time, but it's also that same gradual process. You don't get to leap from being a 17-year-old knothead who doesn't know anything and who isn't disciplined to the critic of Judeo-Christian society. You just don't know enough to do that, especially when you can look at your own life and think about how many things that you're doing that you know are wrong, that you could fix, that you aren't fixing. And that's the crucial thing. This mode of thinking isn't asking people to stretch themselves beyond what they're capable of. It's just asking them to stretch themselves to the point that they are capable of and seeing what happens. And that works. It works. I've had many people write me over the last year, and this is a great thing. It's a great thing. Who said that they started to tell the truth, or at least not to lie. Because who can tell the truth, right? But at least you can not lie. And that they started to put things in order around them that they could put in order, and that, the positive things just started to happen like mad. And they're not nihilistic, and they've got a purpose in their life. And so, thank God for that. And it does work.
I was trying to think of how to stop the loop of my sacrifices have been rejected, and the way that you stop that loop is, instead of saying my sacrifices were rejected, so my hard work, my effort, my everything that I'm doing to try and move forward is not working. And if you want to go towards hell, you keep saying, well, it's not working, but it's because of everyone else. They're rejecting me. They're not accepting what I've done. Whereas if you say to yourself, oh, it didn't work, okay, it's my fault, but what can I do better? And that's how you start moving in the other directions, which is...
Yeah, well, at least you have control. And, you don't even necessarily have to think it's your fault, although that's a reasonable way of looking at it. You could minimally just accept the fact that it's your responsibility. You're stuck with it, and you could actually change it. And once you know, too, that if you're failing repeatedly, then there's probably something wrong. It's possible that there's something wrong with the way that you're conceptualizing the world, because you have a choice, right? If you keep making sacrifices and they don't work, there's a binary choice. And one is, well, there's something wrong with the structure of reality. And the other is, there's something wrong with your approach. So then you might say, well, let's take the first idea, there's something wrong with the structure of reality. It's like, you're really going to say that, are you? You're really going to come out and say, I know enough to judge the nature of being. And then the alternative is also quite frightening, because then, it's you that's making the mistakes, and you might be wrong at a really deep level, and that might mean that a lot of you has to burn off and be transformed. Maybe even things about yourself that you think are admirable and that you like, because your position, your self-conceptualization is so warped and wrong. And that's really daunting. But, when people set themselves up as the judge of being, I've written about this a fair bit in my new book, which is called 12 Rules for Life. When people set themselves up as the judge of being, then they take on what can only be described as a kind of satanic arrogance, because they've actually taken to themselves the moral right to criticize the structure of existence itself. It's like, you better be careful when you do something like that, because you're setting yourself up as the judge of being. The Columbine kids did that. Like, if you read what they wrote, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what they say. You know, I've taken on to myself the task of the judge of being and found it wanting. And so I'm going to cause as much mayhem as I possibly can before I depart. And that's a very common story among people who do that sort of thing. And it's so interesting because every time something like that happens, people go, well, we don't understand. It's like, no, you won't understand, because they write about what they're doing. They tell you why they're doing it. But it cuts too close to the bone for people. And so they think, well, we don't understand how that can happen. You know, like there was a while back, I think it was in Connecticut, where there were a bunch of elementary school kids shot, right? Because this is kind of a one-upmanship game. And it's bad enough to shoot high school kids, but it's even worse to shoot kindergarten and elementary kids, because they're even clearly more innocent. It's like, well, that's part of that vengeful spirit. You know? Better to punish the innocent than the guilty if you're trying to make a statement about your hatred for the structure of reality. And these things, you have to understand these things. Really, you have to understand them at a religious level of analysis, because that's what happens when you encounter evil. You're into the domain that can only be described by religious ideation. And I don't say that lightly. You know, I've had many veterans to talk to me now, and there are people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. And they've said that listening to my lectures has helped them out a lot, because it's provided them with a philosophy of good and evil. And if you have post-traumatic stress disorder, you need a sophisticated philosophy of good and evil, because otherwise you don't have any place to put your experiences. And that fragments and shatters you. It's no trivial matter to be touched by malevolence, or to have it manifest itself within you unexpectedly. You know, it's physiologically destructive. It shatters people, and you have to move from a naive interpretation of the world to a very deep interpretation of the world if you're ever going to dig yourself out of that.
You know, that's interesting. One of the things that I was going to tell you or ask you about. So, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a commando. Like, I don't really remember wanting to do anything else. When I realized that there was that role that you could play in life, that's what I wanted to do. And a lot of my friends in the SEAL teams were the same way. That's what they wanted to do. As soon as they figured out, like, oh, that exists, well, I can do that, and I just have to sign this piece of paper and go do this stuff, and then that's what I'll be. Where does that come from?
Well, I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, I would say it's temperamental. You know, people differ tremendously in temperaments, and to think that there's a warrior temperament is a perfectly reasonable thing to think. I mean, there's been whole cultures, many cultures, who were devoted to fostering that warrior mentality. You know, where if you weren't like that, you were the outlier. I would say that's probably true of most human cultures across most of time. You know, we've been fortunate enough to live in relatively peaceful times, at least the vast majority of us. So the necessity for that, like right at the edges of actual warfare, is much less than it might be under other historical circumstances. But it's a deep part of many people's nature. And so the question is, what do you do with that? Right? And I mean, one alternative potentially is criminal behavior. You know, the fact that so many people like watching movies about bad guys, you know, is an indication of how attractive that is to people. And I think the reason for that is that, well, Nietzsche observed at one point that most of what people regard as morality is just cowardice. And what he meant by that was that people don't do bad things not because they're good, but because they're afraid to do the bad things. And then when they see people do the bad things, they're actually really deeply attracted by that, because it speaks to part of them that could go beyond the rules. And that's actually a necessary part. It's a really necessary part. Like, you don't make men safe by making them weak. In fact, they're much more dangerous when they're weak, because they'll stab you in the back when you get the chance, or take advantage of you when you get the chance. You make men safe, let's say, by making them strong, and then by making sure that they're disciplined. And so, you know, you've got people like you've got this, let's say, warrior mentality that's a deep part of their temperament. And then you have some choices about what you might do with that. you might try to discipline it and bring it under voluntary control and integrate it into your character, in which then it can make you someone who's stalwart and indomitable and who will move forward, in the face of tremendous risk. And well, that's the optimal pathway if you have that kind of temperament, right? And I think, like, it's the men that have the most, what would you call it? It's not aggressive exactly, but we'll leave it at that. Aggressive and fearless temperaments that can be the best men. But it's like having a very powerful dog. You better discipline it, because otherwise it's going to be a monster.
Well, I was a rebellious kid, right? And I could have easily gone down the path of crime. And as a matter of fact, many of my friends that I left when they stayed at home, they did end up as criminals and had big trouble with the law, or going down even paths of drugs and everything else that you could get into. But when we were kids or younger, everyone kind of had the same thing. But like you said, I'm so lucky, because I just signed that piece of paper and I saw that I could do something, and I could take all that aggression and all that energy, I could do something that was good and positive. And we joke about that in SEAL groups, that many guys, you actually, to be a good SEAL, you sort of have this criminal mindset that you've somehow harnessed and you keep under control most of the time.
Yeah.
And occasionally it does. You got guys that get in trouble, and that happens. And if we only took guys that would never get in trouble, we wouldn't have anyone in the ranks.
Yeah. Well, you also see too in the classic hero stories. You see this with Harry Potter, for example, which I'm making reference to because it was such a phenomenon for me. When something makes wealthier mother richer than the Queen of England, you shouldn't take note, right? And when kids are reading 500-page books and standing in line waiting for the next one, and when you produce a whole movie empire around something, you should take note of that. Well, Harry Potter's little team aren't the delinquents, right, who have no discipline, but they're also not the good kids. They're the kids who will break rules when necessary, and that's the issue. Break rules when necessary. Now, the question is, when is that necessary? Well, that's sort of the ultimate ethical choice. But, why did that work for you, do you think? Why was it, well, two questions. One would be, why did you decide to step into a disciplined structure? I mean, that's obviously very difficult. And why do you think you did that and some of the other kids that you knew that were like you didn't?
It was really one of the most rebellious things that I could do, was to join the military. So I come from a small New England town. People get done with high school, they go to college, they get a job as whatever people get jobs as. They follow that very normal path. And I didn't even know anyone that joined the military. And so that was the most rebellious thing I could do. Oh, college? No. Education? No. I'm going to go be a commando. That's what I'm going to do. And it was the most rebellious thing I could do. I think that's one of the reasons why I did it. It was also a complete breakaway from, family. Okay, I will have no reliance on you. I'm going. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm done. I will not rely on anyone else. I will be self-reliant, which I wanted to do. And so I think those are the main things that got me there. And then what's great about it for me was when I got there, you have a completely blank slate, and you have very clear directions of what you need to do to ascend the dominance hierarchy. You do this, you follow these rules, you literally fold your underwear in this way when you're going through boot camp, and you get a better grade on your military performance. So they give you very clear rules that you're supposed to follow and very clear tasks that you have to do. And it was great for me because it was a blank slate. Because when I was in high school, I was a screw up. Not bad, but not good. And so I hadn't really set myself up properly. And now all of a sudden, all I had to do, that was all gone. It didn't matter. The past did not matter at all. I had a completely blank slate. If you do this stuff properly, you'll do well, and you'll ascend.
That's a very interesting thing, because then it's not merely a matter of following a set of arbitrary rules. It's following a set of rules that have a clear path to success. Right? That's a very different thing, and that's also something that's honest, because the rules of the game are well established, and then if you play it properly, you get to win, and that's a big deal as well. You know, and you mentioned the SEAL types, and I've met a number of people like that. You know, they're capable of breaking rules, let's say, or maybe even inclined to break them. But I also think that this is part of the reason that I'm an admirer of Carl Jung, because Jung makes it very clear that, see, he was very interested in the barriers to enlightenment. Because if there's such a thing as being enlightened, let's say, then why isn't everyone enlightened? If it's just a matter of taking the glorious route and following your bliss, let's say, it's like, well, that sounds pretty easy. Why isn't everyone enlightened? But Jung's thinking isn't like that at all. You know, he believed that in order to transform your personality, that first of all, you had to be disciplined, that's for sure. But you also had to integrate that part of you that was terrible and capable of breaking rules and make it part of you. And so then, and I really like that idea. Well, here's an example. So about 20 years ago, I would say, there was a newspaper headline in one of Canada's major newspapers, and it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs at that time, Lloyd Axworthy, and he was talking about what had happened with Milosevic in the former Soviet Union in Yugoslavia and the atrocities that were being committed. And he said that he was caught unawares by that because he didn't have the imagination for that kind of evil. And I thought, well, you know, you think that what you're doing is signaling your virtue by making a statement like that. But from my perspective, all you're doing is stating your cowardice and your historical ignorance, because if you're going to be Minister of Foreign Affairs, you bloody well better have imagination for that kind of evil. Because if you don't, then anyone who does wins. They beat you. And so you know, again, in the Harry Potter stories, you see he's touched by evil, right? He actually has a soul fragment that's embedded within him that's as black as anything can possibly be. That's why he could talk to snakes. But without that, he wouldn't be able to have any victory. And that's exactly right psychologically. Unless you can think the way that an evil person thinks, then you're defenseless against them, because they'll go places you can't imagine, and then they win. And so the best men I've met, it was interesting even when I was in junior high and high school, because most of my friends dropped out, you know, by the time they were grade 10, thereabouts. And a lot of them were guys who developed physically. They're pretty powerful, and they're just damn sick of putting up their hand to go to the bathroom. It's like, you know, they're not doing that anymore. One of my friends got kicked out when he sort of challenged the gym teacher, you know, physically. And the gym teacher, he could do an iron cross. He was a tough guy, and so it was no trivial matter for my friend to stand up to it, but he got expelled anyways. But, you know, I noticed that it was often the kids whose character I admired that either quit or got expelled, and they were the tougher guys who were just sick and tired of following rules that didn't take into account their character, and then they go off and work in the oil rigs. That was really hard work. You know? So it wasn't like they were necessarily taking the easy path. But a harmless man is not a good man. A good man is a very, very dangerous man who has that under voluntary control.
So we was
You know, you also see
in
that.
my class. I was checking in late.
One of the
I had a
central
paper I'm supposed to go in.
female
So
stories.
I'm like,
let's
okay,
say,
I'm just talking there
pure
and wait
archetype
for
is a central male
him to come over.
There are variants of pure
And then she
archetypes
comes
as
over.
well.
He
Women,
goes,
one of them is
you know,
beauty
you're
and
supposed to
beast.
bring that paper over to
And,
me,
you know,
right?
beauty isn't
It's like, yeah, you seem
interested
busy.
in
So I figured I
the guy who
wouldn't
is
interrupt the
beast.
conversation.
She's interested in the guy
And he
who's
goes,
the
okay, so
beast.
here's what we do.
And that's
We walk
exactly
into
right.
him,
But
walk back
she's
and get the
interested
paper.
in the guy
Like,
who's the beast that can be civilized and
do
disciplined.
you take the
Right,
paper?
and who can
Or
use
I
that
go
in the
home.
service, well, let's say, of her family. And that's exactly, well, that's exactly how it should be.
So I gave a speech, one of my very good friends out there, years ago, and I gave a speech. And at this speech, he was a friend of mine, Steve. And at this speech, I was talking about what it was to be a man, when I felt like I was a man. And I said there was three things that I felt let me transition from being, you know, mentally insecure about who I was as a person to being, okay, I'm actually good with who I am. Number one was learning how to fight. And, you know, I got into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu mixed martial arts, and I learned how to fight. And now, all of a sudden, when I looked at other people, I wasn't posturing. I wasn't trying to pretend that I was tough. I knew that most people that I would encounter, I could defeat in a physical altercation. That was number one. Number two was going into combat. Because even though you might be tough in a street fight or in a fist fight with someone, when you're facing death, well, that's a whole nother level. And for me going into combat, well, what was I going to act like? Was I going to be scared? Was I going to be a coward? Was I going to be scared of death? And when I went into combat, I wasn't. I was fine. I was okay with the fact that I could die, and I was okay with that. And I made good decisions and did what I was supposed to do. And the last one, I think I have kids. Because all of a sudden, all these things, these being aggressive and working to fight and be able to destroy in an efficient way, well, then I took that and combined it with, okay, now I'm going to take care of my wife and our children, and that's what I'm going to do. And my point in stating in the speech was he was a guy that didn't learn how to fight. He was a guy that didn't get in combat. And now there was one more step to take, which was, okay, now you're going to get medicine and take care of these people. So it's interesting that, once again, that dichotomy that you talk about, it fits perfectly into the way I think things out as a guy that went to high school and joined the military. It's kind of crazy. It reinforces what you always say, which is that there's deeper meaning. There's a reason why I'm thinking it. And the reason is because of the things that you talk about, the way these things are overlaid throughout history for human beings to have gotten to this point.
Yeah, well, you acted it out, which is what you're supposed to do, and it's better to act it out and to understand. That's best. It's better to understand it and not act it out than to not understand it at all. But the best is to act it out and understand it, because then you can, then the way that you represent the world and yourself is in accordance with the way that you act, and that's optimized.
Yeah, it's something that I was kind of acting out again. No real guidelines. My guidelines were like I was raised in the SEAL teams. Yeah, that was sort of my guidelines. And here's a good example. When I first got in the SEAL teams, there's no war going on. So what did a good SEAL do? You went out and drank and got in bar fights. That's what a good SEAL did. So you know what I did? Went out and drank, got in bar fights. That's what I'm supposed to do. It took me a while to figure out, no, there's actually something more than that. Like, we're actually supposed to be preparing for war. And so now, like you said, I definitely acted things out and sort of went on a decent path. But as I got older and more mature, and to this day, as I can look around and actually overlay the understanding on the way I've carried out my life, it's very helpful to me. And it's also helped me explain it to other people that see the path that I'm on and go, they like that. They would like to join me on that. And I get guys that, when I was in, I look like a serial killer for all practical purposes. That's the way I come across, right?
Not creepy enough.
There's guys that would, guys that would work for me or guys that would be around me, and they'd see me and they kind of latch on to the fact that I was tough and aggressive. And some of those guys, they wouldn't catch the other part, which was that I was really examining, I was working, I was maneuvering, and I was, figuring things out and talking to my boss in such a way that we could get where we need to be. And I was doing that whole other side. And so I get these guys that would end up not doing as well as they should do because they were just any proper and over-aggressive and get after it and grab what I was going to do without being the same place. The guys that would do well are the guys that say, oh yeah, Jocko's awesome, he's aggressive and he gets after it, he's also working, he's also maneuvering, he's also massaging the egos of the people around him to make sure that they get positioned in the right spot where they can go to war in the right way. And so, as I've gotten older, I've been able to tell people that it's not just about that side of ultra aggressive. You gotta be aggressive. You gotta be willing to fight. You gotta be willing to kill. You gotta be willing to die. At the same time, you gotta be able to temper all those things in such a way that they can be controlled and disciplined.
Well, I also think that that's part of what makes a world peaceful in the final analysis, because if you're around people who are dangerous but disciplined, then everyone watches their step. And that's exactly what should happen. Everybody should watch their step. And if there's no reason for that, then, well, there's no sanction for poor behavior, for example. I mean, if you're going to discipline the child has to be convinced that you're a force that's worthy of paying attention to. You know, I see kids, there's a chapter in my book called Don't Let Your Children Do Anything That Makes You Dislike Them. And I'm pretty happy about this chapter, although I suspect it will be rather controversial. You know, it's predicated first on observation that many people hurt their children physically and psychologically. You know, because everyone gets sentimental about the relationship between parents and children, but that's especially in relationship to themselves, because they think, well, you know, of course I'm going to be a good parent. It's like, it's not so bloody obvious that you're going to be a good parent, you know. And then what I see happening with people who don't know how to discipline their children is that the children run roughshod over them in their, let's call them hierarchical disputes, because children push for position in hierarchy, and they do that behaviorally to sort of feel out the contours of the social structure. So, you know, your kid will act perfectly fine at home, let's say, at the dinner table, but then you take them to a stranger's dinner table and all of a sudden they act out. And you think, what's up with you, you little monster? And what's up is that they're trying to figure out what the power structure is, and they don't know this, of course, but they're acting this out. They're trying to figure out if the same rules apply in this new situation as apply in the old situation. Why? They can't ask that, and they don't even know that they are rules exactly. They're regularities.
I'm not afraid of my parents beating
me. So they'll test, and then you have to show them that, yeah, it's the same here, the same in this situation. No. But lots of parents are very uneasy with disciplining their children, partly because they believe that if you give a child infinite freedom, that's best for them, and that constraints are inappropriate, which is really just, well, I don't know what to say about that, except it's so untrue that it's very difficult to think of anything that's more untrue than that. But also the thing is if you let your children take advantage of you, if you have an ounce of spine and an ounce of aggression, which you do, especially if you don't admit it, then you will take revenge on your children. You know, so if they have a temper tantrum in a grocery store and embarrass you, which child who's canny can do quite effectively, you know, because you wouldn't let them have a pack of crayons or a chocolate bar. And then, you know, you tell yourself it's okay. And if you still, you know, that really didn't make you that angry, and it's okay, but you're fuming inside. And then you go home and half an hour later, maybe the child is doing some interesting little bit of work, maybe artwork or something, or does something good and comes up for a reward. It's like the probability that you're going to reward that child properly under those circumstances is zero. You're going to take the opportunity to take your revenge. And if you don't know that, then you're not much of a parent. And so part of the trick with kids is that if your child is doing something that makes you dislike them, that you have to figure out how to stop them from doing that and teach them how to do it properly. You have to talk to your wife to make sure that you're not being too much of a monster, you know, and the same with her. But that discipline is partly what enables you to continue to like your child while you love them. And even more than that, you know, parents talk about fostering self-esteem and fostering creativity and all of that in your kids. And I think that's misbegotten. It's shallow for a variety of reasons. First, it's not that easy to foster creativity because it's rare. And self-esteem is a very badly defined concept. And mostly it's been used for harm, not good. What your job is as a parent is to help your child learn from between 2 years old and say 4 years old how to act in the world so that when people encounter them, people smile and are happy they're around. Because then, you know, I've seen kids who behave badly, and everywhere they go, people wear false smiles. And everywhere they go, people are relieved when they leave. And that means you think about that world from the child's perspective. Everyone's lying, and everyone hates them. That's their world. And then if you have your child, you know, capable of adhering to minimal social requirements, like maybe being able to sit at the table in a civilized manner for an hour, and being grateful for being fed, let's say, and knowing how to share, and knowing how to pay attention to adults, and not having that, you know, that kind of terrible cynicism and arrogance that can develop even in a 4-year-old child who's always had its way, then they'll interact with adults in a manner that brings out the best in the adults. And everywhere they go, everyone smiles at them and pats them on the head, maybe even tells them useful and interesting things. And so the whole world opens up for them. And that's all a consequence of you having enough courage to admit to yourself that your child can do things that you don't like and that you will take it out on them if you don't straighten it out. And people don't like that idea because they think, well, I love my child. I'd never do anything to hurt them. It's like, yeah, God, right. You're so asleep if you think that there's almost no hope for you. You have to think, I'm way bigger than this child, and I'm way meaner, and I'm way trickier, and I'm way more unpredictable. And so I better be very careful in my relationships with this child so that the worst of me doesn't come out. And then that gives you enough intelligence to make a disciplinary framework that's minimal and enforce it properly and carefully. And then you can have an unbelievably good relationship with your kids. So,
and this idea of discipline, obviously, I talk about this a lot. And one of the things you were talking about earlier with regards to veterans and people that listen to the lectures, and it's the same thing with me, people that listen to this podcast or read the books. And one of the things that I've noticed and I've talked about and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback on is, when you're in the military, you have this discipline. And beyond the discipline that's imposed on you, you also have a lot that you have to just hold the line yourself. I mean, when you're in the military, sure, you go through boot camp where there's a drill instructor and all that, but once you're in the military, you're doing what you have to do. It's self-discipline, that you learn that and you become self-disciplined. And what happens is guys get out and that's gone, and that hurts them. And the other thing that hurts them is they don't know what their mission is. And my big thing with people that I've been telling vets now is find what your next mission is. Go find whatever your next mission is. I don't care what it is, but it has to be something. And I was listening to you talk on something the other day, and you were talking about how not doing anything, when people are not going anywhere, when they're failing, when they don't have the drive, it's because they're not accepting responsibility for anything. And so my way of saying that is like, you need a new mission. You need to be responsible for something, and you need to go and move towards some new mission. And do you encounter people that, or you see people that's very problematic in the civilian side as well, where people, they just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
they
well,
don't take responsibility for anything.
that's part of this nihilism, is that because first of all, you learn that truth is relative, and that there's no real moral order, and that alleviates you of responsibility, and that's why that's such an attractive message to people. But the problem is that it kills you. It kills your soul, so to speak, because, well, we can talk about this technically. So, there are systems, neurological systems that underlie your experience of negative emotion, and there are neurological systems that underlie your experience of positive emotion, and they're separate systems. They obviously interact, but they're separate systems. So, but the positive emotion system, well, there's two of them, but one of them sort of kicks in when you're hungry and you eat, and that feels good. So that's kind of the simple one. But there's a more sophisticated one that I think is even more active in people. And it's the one that tells you that you're moving forward towards something worthwhile. And that's actually the one that gives people that sense of meaningful engagement in their life on a moment-to-moment basis. So, and it's also something that doesn't have to go away. Like if you're hungry and you eat, well, that's good, but it's over, and then you're on to the next thing, right? It's not exactly sustaining; it's just necessary. That's called consumatory reward. This other reward system is incentive reward. The incentive reward system works on dopamine, this neurochemical dopamine, which is also just neurochemical tracks that opiates and cocaine and amphetamine, the drugs that people really like to abuse, alcohol often for some people, activate. And so you might say if you don't have enough meaning in your life, then you're more prone to addiction. And that's definitely the case, even with rats. If you take a rat and put him in a cage by himself, he has nothing to do, and then you give him access to cocaine, he'll get addicted to the point where he won't do anything but take cocaine. But if you throw the rat back in with a bunch of other rats and he gets to do rat things, then it's very hard to get him addicted to cocaine. And so the purposeless rat is prone to addiction. Well, it's the same with human beings. Now, here's a corollary to that, which is really cool. So the magnitude of the reward you experience as you're moving towards a goal is proportionate to the importance of the goal. So that means the more important the goal you pick, the more possibility there is for the kind of reward, let's say, it's really a state of being that is life affirming, and it's directly life affirming in that, you know, like if you're in a football game and it's an important football game and maybe you break a finger, and you know, normally that's a problem. It hurts, and you're going to stop doing whatever you're doing. But if you're right in the middle of the game, then you'll be so amped up on this reward system that it's analgesic. It stops the pain. It also suppresses anxiety. So if you have a purpose, then it's analgesic. It takes some of the pain out of life. It's very positive in that it motivates and energizes you and focuses you. It makes you able to remember and pay attention. And it quells fear. And so those things are all direct. And so then you might think, well, what's the best possible goal? Well, and that's the purpose, I would say, of religious training and philosophical training. It's like, just what the hell are you doing in the world? You know, and I would say, well, that's actually fairly easy to also lay out. And this is why nihilism is a much weaker philosophical position than it might appear to be. It's like, well, there are lots of terrible things happening in the world. If you're not, I don't care if you're a believer or an atheist or a cynic of the highest sort, you listen to a story like the one that you read at the beginning of this podcast. No one says, well, in 100,000 years, who the hell cares? So why does it matter? No one says that. They listen to that. Not if they're human. They listen to that story, they think, that's not good. It's like, that's right, that's not good. It's not good. You should do something about that. Because it's self-evidently not good. So you might say, well, at least you can start your self-organization by improving those things around you that are self-evidently not good. And that's easy, man. Anybody can do this. You can sit down for 10 minutes, say, well, I'm going to be honest with myself. Like, that's a horrible thing to do. I'm going to be honest with myself. Okay, stupid things that I could quit doing that are making my life more wretched, and also the people around me. And so you think, okay, what are those things? You know, if you really want to know, you have to want to know. And you're going to get a bunch of information that you don't want to hear, but you'll know it's true, and you already knew it in some sense. And then you can ask yourself, okay, that sucks, and it's miserable, and it's not very self-affirming. Is there one of those things I would be willing to do something about? That I would actually do something about, you know, that I could do something about, that I would do something about, which is also another horrible question, because as soon as you get an answer to that, then you have a responsibility, right? It's like, oh God, I have to go do that. And it's something you don't want to do. You don't want to do it. That's why you've been avoiding it. And so then it's right in front of you. And it's like it's some little trivial, horrible thing that you're not going to get a pat on the back for. No one's going to give you an award for it. And most people would just say, Jesus, you should have done that a long time ago, you moron. But then you go do it. That's kind of humility, I would say. And then you keep doing that. And it's like there's this injunction in the New Testament against praying in public. You know, and it's like virtue signaling. It's like you don't pray in public because then you go out and you show everybody just what a great believer you are and how good you are. It's like, well, that's what you're doing. You're not trying to get your act together. That's something you do in private at home. You think, okay, what kind of moron am I? And what stupid things am I doing? And then what could I possibly do to get rid of one of those a little bit now? Well, anybody can do that. And that's associated with these great evils, you know, in this way that we've already described. It's like you're improving your character, and you're constraining the kinds of actions and perceptions that you have that are going to make you sick of life and work against it. Because failure does that. That's the Cain story. It's like, keep screwing up, man. See what happens. Do you think that isn't going to make you bitter? And if that isn't going to make you vengeful, and if that isn't going to make you work to hurt people around you, or at least not to help, which is the same thing, then you're just not paying attention. Everyone knows that's true. So, well, that's responsibility, right? And then, so you take on this great task of putting yourself together. It gives you life meaning. And that also helps you be buttressed against the fact that there's lots of suffering in life and there's lots of malevolence. It's like, yeah, true, man. Absolutely. It's worse than you think even. But you can do more about it than you think. And there's nothing in it except good, but you also have to take responsibility. So That's the thing. You got to decide if that's what you're going to do. But you don't get to whine about it if you don't, because you haven't tested.
So people don't even have to look for some grand goal in the sky, some elevated goal of what they're going to do, whether it's a financial goal, whether it's a non-profit goal. They can look around their bedroom and figure out what they're going to do right now.
Well,
to improve it.
one of the things I learned from reading Solzhenitsyn is that he talked about his moral transformation in the camps. And he said the first thing that transformed him to some degree was looking at people in the camps who did refuse to do immoral things no matter what. He said he ran into people like that, and that just blew him away because he already laid that out. It's like he said they were continually choosing between their life and their conscience, and they chose their conscience. And he tells some amazing stories in the Gulag Archipelago about dozens of people he met like that, and they're stories of heroism, moral heroism under absolutely vicious conditions there. You just can't believe them, so that's pretty amazing. But he said that once he kind of figured out that there was a difference between attending to your, doing whatever was necessary to prolong your miserable existence, that he started to think about that deeply, and that he went over his life with a fine-tooth comb and tried to figure out everything he did that he knew was wrong, and then to try to figure out what he could do in the present to rectify that. You wouldn't necessarily be able to atone. That's the right way of thinking about it. You do wrong, and well, maybe you can't even fix it with the person you did the wrong to, but maybe there's something else you could do that would be good enough so that you can think, okay, well, at least those balance out, and maybe I'm a little bit on this. So he did that, and that he said that straightened him out a lot. And then he wrote this amazing book that cut the communist intellectuals off at their knees and changed the world, really. That's a hell of a thing for someone to do who's a miserable zec in a concentration camp. That's a hell of a story, man. And it's not the only one like it. So you don't know how much power you have where you stand, even if you look weak, and if what's around you is terrible, well, then you've got lots of things to do, that's for sure, and they're announcing themselves right there. So, it's tying it in with evil and suffering that is best for me because it's so real. It's like you can be skeptical about the existence of the good, but if you open your eyes and you do any amount of studying and even any amount of self-examination, you can't be skeptical about the existence of evil. I don't believe that you can. There are things that, about Unit 731, and then see how skeptical you are about evil. I wouldn't recommend that, by the way, because that is so horrible that you can't really read it without being traumatized. It is unbelievably horrible. You read that, and then you say, well, morality is relative. It's like, see if you can utter those words after reading that. And then if morality isn't relative and there is evil, then there is good. It's at least whatever isn't evil, right? Whatever doesn't cause that is good. It's sort of defining it by its opposite, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. It's good enough.
And so how do guys, going back to the PTSD conversation a little bit, how do guys that sort of experience this evil part of not only of the world but of themselves, because they had to do some things that they didn't want to do or they didn't like doing, and things that made them feel like, oh, there's a dark part of me that I don't really like too much. What's the from what I've said is you got to embrace that. The fact that there's darkness in the world, there's darkness in you, you got to embrace that and get a hold of it, not try and disguise it, not try and make it seem like it's not there. That's the same thing you're saying, right?
Yeah, well, when you're in really, they say there's no atheists in foxholes, and that's it's a bit of a cliche, but there's a deep truth in that, which is that there's some circumstances that you find yourself in for which only religious language works. And if you happen to observe yourself doing something that's heinous enough to damage you psychologically, then you're in the realm of good and evil, archetypal good and evil. And unless you can start to conceptualize the world in that manner, you're never going to make sense out of it. And so partly it depersonalizes it. It's you that did this. But it's like the capacity for evil isn't just you. It's part of humanity. Maybe it's part of the structure of the cosmos that you happen to stumble over it naively, and so it hurt you. You know, there's this old Egyptian story about a god named Horus. He's the god of attention, so he's represented by the Egyptian eye, so he pays attention. He's also a falcon, and the falcon has great vision, flies above everything, right? And he's also the force that revitalizes the dead father in Egyptian mythology. But he has a fight with his evil uncle, Set. The idea of Satan, you can tell by partly because the words are quite similar. And he has a terrible battle with Set, who's taken over the kingdom and is a terrible tyrant. He's killing everyone and everything's going to hell. And he has a battle with him to regain control of his kingdom. And that's fine, and he's a god. And so is Set. And they have a fight, and it's a terrible fight. And during the fight, Seth tears out one of his eyes. And you think, well, that's a god, right? And nonetheless, he ends up with his vision damaged, his consciousness damaged. Now, he gains a different kind of sight, he gains insight, right? Because now he knows the nature of evil, but he pays a big price for it. And so you think, well, if that's the case for God, how much more is it the case for a man to be damaged? It's like absolutely right. It's no joke to encounter malevolence. You know, I've seen that in my clinical clients too. I had a client who was terrified into nightly convulsions for 4 years by the look on her boyfriend's face when he attacked her. It took me a long time to unpack that. It was like a 3-month process. But she was very naive, very, very, very naive. Her parents had raised her in a world where the evil queen was not allowed to visit, like the parents in Sleeping Beauty, so she was way too sheltered. And she thought that human beings were only good, you know, and then she saw the look on his face that indicated that he was out to consciously harm her. And he couldn't. They had a fight, a physical fight, and she was strong enough to prevail. He wasn't that big. That wasn't the point. It shattered her world because she didn't understand until that point that someone could actually consciously want to hurt you. You know, that wasn't just, they were just in a bad mood, and it wasn't just because of the way they were raised and, you know, all those excuses that people come up, that he was not only going to hurt her, but he was going to enjoy it. And if you don't understand the part of you that's capable of that, then, well, you're dangerously naive, and dangerous as well, because you don't know what you're capable of. So,
a lot of these things that you bring up are about leadership. And you know, I talk about leadership all the time. And one of the things that, you know, I
Mm. Really down for like not a whole lot of gross comments today. So that's awesome, everybody. That green is a lot better. It's a lot better. Love it. Harvard and 10 points. I don't even know what's on my shirt. Don't get anything. There's no points. Only brownie points. You know what? For some reason, I always thought that brownie points was something icky. Apparently, it's like brownies, like the Girl Guides brownies. Totally wrong. I'm thinking of starting smoking 2 blunts at a time. Because that's gangster. Even Snoop Dogg doesn't smoke 2 blunts at a time. What do you want? Fuck is me. That's not Tommy. Yeah. Stephen. Do not do that. Do not do this. Do not put citrus in your fucking garden. It'll fucking kill it. Tell Pop that he fucking killed doing that. And someone fucking looking at us and retarded. I think I already put lemon to get rid of fucking spiders. They're like, no. Because lemon dehydrates. Ugh, fuck you. Fucking Joelle. punishment. This is still my stupid computer. Look, it attached. Attaché. Not a good idea. Okay. You wanna move the fucking chair? Oh. Because it's a catastrophe will happen. People, people, people. go now.
Hi.
Hello.
I don't work today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. You okay?
You're the only person I've ever seen do that to their alarm. Ever. Ridiculous. How? I guess because you don't work on a Friday and you already got paid, so. I guess because you don't work on a Friday and you already got paid, so I guess that's one reason to be happy. Okay, you gonna go back to bed? No? I don't know. You know? Okay. How's the dog doing? Okay. You didn't even answer. He's doing. That's what the super answer is. Oh, usually your answer is. He's doing. Please, bro.
Tomorrow, though.
Ah, really?
Huh?
Okay.
Well, then I'm not working today.
What kind of contractor works on Saturdays?
Every contractor.
No contractor ever.
Maybe have you ever worked?
Have I ever worked? Is that just your question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Long.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Work on Saturdays?
Not for fucking those kinds of jobs.
When you work with me at the door, you work on Saturdays?
That was a real job.
Oh my god. Still a contractor.
I mean,
I love how you are!
I love how you, jeez.
What?
Yelling.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, nothing. Just so wooded. We yell in this house. That's how we communicate. Yes. How else am I supposed to hear you, like, throughout this big ass house?
Yeah, right?
We live here.
He's not happy that he texts me in the morning before 8.
Oh, and he texted you. That's fantastic. That's why you're not angry.
Yeah.
If he would have called you, you would have been way more grumpy.
Well, no, I was over your way.
Yeah.
Can I not be grumpy sometimes? Right?
I rolled you joints.
Really?
Yes. Oh my god, you're so excited. Oh, your lighter's on the floor. Is that what you're looking for? Your lighter? It fell on the floor. Where the tea table is. Yes. Gelatine. Peanut butter gelatine. That's so fucking annoying. Oh. Okay.
Ah!
We were ring up, and it's
I saw that.
perfect. What?
Whoa, tabernacle.
What? What are you wooing?
I'm wooing because I can.
Okay, Ian.
Whoa, tabernacle.
Don't be mad at me because I'm not in your brain. Huh?
What's up with us in my brain?
I'm in your brain sometimes.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Look at you. Ah, ah. I have to message Victoria. I guess I should probably find out how my brother's doing.
Well,
I don't really want to though.
yeah, Marcy. So that we care?
I do.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I know you don't, but he's not your brother.
I don't anymore. No, I used to. I used to care. And then when I realized that your brother's a complete fucking asshole.
Well, right now, yeah.
Like he bring people in his house, make them move in, and then as soon as he can, he fucking lock the door, go through all the people's stuff, and kick those people out for some reason.
Because he's a junkie.
Yeah, so I lost all my stuff because of him.
Yeah, me
But I
too.
can't beat him up because he's fucking fury.
Me too, Yan. I also, and I even have had a place where my stuff was, which was at Dom's. And then Fury was like, nah, fucking bring your shit here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that worked out really well. Very, very well. Yeah, but he's not usually like this. Like, just like you weren't usually as awful as you were.
I'll find out, but I don't want to.
It's just Fury's weaker than you are. And doesn't have the willpower that.
Oh, he has a lot of willpower to be an asshole.
Yes, he does. But once he's off drugs, he'll be back to normal Fury.
Yeah, when he's off drugs, I don't know. Everything fucking said and did.
This is perfect. Good morning. What?
What?
What did you say?
I said stop crying, Jordan Peterson.
Oh, is he really crying right now?
No, he's not crying.
Oh, God. Oh, it's the worst. Because he does the babby bitch sob. Fury cries that way. Where I'm just like, gross. Stop. It's usually over something really stupid.
Come on, coffee. Get more.
Put it in the microwave. Why? What? Say now I'm grumpy?
Yeah.
Why?
Let's talk about your brother.
No, I'm okay.
Huh?
Nothing. Said I have to get my smokes.
Where are they?
Across the room.
Oh. left me one upstairs?
No, but I'll throw you one up.
Oh.
Why? You're right there.
Across the room, right there.
What? No. Serious? What's that? I love you, You know you're drunk. feel better. We're fine. Mm-hmm. This is the longest minute ever. Oh my god, really? Alright, I'm gonna walk away. It's the longest minute fucking ever. Three birds. Three birds. Yay! That was fast. That was fast.
Well,
getting faster every morning.
What's that?
Getting faster every morning. There you go.
Sorry.
I love you. You're the best. You want your cigarette now?
Oh, fuck. Because this was. Ow, whoa! This isn't cool. You fucking thing hurt me. It's your thing from your good thing.
Oof. Oof. That's a big look.
So we're gonna throw it out or what?
Yeah. Good job.
Okay.
Oh.
You're a bucket.
No, she's not. Oh, yeah.
Music World, is that that place that you, no, but the one that you order CDs on not online, but in a magazine?
Where do you see that?
A little bit.
It's what do you call it? Music store.
Yeah, but don't they have like a catalog that they send to people?
Oh, maybe yes, they do, because that's what all his bills are for. He actually got sent to collections because of it.
Oh, really?
Multiple collections. Multiple.
So that's why he's got a little box.
I guess so. Oh, fucking. What do you call it? Actually, no, we can burn them. Fucking. That's why I never throw out any of my documents, ever. I just keep them forever. Because apparently you're supposed to keep them for up to 1 to 3 years or something.
I keep all my messages.
Yeah, me too.
Just for the last time when I wanted to show you guys, hey, you know when you were with Meadow, you should send me a message. Like, oh yeah, and I retrieved it. And I showed him. It was funny.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons. Sometimes it can be a proof of something. Sometimes someone tell me, no, you told me this that time. Oh yeah? Bring back the messages 5 years ago. Like, here, who said what now?
Years ago.
Yeah, like years ago. Look, people gaslight you years after, saying that they didn't do it, they did say something.
I love that you're into this. What? You know what I realized? That if it makes somebody uncomfortable listening to somebody, even watch a video about narcissism and gaslighting and all that shit, as much as I fucking don't enjoy listening or watching it, I'm like, oh, okay, I get it now. If someone has a problem with that, I feel like it's a good sign that maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're one of the first boyfriends that my hippy dippy fucking shit. You're like, no, it's cool. I'm into it. And one of the first things you said, you were like, am I into this? I was like, see, just because you asked me, no, you're not.
What's that?
What's what?
Is that the heater gun that you kind of broke?
What? Where?
This.
I don't know.
That.
Yeah, but I can't really see it. Oh, this is a black adder. No, that's a good one. It's a super good one. It's mine. I still opened on. He uses it for shrink wrapping.
Are you serious, baby?
What? Why? What?
Wow.
What? Why? What?
Something super cool.
Okay.
Maybe your brain's gonna explode.
Why?
Is it the one?
Oh! No shit!
You can bring it back to them.
He doesn't use it. He's got the, what do you call it?
This says for shrink wrapping.
Yeah, no.
But that's because it's, remember the neighbor that gave us all the boxes?
Yes.
That was in it.
Yeah, it probably doesn't work though.
I tried it. It does.
It
work.
does?
Yeah.
It's not one of them?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
And I just noticed there's a power button. I'm like, oh, it is. There's an on and off power button.
Oh, okay.
You city popsicle bacon?
There should be an on and off power button.
Yeah, the other day I tried it, but my hand was on it, so I didn't see it.
Oh.
City popsicle button. Bacon.
Yeah. Oh, bacon.
That's kind of weird though.
What? What?
That's you.
Weird bacon?
Popsicle bacon.
Oh.
It's not bacon flavored popsicle. It's a popsicle in the shape of bacon. Yeah. But no, what's weird is this is an old ass fucking tool. Just having one is something. Now we're having two.
Yeah.
It's kind of we should go buy the lottery.
I don't know. Weird things happen to us a lot. Where I'm like, what a coinkydink, and I hate that. My mom. That happens with my mom all the time.
Have we had any of these for bricks?
What?
The vinyl?
I don't think so.
Torleys?
I don't think so. Why?
Because I would have some bricks. So I can run the bricks.
If I find any, I'll give it to you.
Because right now we're removing and putting back on what's going to be Riverdale Smooth.
Oh.
Quebec size.
Oh.
Okay.
Quebec.
Yeah, you got Ontario size.
Well, these all
Quebec
seem to be
size.
foreign.
And you got another size.
And they're mostly marble and wood. It's just a little bigger than others.
Yeah, no, it is.
Oh, that's terrible.
Because they're eagle, right? Hey!
What?
You can't give that movie away.
What movie?
Those movies.
Those ones I'm keeping.
Yes.
The ones I took out of the French ones.
The movie, I think, was that her first movie or was it, what's his name?
We don't know. Like Rush Hour?
No, it's Hacker.
Oh, I've never seen that. I thought I
Never
would
seen
like
that
it.
movie?
I
I think it's Angelina Jolie's first movie.
Is it? I thought it was, what's her name? Demi Moore. Oh. Angelina Jolie, no shit, eh? I'm not expecting it to be Angelina Jolie. Yeah, I thought you'd like it. Is it French? I thought it was English.
I wouldn't be so excited if it wasn't French.
I gotta kill him. Together. Very creepy. I fucking love them.
You on drugs?
No. Carl. That's terrible, Carl. You'd be on the worst time.
Angelina Jolie was weird looking when she was young.
Yeah, she's weird looking now.
Well, she got that.
Botox.
No. Yeah, the one with the lip. She had that.
Yeah, her lips don't match her face.
Yeah, but she did that for what was the movie?
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
No. Don't know shit.
No, I don't.
No,
Not really know.
let's see it. Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
That was Angelina Jolie.
That was, of course, Angelina Jolie. What are you talking about? No, not the new Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider 1 and Tomb Raider 2. This Tomb Raider is the third one. They had the chicks with no boobs. Because it was a whole, the game developer did a quiz to people because back then, it was Angelina Jolie in the PlayStation game. Like she has giant
Yeah,
McGee,
the
right?
company I worked for made that game.
Yeah, so then they were asking people, gamers, do you want Angelina Jolie? Do you want Lara Croft?
Yes, that one.
Well, that's the name of the character in the story.
Oh.
Lara Croft.
Everyone said I look like her. Well, not everyone, but
Yeah?
people have said I look like her.
Well, that's a compliment.
But they've also said I look like the girl from Beetlejuice.
What's wrong with the girl from Beetlejuice?
I don't know. She's a dead person.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Because of the makeup and shit.
I guess so. I used to wear a lot of makeup, I guess. Probably.
Well, yeah.
I used to be an emo.
I like emos.
Yeah.
What?
Most people like emos, actually. Goth kids that no one likes.
Well,
Goth kids used to hang out at Tim Hortons. We used to go to
like,
Tim
you're
Hortons.
a god
to
and you're not
them.
suicidal? I don't get it.
We used to go to Tim Hortons and stand outside and point and laugh at them. We're like, ah, fucking bag of goth kid, drink your coffee. Get drunk, dumb bitch.
Well, when we were in Quebec City and I was running the upper town.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I actually run upper town Quebec City as well. And it was those kids in front of Subway, and then they had that Gothic, the Gothic crew, and then the Equal crew, and we were like, "Who sells drugs?"
Ah.
And we were like, we don't sell drugs. Like, who do drugs?
Right.
Us, the Equal kids, like Gothic, out of here.
Ah.
And then we kicked the Gothic out.
That's funny.
Because like, we don't do drugs. What the fuck you doing here?
That was like the new hipsters. After like we graduated. After we graduated from high school, we went back to the high school because we wanted weed. So like we went after school, and there's like a bunch of kids sitting up front, and we're like, "Yo, let's go weed to sell, 5 piece." And they're like, "We don't smoke." We're like, "Well, why are you sitting outside then?" And they're like, "Get fresh air." And we're like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, you guys kind of suck." Like.
And then people wonder why Quebec City. Well, that's where we came.
Huh. Really?
On my way back to Montreal.
Oh. Huh. You're funny.
That was my whole thing. Is to create a network of communication and knowledge.
That's also dumb thing.
All across Canada.
I think you just stick to Quebec.
Huh?
I think dumb just stuck to Quebec.
Well, good.
French people buy cigarettes.
Yeah, but it's good because all native cigarettes outside of Quebec are real cigarettes. You know that, right?
Oh.
They're all real cigarettes.
It tastes like death.
No, they're real smokes.
Have you ever had American smokes? They're fucking awful.
Like, I mean, you go to the native store, which is not a native store, it's just a store.
Ah!
And if you have your card, all the prices go down.
What?
The gas goes down, cigarette goes down, everything goes down. You show your card.
Oh, you mean
When
your
you want a
band
gasoline,
card?
you want an A+ gasoline, means that you have a native card.
Your band card.
You what?
Band card.
Your band card?
Band? Band council. Native
Yeah,
band council.
that.
Yeah, but have you ever fucking been with anyone who tries to fucking use it? It's a big fucking hassle.
Just in Quebec.
It's so fucking annoying.
Because
That's like
everywhere else,
this
that's
whole
how,
thing.
everywhere else, that's how it works.
Yeah, but they didn't really have like legit ones up
Okay.
until very recently. Their band cards used to be like literally fucking.
My
basement
buddy, Steve, he's deceased today, but he's Irish native.
Yeah.
So he's ginger as fuck,
Yeah.
white as fuck, freckles.
Yeah.
He's got his card. So when we go to Oliver's Reserve and
Yeah.
the gas station, like, what fucking kind of native are you?
Ah.
And he's like, he looks at him. Oh my god, I never seen a deadly face like this. He's like, the Irish kind. Like, oh shit, I'm sorry. And then they start serving him like super nicely, and then they were scared. I was like, okay, what kind of native are you? Like the one that got raped and have like ginger children.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Like, I'm never gonna make fun of you prison native ever again.
Cameron's mom family, their family was ginger, but they're also like hillbillies.
My family's ginger.
I don't know anybody who's ginger in my family.
More than half of that's flavor?
I mean, okay, I guess so.
We want to say.
No. They just smoke one. Thank you.
I'm gonna make my coffee.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
Hey, is that an instant burger?
Instant
It
what?
is.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's gonna kill my dog.
Yes, and you're gonna kill me.
That too. You guys both aren't good with any kind of in candles.
Yeah. Yeah, when I get downstairs and I think that it's the heater that suffocates me, I've noticed that there's 2 candles almost dying.
Yeah.
And I took that off.
Yeah.
I took that off.
What? So close. There you go. Third time's charm.
Thank you, Victoria.
Yeah. Mm. That's okay. I can just take it. Okay. Huh. Oh, cool. Weird.
Hey, hey.
What? What?
Another new girl.
Yeah, it's been here before.
The golden one?
Yeah.
It doesn't really know what a peanut is.
Oh.
It's kind of weird.
What?
It's a peanut. That's how he looks. He just looks aside. Grab the rest of the peanuts that already opened. And then you stand there. Grab the peanuts, dropped it.
I think someone else is feeding them. I think that's why.
Yeah, they're not thinking the same thing. You have to go to Bow Park, seriously.
I didn't even tell you there was like a black chick who was getting peanuts at the dollar store the other day.
Yeah?
And I almost like was like, oh, you're feeding squirrels too?
No, she's black, baby.
Yeah.
Think of Idris.
What?
What did Idris left on your dashboard?
Oh yeah. Eh? Ah. Ah. I'm gonna say that till next time.
You go, weed? Yeah, I do. And then weed.
Ah. Gee.
What?
Hi. I agree. No, I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Ryu. I pass her a joint, none for you. No one passed Idris the joint. Why? Because you were a jerk.
Why? Because you didn't even know when you were a jerk. That's the thing.
Ah! No, he's thinking of. If he doesn't, I'm
but
sure
when you know, you
he'll
have
figure
some knowledge. So, like, you let people know that you know, so she's, you know.
Yeah, but Idris doesn't play that game. He's very,
He should, it's black.
Exactly, that's the thing. He's not. He's like a bad fucking excuse for a black man.
I had a dream.
What was your dream?
About black people using their black privilege card.
Okay, that's weird.
And I was using my white privilege card.
Oh, yeah?
And yeah, that went wrong.
I was gonna say, how'd that work out?
I went wrong. I was pretty much a white supremacist.
Ah! That's funny.
You guys think like, fuck you black people with your black card? I can't really say that.
Well, you can.
But yeah, no, yeah, I think you can.
Just,
Especially when they drop it out.
I was told that I have white privilege, which I'm still waiting on, so.
No, you have to take them, baby. You cannot wait for them. Take your white privilege. That's what makes it white privilege.
Yeah, see, I'm not very good at it, apparently.
And then it's I don't know.
I'm not good at being
racist. It made me of like being white in this world. We're the minority. People don't understand. That's what makes us aggressive, violent, and sticky fingers.
That's funny. I saw like a whole Facebook post about it of like something like Anglos for being like set the Anglos free or something.
Okay.
Oh my god, the comments are just fantastic. Oh god, you've never seen so many fucking middle-aged, whiny, complainy bitches that blame everybody else in the world. A lot of people who are English who are like, see, this is the problem. Like, it's like, oh yeah, what? The problem is I only live here for like 4 months of the year, and the other 6 months I go to Florida. Fucking bullshit. I like to live in fucking Beaconsfield. Or fucking, what do you call it? The Laurentides for your fucking recreational home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Life's so fucking terrible.
Like when you got a house, but then you got a summer house fucking 5 minutes away from your house.
Yeah.
It's
Right?
like just wanting to live in two homes.
Valdor.
El Salvador is rough.
It's all rich people.
Well, yeah, because they're all minors.
Yeah, it's like all rich people that inherited their wealth.
Yeah.
So they're all a bunch of fucking addicts. Because they have money, we don't call them that. We call them trouble.
Not really raining.
Yeah, I know. But it's supposed to rain this afternoon.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a wet day.
Yeah, I was gonna say everything's wet, so. And you only like start the day and then have to fucking wrap it up super fast, like at a part that is not. Anyway.
I only set three levels of scaffolding yesterday. I didn't have a hook rope, so I couldn't.
A what?
A hook rope.
Okay.
A rope with a hook on it.
Oh.
So I can bring the scaffolding up.
Oh.
And then, the first story's fine. Second story, I can just go and tell the pass it to me. Third one, I had to hook the wall thingy, the scaffold, onto the other one, and I told him that's a no-go. That we do not do, because you don't want to put something above your head that can fall.
Oh.
I'm putting it there. Move aside. You don't have the hook rope. I'm still doing it. But we're not doing that ever. It's like, okay.
Oh.
That's a no-go.
Is it what Dean?
What?
When Dean gave Keith shit for?
No.
Oh.
Dean did keep shit for so much thing.
Wow, fuck.
Well, the worst, man, when I'm going to see him, because he knows I'm working with him. So, I mean, yeah. Fucking Stefan, I work with Stefan now. And you know what? We found a great truck. I'm going to let you guess.
I've been thinking about it. And generally, people who are in those kinds of addicts are very good at hiding it. And when they're not, it's usually because they want somebody to find it.
No, it's because he was using that great truck once, and then he probably put his stuff hiding in the back because it's Alex's truck. He didn't hit it inside. Because Alex needs to go in the truck for his tools, right?
Unless it was Alex's stuff.
No, man. No, it's the paper. It's fucking welfare papers in the bag with it.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Keith, wow. What a fuck up and a half. How the fuck do you fuck that up? Wow. That's bad. That's so bad.
Yeah.
Wow, you literally have your name on the government paper.
Government paper
the
on
fucking
it.
evidence. You're an idiot. He gets welfare?
No, it's
DI?
No, it's a prescription for his drugs.
Oh.
It's his healthcare. Like he goes through welfare with that program for the Diladil.
Yeah, Ramq.
But then now you're shooting up your Diladil. I mean,
I don't know anybody who fucking shoots the lot in.
I know a lot of people that shoot Diladil, but they're not shooting up their prescription Diladil.
We've even snorted Dilaudid. I don't know anybody who
It's
fucking.
supposed to be your prescription drugs to help you out on whatever, and you decide to shoot them up. That means that you decide to be a drug addict, not being on your prescription. You're having a prescription because you're a drug addict.
Yeah.
Not because you need help.
Yeah, well, that's usually how it works, doesn't it? Like.
Yeah.
Usually the people who are actual, like, fucking junkies who fucking point fingers at people who do drugs.
Yeah. We're gonna have to go to the Telus place together.
Okay.
Because every time I'm trying to do something on my app thing, on both phones, it just flickers the page and it doesn't want to let me do things. We're gonna go together because I try to get. I'm eligible for a new phone.
It's Telus?
Yeah.
Oh. I used to be with Telus. Let's tell with Telus for like 15 years.
Yeah, but it's gonna be Telus or it's gonna be nothing. No. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not paying for another fucking company when I'm already on the company. You're gonna give me a deal. And it's the only company that was giving unlimited internet on the.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're the first one that came up with it. I'm like, hey, I want this. It's only a limited time. I'm like, yeah, but I want it.
So you're gonna get it, sir?
Oh, next year I'm gonna do a buffer.
Okay. Well, you don't need it.
Huh?
You don't actually need it.
Well, no, but that's because like they were gonna be able to live in winter. You know?
You gotta do your warrants, though.
Huh?
You gotta do something about your warrants, no?
Yeah.
Because you'll be on the grid.
No, but all of that is unrelated. I can do my driver license. I can do all my shit while being born. And next time I'm gonna get pulled over or whatnot. I'm gonna redo an arrangement of tickets, and I'm gonna ask them to give me the 30 hours of community services I have to do. On give me a fine. I'll pay it in money. 30 hour, $15 an hour.
Jesus,
That's
really?
$300. Give me a fucking fine. I'll pay it.
Yeah, no, they'd rather go through the whole fucking rigmarole of fucking arresting you, fucking booking you.
Look, that's what's in my folder right now. I owe $1,500, maybe a little more now because of those tickets that I didn't pay, and then Will fucked up with the arrangement of payment, and then that 30 hours of community services because of Ezra. Yeah.
Should call the cops on you.
What's going on in my brain right now? I'm not going to see it out loud.
I wish I was a rat.
Like to choke, fucking put me on a rope. She's suicidal anyway.
Yeah.
That's all her fault.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Don't let me know where she lives, man.
I get charged first. Whatever you are.
I didn't hear you.
I said not if I get to her first.
That's not what I said. I said I love you.
I said I love you too.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Open door. Open door.
Okay, Ed. You okay? I don't know.
Far away from me for too long.
Oh, baby. So far away. I know how I feel when you go to work.
Oh. Oh.
Like Patrick. What do you do while I'm at work? Wait for you to come home. Yeah. I'm a loser. It's okay.
Okay, when you leave, I'm just waiting for you to come home.
Ooh, that hurt.
Nice butt.
Thanks.
Oh, really?
What?
You keeping these two?
What?
Oh, yeah.
What are they?
Domine-moi.
Oh, yeah. So I wanted to show you them. They're fucking gross.
Pas fou hose.
Fucking gross. Wash your hands after you touch it.
Of course. What's her name?
What?
Oh,
Yes.
she's got it in the butt. Tiffany
no,
and
thank you.
Mario.
Wait, what? Ontario.
Brittany and Mario.
Oh, gross.
Ashley and Mark.
Oh, God.
Sherry and Joelle.
Ah!
Jesus Christ. What they're doing.
Ew.
Why in the butt all the time?
I don't know, yeah, and I really don't.
Why is it in the butt?
I-
Because they're all married, so they don't want to have vagina sex.
Ew, what?
No?
Well, I don't fucking know. I call bullshit. I
Oh,
get it.
Valentine video. Ooh, Valentine's Day. What was this? EA Sports. There you go.
Video game.
David Bowie.
Yeah.
Outside. Catch me outside. I love that.
Catch me outside. How about that? Catch me outside. What? She wants.
Catch me outside about that.
She wants you to fight her. What? I'm not gonna fight her.
Computer gaming world. Maiden, NFL, NBA Live, NHL 2000.
Sounds like a lame.
2000 sports. EA Sports. It's in the game.
What was that?
Well, I'm gonna go wash my hands. Why are you on this?
What? Because it's gross. It's gross.
Well, it's not as bad as most of the things I see on your site.
Ah!
So I don't know. Maybe you should start watching these.
Fuck you! Dick.
You know, I got gloves and then the hand disappears.
Ew, what? Ew. Ew! Obviously not. Ugh.
How did that went with that law with Pornhub? And my question is, why Pornhub and not anyone else?
Why the fuck would I know this?
Well, Justin Trudeau with his the bill, it was because of the porn TV.
I honestly have no fucking clue.
Well, what, he doesn't talk about the bill he was passing for the online.
No, not recently. And it was just that everything was taken off and everything had to be verified.
Because they say like porn and shit, but all my streaming sites are down.
What?
Like all the things that I'm watching.
Yeah.
Everything's down.
Yeah, my movies are different though.
And then my anime thing's starting to be down all the time.
Oh.
Like, but they're they're doing good.
Oh.
But I mean, everything that's online.
Yeah, no, I noticed Facebook's at it again too. Where they're like, this post is not available in Canada.
It's like when somebody sends me a post, like that example,
Mhm.
and that's not the one that's going to remove what he sent, right?
Yeah.
And it tells me, oh, the user, you don't have the permission of the user to access this picture.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? No. That's not a thing.
No, Fury does it.
Yeah, but that don't do that.
Oh.
Send me a joke. Like, those memes jokes?
Yeah.
And then just the one that are later on, it's like, oh no, you don't have access to that thing.
That's
Because
retarded.
the meme was
Yeah, that's what I've assumed.
yeah.
Who? The what? Cardinal? Yeah. You're pretty loud in the morning. I don't mind. It's not a blue jay. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. You just down your coffee? Did you just down your coffee? It's usually sounding me. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. You okay there? We're not gonna make it. No, we ain't gonna make it. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck off, mirror.
Huh.